Okay, I think I'm back. Welcome back, guys, as you come trickle in. I wish I could say this was good morning. I wish I could say this was a better circumstance than it is, but it's a grim dawn. We may see more towns erased today, and that's why I've stayed up all night. I've been streaming for more than 8 hours and 8.5 hours so far. Just going to throw back the caffeine and push through the day because I don't know how anybody can sleep. Who cares about this region right now? If I laid down, I couldn't sleep if I tried. So we may be seeing Chester erased today like Greenville was yesterday, but I'm really hoping not. But we have every reason to fear for it. Nothing looks good. There's absolutely no good news to report. We are waiting half an hour from now. There should be the 7 a.m. update, debriefing by CAL FIRE, the Western Division of the Dixie Fire. And hopefully they'll say something, point out something positive, but I don't expect that. Nor do I expect anything positive to come out of today. By 11 a.m., we could see Chester erased as the wind shifts back, and the out-of-control raging inferno that is the Dixie Fire, which mankind may not be able to stop until the weather changes to our favor. The wind is forecast to shift and hit and impact Chester today like so. Last night we saw it ringed on all sides except for the lake by fire. There's probably no escape now for anybody who wishes to leave, and if so, they've got to hunker down. If you do know anybody in the region or on the east shore of Elmore Lake, encourage them to seek a safe shelter, make contact with the local authorities, and that they should go to a safe place within the town to shelter, such as a baseball diamond, track and field. I think in Chester, the library or the sheriff's office would be a good place because if you look at Chester, there's good places to shelter there. I think it's probably too late to leave. But if we were to turn on global imagery, welcome everybody as you come back. If we were to turn on global imagery, turn off the wind, there's plenty of safe places within Chester. Now we know that the fire burned up to the airport and they fought valiantly to save it. Never thought I'd be saying that. But within the town, go where there's wide open spaces where no trees can fall on you that are on fire. Shelter there in your car. Drive out, screw the lawn. Drive out onto the field and shelter there and go to big box store parking lots and the like. Not that Chester has many. But these are safe places to be. Do not try to drive through flames. Do not try to defend your home. What may happen to Chester is that embers can rain down and hundreds of buildings' roofs could be on fire all at the same time, and that will be impossible to save the majority of the structures, just like happened at Greenville yesterday. I suspect that's why we lost Greenville. But that threat is very real. There are 300-foot tall flames. These trees are more than 100 feet tall, and the flames are double the height of the trees. We're seeing that live as the ridges burn by Chester, and we've seen that be a lot worse. The wind will pick up around 11, and around 11, all hell I expect to break loose. We may lose a big portion of the town, unless something very different than the weather forecast occurs today. But the town may not be savable as a whole, just like Greenville wasn't. So do not expect anything good to come up today. The weather will be worse. So shelter in place in a safe space, not your home. You'll have a instinct to defend it. You must fight that and use your head. You've got to go where you can survive. There will be no way that you can fend this off with a garden hose. There's no possible way. Thousands of people trying to defend Greenville couldn't stop it yesterday. Greenville was gone in 2 hours. It will happen very fast, likely, if it does happen. Now, put yourself in a safe place. which might be the baseball diamond or track and field. The Plumas County Sheriff was advising that yesterday. Wide open fields, places where there's no tall trees to fall on you. Another place that I thought was a good spot, I mean, there are trees here, which I don't know their heights, but perhaps the parking lot of the library / sheriff's office over here. Just depends on what that looks like today. These are old satellite maps, but underneath the bridges, where's flowing water? I think over here they have an endless supply of water, just like they do by the lake. But I don't advise going to the lake because there's like marshy stuff in between you and the lake, and that all can burn. Don't try to make it to the lake. But anywhere wide open that you can get, it may be the baseball diamond's the best place to go. But shelter in place. If you're in Chester, tell somebody, for God's sake, don't try to defend your home. Depends on what neighborhood you're in. You may have to walk. You may be able to drive. Don't count on it. But throw a wool blanket in your vehicle or take it with you, a jug of water, your cell phone, and proceed calmly through the chaos to where you can be safe. If you do get in a body of water, then you can wet down the blanket, throw it over your head, and you have safe breathable air in a pocket. Don't worry, you're not going to suffocate. It'll feel like it if you have to ride something like this out. But plenty of people did it in Paradise, and they made it through. Thousands of people made it through in places like parking lots. Just don't do anything rash like drive fast or try to escape on the other side of the lake because Chester is surrounded. So that's my advice. Please do contact anybody in the area that you know who might still be there or on the east side of Lake Allenor. Because what fire can do is you don't have to worry too much about fire creeping along the ground. That's easy to defend the town, but just like with Greenville, this is the big threat. It won't be the fire creeping along the ground, which can be stopped by roads and stuff. It won't be that. The big threat is the wind shift today. This is all on fire. This is all on fire. It's a higher elevation than Chester, and the fire went way north of it. As the wind shifts around 11 in the morning towards Chester as forecast, there's going to be a blizzard effect of embers by the millions or billions raining down on the town and lighting roofs on fire potentially. That's probably what happened at Greenville, and Greenville was a race last night. Not safe either is East Lake Shore. This is only 6 miles as the crow flies, 6.5 to 7. It is well within the possibility that we get embers lighting up the peninsula from this way. And since the fire has been climbing up in here by Chester and over here, really the peninsula could be attacked from this direction. And so the people who I've spoken with who who have not left yet, you need to do that immediately. It's dawn. Go now. You still have the chance to get to Susanville. We also have another threat with a fire making it here, and this is more than 7,000 feet in elevation. Very easily could the fire jump over to Westwood. The fire lines here may contain it as it goes down the hill, and I imagine a valiant fight is going on right now. But even if they contain it, they might watch helplessly as the high winds pick up embers and just light other places on fire. And what embers do is they ridge hop. The wind's blowing towards Susanville. It's going to be safe for a while. I don't think that we're going to see it impacted, like say before noon or anything. It would be late in the evening, but I do think that Susanville might get a watch to evacuate eventually. That's the grim scenario here. If we look at the GOES satellite, the GOES satellite is up to date. It's been buzzing around and gives us all the up-to-date information for fire activity. Red is where there's extremely active, heavy fire going on within the last 15 minutes of me speaking with you. It updated at 13:34, which is roughly 6 minutes ago. So this is 20-minute-old data. Fire's well north of Chester. It's on all sides of it. It is burning fiercely by Butte Mountain over here. The dragon has 3 heads today. It's like Cerberus. So there are 3 main heads for this exhausted crew to try to deal with today. And they do not need to try to save your life. Even if you can't evacuate, you need to all assemble in one place together that's safe, that's recommended. They do not need to go door to door trying to help you. They need to stop the fire. Part of why Greenville was lost is they were going to go door to door trying to help people. And more than one expert has explained that that's part of the loss, but I don't know if that could have been saved anyway. But you got a head of the fire. You have a new head of the fire. A new head of the fire. Eventually, mineral might be impacted. If you know anybody with cabins and such at mineral, I would suggest that they go retrieve their things and get out. Because eventually, we might just see a red zone evacuation. So, there is no good news to report. I was shocked by what happened at Greenville yesterday. It's gone. 90% of the town was erased in 2 hours. PLC says, Catherine, draw a penis. No, you have to donate a lot more money for me to do that, because I might get banned. Sorry, that's a running gag on the chat, because I accidentally did that. So, I was trying to draw wind, and it ended up looking very genitalia-oriented, but that was a mistake. And we'll get through this with a little bit of humor every once in a while, but I can't tell you how grim this is. We look at the 300-foot-tall flames right now in multiple fronts. Fire crews can't get ahead of that and stop it. I don't see any contingency lines from yesterday's battle plans whatsoever. It exceeded all expectations, and this was yesterday morning where the fire was, and it went charging up towards Drakesbad. I mean, it's way up there now. People were calling 911 up here, well beyond Chester, and up here, just several hours ago. So the fire completely went around and wrapped around Chester like a python ready to constrict. With the winds and with these elevations, definitely Embercast is possible. Almanor West doesn't seem threatened right now, but it really might be, because all the fire up here in the high elevations, with the wind going to shift back this way, I do not hold out a lot of hope for much surviving. If we take this and embrace the worst case scenario, the best, at least we might get a pleasant surprise. But the fire's gone over this high elevation ridges, and definitely we could have a lot of impact all over the place. Taylorsville may be okay right now. I don't know if that's going to be impacted, but we have to tune in 15 minutes now. They should have the morning operational update. I can't stress to you enough, you have to get the hell away from this fire. Unless you're in Chester, you probably just have to go to the baseball diamond. When in a vehicle would be a good thing. Take your wool blanket with you, not synthetic, your gallon jug of water, your cell phone, and a book, and write it out. And if anything that is on fire rolls up against your car, like a flaming, say, debris, a tree branch, a trash can that's on fire rolling around, or something of the sort, you can wrap that wool blanket around your foot and just punt it. Kick that sucker away and get back in your car. But take your N95s. It's the only hope you have of really breathing easy. Just relax. Plenty of people survived Paradise by sheltering in place within the town. Sister Golden here, welcome. What is the containment percentage at this point? In my opinion, it's is truthfully zero. And what a lot of people are coming to the conclusion of, such as weather forecasters for like ABC 10, they were speculating the video we just watched. I've been awake for all night. By the way, thank you for all for being here. And thank you for your prayers and well wishes. But containment is where they have black line, and black line is supposed to mean you cannot pass. Not you shall not pass, you cannot pass. That's generally what black line means. So I'll interpret this for you. All the gray X's are lines under construction. Solid X's are lines that have been completed. So they're usually basically roads. And then black is when they've cleared all the vegetation around, done a good job that they think trees on fire can't fall across, for example. they've wetted down the road, they've splashed retardant, they've done something to reinforce things. They really are confident the fire won't penetrate or go past. That's what black line meant, and it breached black line in so many places. That's what containment is it's the entire perimeter. How much is black line? And it breached it in so many places that we don't have any confidence anymore. At least I do not, and it's shaken severely the confidence in what was determined and thought to be black line before. So I'm going to show you the other days where, because I have the operational briefing maps from other days, and I have to find a new one for today. Let me get to that real quick. And excuse me, I haven't refilled the coffee yet, so please bear with me. So Dixie fire maps. The day before the disaster, let's look at the 3rd. Look how this Chester they thought on the 3rd was completely defended by black line. They thought Prattville was defended by black line. They were super confident that this wasn't going to reach the. Not only did they have black line up on the ridges, but Highway 89 itself should have been one hell of a line. See how it's solid black R's? That means completed. And they even did firing operations. But really, the reality, which I think if they ever explain what the hell happened, is that this is higher elevation. When the wind picked up, it just went over the top. And we saw the fires burn all the way to the lake. It just went over the top. And got up into these hills. And even though they had all these contingency lines, they thought they had a contingency line if this happened, which of course it did. It violated that too. It violated everything and burned all over Chester. It's gone well past Chester. I can't tell you how surprised and just shocked I am how far it's gone. Containment is black line. I would rate it back down to maybe the canyon has black line. Back where the fire started by Polga, I think they're pretty satisfied at that point that fire can't spread from that area. What is that? This huge, now the perimeter is probably more than 100 miles. It was 80 before. Easily now the perimeter could be hundreds of, more than 100 miles. Let me just draw it. I have to zoom out to draw it. That's tells you something. There's your new perimeter. It was 80 when it was that big. So I don't know how big it is now, but it's a percentage of your perimeter that's black line. So like in theoretical, I mean, if we were just, let's talk reality here rather than what numbers say. We're back down to like 5% containment just because there's so much more perimeter. So whatever the paper is going to say in 10 minutes or whatever they're going to say about containment, reality and what's on paper are two different things. This is live. Everything that's red, this is live. The wind will pick up by 11 and reverse the direction and blow it right to Chester and right across the lake. And so I can't tell you how dangerous this is. And eventually the wind will shift, and I think we might see mineral and other places threatened. In Tehama County, all the evacuation, the official stuff is linked in the description of my chat. Emily Mason, welcome. With love from Nevada, praying for a miracle. Yeah, we do need one. How far is Feather River Summer Homes from Drakesbad? Feather River is quite down over here. Drakesbad is, let's use the measuring tool. I'm just going to imagine Feather River Summer Homes. Can you tell me where that is, actually? Feather River, though, is it's here. Excuse me, I'm not drawing anymore. And this Feather River Canyon, North Fork. So if it's in the Feather River, we can use the measuring tool. I'm just going to do this. Whatever. Measure. Align. as the crow flies. 31 miles ish. If I remember, if I'm pointing at Drake's Bad, which I think I am. So, but that's crow flies stuff. We could draw something else to try to measure the perimeter, but I think that is not the best use of our time. I want to take questions and answers, and they'll come up with they're coming up right now with statistics and numbers. But right now, I want to educate people on just how much danger they're in. Greenville was destroyed in 2 hours. It was fine one moment, and then it was this the next moment. Okay, I don't understand what happened. Sorry, I'm new to Twitter. So I don't know how to see what I've retweeted. This is the visibility. If they have to respond and drive around the lake, you know how long that takes. 45 minutes to an hour just to go from like Eleanor West to the East Shore area. But that's when you have the clear roads. This is visibility, and there's stuff falling on the roads and debris and logs. And so the response time is so limited right now, it could take you many hours to get around the lake. By the time then, they can't really relieve each other is what I'm trying to say. They have a crisis in one spot. They can only deal with what they have at the moment in that spot. So where on earth, I'm so sorry, I don't know what I'm doing, profile, where is the things that I've shared. This was Greenville before. They had 1,000 people in this vicinity. There's 6,000 people on the fire, and in 2 hours, this is Greenville, guys. With the heat from the buildings so hot that it warped and distorted the street poles, and they bent over in the heat. When the embers rain down on the buildings' roofs, they'll do so millions at a time, like you're in a blizzard and every snowflake can start a fire. They have been prepping Greenville for weeks for fire defense. This is what happened in 2 hours. You just can't respond to hundreds of roofs on fire at the same time. Now, I don't know exactly what happened there, but I do think that that's most likely the explanation, because this was a very defensible part of downtown with brick buildings that have survived fires before, but not a monster fire, and this one is a monster. So I've been retweeting stuff that has been absolutely heartbreaking. We don't have a Greenville anymore. There are outbuildings and a high school and a Dollar General that may or may not have been damaged on the inside. This is with thousands of professionals and lots of apparatus and weeks of preparation. Please don't try to defend your home. And go back to the beginning of the video, and I've given good advice about where to go. These are aftermath photos, but some of it was recorded live. You won't be able to defend your home with a garden hose with this stuff. It'll make its own weather. There are 300-foot tall flames. I'm showing you this so you get a reality check. You won't be able to withstand this. In fact, in any structure right now, almost any of them could burn down. To survive this, you basically have to be underground, or underneath a bridge, underneath a culvert, or soaking wet or up to your chin in water with a blanket on your head. I mean, this was before, and just hours later, everything changed. And so everything is not looking good for Chester. The poor bear that they rescued from the Tamarack fire got loose, and I hope to catch it again. But this is entitled Grim Dawn for a reason. If you try to leave Chester and drive through this is the kind of stuff you're going to face. I think it's too late, but do what the Plumas County Sheriff's Office was suggesting and go to the baseball diamond and get away from your home. Put everything in the car you can save and just get away from your home. How long have I been awake? Quite a long time. Since yesterday afternoon when I woke from a nap around 2. I've been streaming for 9.5 hours. So I'm throwing back the caffeine. Oh, whoopsie. I didn't want to delete that message. So sorry, spiral forces. I meant to unhide that. But you're right. You need a damn glory hole to hold back the flame. Yes, you would. That's a miner's term. A glory hole is a pit of water at the base of a waterfall. And you need a serious waterfall. There's no human capability of stopping this. Firefighters don't stop fires. They contain them when the weather is good, and they utilize the weather. They don't put out fires. The rains of November and the snows of November is going to put out the fire. They contain it, and then they go and rest, and then they get ready for the next fire, because California is being affected by so many, and so much of the West is. So this is extremely dangerous and difficult work. They're just going to contain it and then move on to the next crisis, because California is in for a series of crises. I just can't. They did everything to prepare Greenville. I'm so sorry, PLC, that you lost your home there and your property. And I'm so sad for all the affected. And I want to check evacuation maps and check the Plumas County Sheriff's Office. And then as soon as that morning briefing comes up, I believe that would probably be a live YouTube. That actually might be starting any moment now. So let me look for it. I don't think they're going to say anything positive either. And if they do, don't trust them anymore, because they've been too positive, frankly. Go with what myself and all the other concerned fire-educated people are saying. They have not been blunt enough in informing the public of the danger. They say the words, but they don't show you. They have never said we could lose towns. They should have. Because this is the world's worst terrain and some of the world's worst weather during one of the world's worst climate events. And one of the world's, well, the West's worst droughts. So, CAL FIRE 1, Incident Management Team 1 is the channel that goes live with this stuff. It is. Okay. It's not ready yet, but it'll go live soon, so we'll be waiting for it. I'm looking back at chat now. A reminder, I'm here to help and love and support. And, yeah, I do need some mods. A lot of them just went to bed. But I'm going to promote some people right now who have proven to be trustworthy. Yeah, yesterday was the first time I was ever invaded. And PLC, stop drinking. It's a little early for that. Emily, sorry. My family cabin's in Warner Valley near Drake's Bad Feather River. Summer Homes is where that is, with love from Nevada Cabins. Okay, hopefully it made it. I know that they sent crews out there. Looking back up. People, I will promote you if you prove yourself trustworthy. Barbara McCampton, I want to tell you how much I appreciate and thank you for your hard work. It's the least I can do. And I wish we'd met under better circumstances, everyone. But yes, Mike Smith, Greenville's gone. 90% devastation. And it was gone in 2 hours. And so we're waiting for their morning briefing to start. And for God's sake, if you know anybody that's has a mind to defend their home or stay in it no matter what happens, just remind them you don't want to die that way. People in the way of this fire will. Unless you're underground or up to your chin in water, or in a safe area like a parking lot that has something around it, you have a very little chance of survival. We may even see firefighter deaths. This is how bad it is. And I hope that we don't. There may have been fatalities yesterday that we were unaware of. We'll find out the aftermath of last night and yesterday as the day breaks, and then we're in for another hell starting, scheduled to arrive at 11 in the morning, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. They have 3 hours. The clock is ticking to do everything they can to defend Chester, the communities on the east side of Lake Eleanor, Westwood, and eventually they'll try to work to save Mineral Susanville. Okay, that's... Okay,
do me a favor, please silence all electronic videos. Keep all side conversations outside the briefing area so that everybody gets a good briefing. We'll get started with the incident situation update.
Good morning, Josh Campbell, Night Alps for Team 1. Yesterday was a hell of a firefight for those people out there. Yesterday, about 9 o'clock, it came across the road on them, and it is still going somewhere out that way. So we're going to have to come up with a plan to get that corralled back in today. But anyways, Division Alpha, they're pretty much done on that corridor, but we don't want to leave it alone. They've put a lot of good effort in there, so they continue to patrol around those houses and whatnot, and then backhaul anything that they need to get out of there. Bravo was good yesterday. Real cold line, but they're still taking a look at that. They don't need anything coming out of there. And then Charlie, the Snow Meadow area, is looking really good. That spot that they had in there, they got around that. They're still going to continue that today. Echo looking really good along with Foxtrot. Still got heat in there. They still had to work that yesterday, so that's something that the troops that go in there today are going to have to do as well. Division Ida and Juliet looking really good. Troops are in there trying to find areas that they can put extra line yesterday, because this thing is just crabbing sideways on them. They haven't got anything to lock that off. I mean, we do have some dozer line in there, but they need to put more, so we have a secondary line and possibly a third line as well. Division Lima yesterday was kind of liquidated. They had to pull the troops out of there and put them in the town of Chester to protect Chester when it came across 89 and 36 right there in the corner. So they were gainfully employed in there protecting the town of Chester, and they did an amazing job. Division Mike still working the 89 corridor, and then also down there at the bottom of Butts Lake, that spot that's been sitting there for a long time, it's continuing to heat up and it's giving them fits, so they were in there working that yesterday as well. Have a safe shift and report.
And moving on to the incident objectives, starting with the management objectives. Utilize the risk management process to identify and mitigate hazards to protect firefighters and the public. Emphasize strategies and tactics that have the highest probability of success and the least exposure to firefighters and the public. Develop strategies to protect life, property, communities, businesses, and infrastructure. Employ tactics that fulfill these strategies while being mindful of the necessity for contingencies and emergency plans. Ensure strategies account for incident priorities, applying resources to those with the highest consequences first. Follow COVID-19 CDC and establish local, state, and federal guidance to limit virus spread within the incident and surrounding communities near the fire area. Provide timely and continuous incident information to affected agency partners, cooperators, California Team 4, as well as the public, and maintain fiscal accountability, keeping costs commensurate with values at risk. Control objectives. Keep the fire north of the fire perimeter and Highway 162 and the junction of Highway 70. Keep the fire south of the Lassen Volcanic National Park. Keep the fire east of Highway 32. And keep the fire west of Genesee Road and Grizzly Ridge to Highway 70. Fire weather.
All right. Good morning, everybody. Ryan Walburn, National Weather Service. So, another absolutely critical day. Take the time to read the forecast. First and foremost, we're under the red flag conditions. For those of you who've been here, you can feel this morning, it's a little bit drier, a little bit breezier. That's why we kind of call it a dry cold front, right? So out on the fire right now, some of the key RAWS stations, Humbug, Colby, Carpenter Ridge, they're all about 6-7% on the humidity. So we're starting out obscenely dry. So we've got obviously the dry conditions. The key thing for today, the reason the red flag warning is out there is for the shifting wind direction. So I want to make sure everybody understands what's going on. So right now we have a southwest wind. It's adverse to the line, pushing it up that way. As we get to about 1 o'clock this afternoon, when the dry cold front goes through, the winds are going to switch to a westerly direction. It's going to change things, right? As you get into the evening, about 6-7 o'clock this evening, it'll go northwest. And then the key thing is when it gets dark, the winds are going to want to go northeast. Okay? So southwest, west, and then eventually northeast. So those switching wind directions are what's going to cause trouble today. That's the reason for the red flag warning. So make sure everybody understands that, and have a safe day. Thank you.
Fire behavior.
All right, good morning, John Cook. So obviously the fire has not been behaving at all. That thing, it made such a run last night up to the north. I mean, that went about 8 miles, churning about a half a mile an hour from the end of the kind of mid-afternoon yesterday all through the night. 30, 40 change is just kind of romping it. It rode that dry air that we've got It kind of went uphill elevation toward Lassen and just kept riding that stuff long and just kept on going, churning, kicking out, spotting in front of it, ground fire. I mean, it was a perfect combination. When you combine record dryness with critical weather, that's what you're going to get. So for today, you got low fuels. The ones are going to be at 2%, so critically dry on the fine fuels, very high winds. All the indices are above 97 percentile. Everything's lining up against us again today. If you didn't work yesterday, you're stepping right into it today, and it's going to be a critical day. The fire will run, the fire will spot, the fire will get out where you're working on it. Just be prepared for it and act accordingly. We talked about the shift in winds. I guess the biggest point is, you saw the red arrow right there. I guess I need an arrow, but every part of this fire is going to get pushed today. If you're down on this bottom side, you're like, gee, I'm glad I'm not up there where those guys are. Well, just wait your turn, because by the end of the day, it's going to be pushing your side. Okay. So everybody's engaged today. Everybody's involved. Our job is to make sure you all understand that. So in firefighting, if you understand our message, you say, copy that. So if you've heard what we've said, weather's telling you how bad it's going to be, fire behavior is telling you how bad it's going to be, and you're prepared to go out there and fight fire aggressively, having provided for firefighter safety first, can I get a copy that? Copy that. Thank you very much. Take care.
Need more coffee. Operational work assignments.
Good morning, Merrick Fields, operations for CAL FIRE IMT1. You just heard the IMET and our fire behavior. Today's going to be a very dynamic day. So one of the things that I really have to stress to everyone is accountability for all of your resources. That goes from your branches down to the divisions, to the strike team leaders, to the private vendors out there, the hired equipment, the support vehicle for those hired equipment. We need to know where everybody's at and have good accountability for all of them throughout the entire shift. Because as the winds change on us, and they're basically going to follow the clock around on us today, we need to know where everybody's at, and we need to make sure that all of that support vehicle, all those support vehicles are in a good, safe location, even if we have to move them a couple of times over the course of the day. So accountability is the key for everybody today. Yesterday, we had to flex and move some resources around. I fully anticipate that to happen again today. So as we do that, accountability throughout the entire shift. And as you hand off a resource to another division, or you get a resource from another division, make sure that they get a briefing on what you're doing in your piece of line, and that they're aware of the plan that you're trying to execute in there and follow through with it. So for our work assignments for today, Division Alpha still in that mop up and patrol status. There's the potential for the winds to come around later on tonight and some activity to increase down in there. That's why we're still keeping resources down in there. Bravo, Charlie, we're looking pretty good until we get into that Snow Meadows country. We've had some issues in there. Your last shift out there. So we need to make sure that Snow Meadow and all of that Coon Hollow, we get in there and do really good mop up in there and pay really good attention to any of those interior flare ups, because we still have great potential for that to come out today. As you move around into Foxtrot and Juliet, again, same thing, continued mop up in there. We are starting to look at the dozer line that we put up, a contingency line that we put up and over Colby Mountain and tied into 32. We need to get in there and make sure that that's opened up and improved all the way down to 32 in the event that we have to use it. Moving up into Juliet and Lima, that's where we started getting pushed a couple of days ago. We've gone in there and tried to go direct on it, but that's probably not going to work. We've worked on we pushed on that dozer line coming up out of along Carter Creek. We need to get in there and make sure that we're improving that and trying to tie that in on the top with the resources that we have in there. This piece that's going way out here to the north, the Lassen IA group is going to be out in there working on that and trying to come up with a plan up there on where we're going to cut it off on the upper end. In Chester, yesterday we had a pretty good firefight in Chester. We were able to push it and herd it around the town for the most part. But today, as the winds continue to change on us and shift over the course of the day, there's a very good possibility that finger that runs way out there north of Chester is going to hook around the top end of it. So we need to be paying real close attention. Yesterday we were on the west end of Chester. Today we're probably going to be on that northeast end of Chester. Then moving down into Almanor West and everything, the one finger that came out there just north of Almanor West, we've got some good direct line in there, but we need to push that all the way back in and tie it back into the main fire and get in there and mop that up and do a really good job on all of that. And then the same thing coming on down through the remainder of Mike. We need to make sure that we've got good line in there and they're supporting that. And one of the key things that I really want to stress today is, yes, we've changed the zone breaks probably from the last time you were out there between east and west. The zone break used to run out across here. Now it runs up along the east shore of Lake Almanor. But just because that's a zone break, It's still one fire. There's another team over there, but we're still one fire. And just because there's a zone break there, it's no different than us moving a piece of equipment from Division Alpha to Division Bravo. If they need assistance, we're going to push this equipment over there and help them. We did yesterday, and we will today if we need to. So with that, have a safe shift.
Branch and division roll call.
Good morning, BJ Corey, Resource Unit Leader with Team 1. This will be the branch and division roll call for the West Zone. So our branches and divisions, whether you're here at Westwood, when you hear your name, please stand, face the back so everybody can see and hear you. And we will get started with Branch 1. We'll be reporting directly to operations. Division Alpha, Sawyer. Butte Fire Suppression Repair, Derby. And McDaniel. Silver Dollar Staging, Riley. Branch 5, Andreas. Bravo Charlie, Mancebo. Division Echo, Clellan. And Coos, Trinity. Branch 7, Dunham. Division Foxtrot, Casson. I believe he is going to be meeting you guys out at the line this morning. Gulf India, Hunt. Branch 9, Monson. Division Juliet, Watner. And Winnan Trainee. Division Lima, Skrobecki. And Cox Trainee. Lassen IA, Jimenez. Lassen Contingency, Bots. Chester Group, Lohan. Westwood Group, Rodriguez. Correction, that's Westwood Staging. Branch 10, Stornetta. Division Mike Cisneros. And Hill Trainee. Lake Almanor Group, Aldana. Highway 89 Group, Ortiz. And Lassen Fire Suppression Repair, Hauser. And Denman. Thank you, everybody. Have a safe shift.
Air operations.
Good morning, everyone. Thomas Smith, Deputy Air Ops, Team 1. For today's lineup, fixed wing-wise, we've early upped air attack, ASM, and tankers will order them as needed over the fire. For your rotor wing, we have 13 Type 1s, 6 Type 2s, and 5 Type 3s to utilize over the fire as well. For the MRBs for both aerial and ground application, we still have Deer MRB and Chester air attack base for you guys to utilize. What I'd like to really emphasize is monitoring air-to-ground and air-to-ground command and clearing that line. Every minute that we have with that aircraft up there is critical based off the smoke that we've had and the turbulent air. So every minute that you guys can be efficient and effective out there is going to help us help you guys. Have a safe shift.
Communications.
Good morning, Michael Casey, Community Leader, Trainee. Today there's no new clone. However, if you're new to the incident, please stop by communications to get the most recent clone. I want to remind everybody to check your 204s for your assigned command and tax for your branches and divisions. Another reminder, no unauthorized frequencies on the incident. And if you have any questions or concerns, stop by communications. Have a great shift.
Medical.
Good morning, Race Wickless, Medical Unit Leader. Today your 206 is found on page 39. Any in-camp medical needs or supplies, we still have CalMat here, and up at Westwood Camp we have MERT. In box 4 we have our ambulance locations. You'll notice REMS has been taken off there. We're waiting on trying to fill those orders. Our one that we had is going through demob, so what I asked from the divisions is to identify crews within your division that are rope rescue capable, have the appropriate training and equipment for that in case something should arise. And also a reminder that if somebody from your crew does go to the hospital, we would ask that a representative from that crew goes with that person as well. Thank you. Have a safe shift.
Safety.
Good morning, Dennis Lang, Safety Team 1. The biggest thing we need to worry about today is accountability. So that's a big word's been pushed already this morning. So ensure that all of our folks have accountability and have that mindset from your divisions all the way down to those folks there, especially with the predicted stuff for out on the line. Ensure that everybody has their medical response cards, and due to the length and time and location, that they know what to do and they have an alternate plan according with your cart. And then lastly, keep engaged with what's going on out there, and also with having everybody with a head on a swivel and ensure that you have appropriate lookouts. Thank you.
Information.
Good morning, Nathan Frankhauser, PIO trainee for the Dixie incident. The fire grew about 50,000 acres yesterday. Now measures 322,502 acres. That places this fire as the 6th largest in California history, just behind the LNU Lightning Complex for last year. We had 35% containment, 4,785 personnel assigned to this incident. Your mail and packages are received in the front trailer for the PIO. That's the one by the entrance. And also, if you're asking for a friend for a lost item, you can find that there too.
Law liaison.
Morning, everybody. Todd Crawford, Law Enforcement Liaison, Cal Fire Incident Management Team 1. Evacuation orders still remain in effect for Butte County, Tehama County, Lassen, and Plumas. Today, it's a lot of erratic weather. We really need to be careful out there. We're planning ahead with evacuations and leaning forward, making everybody safe as much as possible. We want to make sure that everyone's aware of our road closures. 70 still remains closed, 32 up to 36 and down to 89 still remain closed. We have additional evac orders going all the way up into Lassen to Highway 44. 44 remains open at this time. Also, a lot of people out there, residents, law enforcement, fire, the vendors, everyone helping out with this fire. Make sure you guys keep your speeds down. Be careful. Accountability for all, okay? Even the law enforcement. Find your fire buddy and make sure all your troops are safe. All right, thank you.
Agency administrator.
Good morning, Deb Bumpus. I'm the forest supervisor on the Lassen National Forest and one of the agency administrators. And I just want to start off with acknowledging that we are sharing the responsibility and objectives for this incident, and appreciation for what you all are doing on our property. And I want to just kind of pinpoint the human piece of this. We lost a lot of homes last night in Greenville, and I'm getting a lot of calls this morning. If you do get stopped, let folks know that there are places that they can go. The other side of our forest is open. Our campgrounds, we're opening up free for anybody that's getting evacuated. So if you know folks that need some help, make sure that you can lead them to the right direction. The other thing that I wanted to say is, I wear a different uniform than you all, but we share in the same objectives. There's not an us and them in this, and I haven't seen it at any point since I've been here, and I sure appreciate that. We are hopefully going to see an end to this and be optimistic about what we have ahead of us, but it is going to be a tough day. I do want you all to be careful every day that you're out there. This is the same story that I tell the folks that I work with. The message today and from the beginning has been safety and paying attention to what's around you. We've had the message to the folks of Greenville and others within this fire perimeter about their situational awareness as well. And a lot of the folks in the community don't hear that. And so we want to stress that to them as well. So if you have the opportunity to help them with that, make sure that they know what they're looking at and help them calm down. We appreciate that. So thank you very much. Have a safe day.
Thank you. Final comments from our Unified Incident Commander.
Thanks, Deb. Good morning, George Huang, Deputy Incident Commander for Cal Fire Incident Management Team 1, Unified Command with California Team 4 in the Forest Service. Day 23, the fire, 50,000 acres, 50-mile run within the 24-hour period. So this is a time that I can't stress enough. The stories that you will hear and the stories that I've heard from what happened within the last 24 hours operational period are heroic. And we're proud of every single person here, every firefighter, hired equipment, law enforcement, every single individual here is playing a part in this fire. We have firefighters out there that have been engaged for 24 hours. We have firefighters that have been pulled out of hotel rooms. We are doing everything we can, and it's critical that you guys get out there, relieve our brothers and sisters so we can make sure that they get the adequate rest, because today is going to be another firefight. There is no doubt with the red flag warnings that everything we were saying, We are tired, but at the same time, we are committed to the communities that we are here to save and to work with. We have a lot of tragedies, but at the same time, we have a lot of good activities that you guys have done out there. So I ask you continue it. The PIO message that Deb just said, critical. If there are people out there that do not know where to go, have that phone number in your IEP, pass that on so we know what information to get them. That is absolutely critical. Lastly, August 5th, 1949, today is Man Gulch Fire. We had a lot of firefighters that lost their lives today. My number one priority, Team 1's priority, Forest Service, California Team 4, number one priority, be safe, get back to this next operational period, and so we can make sure you get back to your families. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Okay, for those resources that are showing up today, you're not on the IEP, please check in with the unassigned resources back where you picked up your IEPs. If you're not on the DMOB list or in the IEP, please make sure you check in. We need to make sure we get accountability for all of you. Breakouts to my left, your right, starting with Division Alpha, Butte Fire Suppression Repair, staging in the back inside of the gates. Please don't move until I'm done. That way everybody knows where they're going. On the inside of the gate, Bravo Charlie, against the wall in the back, Division Echo, Division Foxtrot, and Golf in India. Have a safe shift. Turn on your phones and your radios.
Okay. So I must admit that I was in the kitchen and didn't see them gesturing and stuff. And I wanted to learn more about what they're talking about in the center here. So, you know what? I'm just going to roll back. And I love this guy's little his little aid here showing about that. And so I want to I think their forecast is more accurate because they've done computer modeling based on what the fire behavior is, not just like general weather forecast. So when we went to windy.com and I said 11 a.m. is when the embers will probably drift over to Chester. And they have, just under 3 hours now to prepare Chester for an assault. If he's talking about the wind shifts at different times, they're more accurate by far than like the general weather forecasters. Also, we can't trust it though, because these fires are making their own weather. And we saw that when it flared up the other day, it seemed to pull in wind from all over the place because it creates a bit of a vacuum when a huge amount of heat pushes air up into the sky. It's got to come from somewhere. So that definitely has the power to change winds. And it's part of what they were alluding to, that it's critically dangerous today because the winds will be erratic. So I'm going to go back here and look at what he was pointing at. Okay, why is that paused? Okay, it's because the live video ended, and so it's switching over in YouTube right now to being a non-live video, so we might not be able to like rewind it for a second. PLC, I feel like you've been drinking. There's no sound because it's paused. It stopped playing because this was a live video. So what YouTube does is flip it to being a video that's not live once it's concluded. It's in that process, so it paused. So I'm looking back at chat here. PLC, I'm just joking with you, PLC, but you said some pretty deranged stuff. So, you guys can hear me, right? You can hear me now, right? I see the bouncing little thingy here. I paused the video. It's good. Thank you for the feedback. Thank you so much for the support. I'm going to pull an all-day, all-nighter. I've been awake since about 3 in the afternoon yesterday. Even though I went live, it was because I had technical difficulties. I went live around 9 p.m. last night, and I've been at this ever since. So, yeah, we'll get some live updates. We'll show some live stuff. So this is the current fire. This is the Dyer Mountain cam. And it's showing some really reduced activity from the crazy crap we were seeing last night. We saw 300-foot tall flames. Okay, so as soon as that video flips and we're able to go back, I want to carefully listen once again to what he said about the weather, because the weather is going to decide whether or not Chester survives, honestly. Of course, the boots on the ground, the valiant attempt to defend it today will matter quite a bit. But the brass tacks is this. The straight dope is that A lot of the weather people are admitting, look at that craziness. And the wind hasn't even picked up yet today. That's high altitude. That is burning and fierce, and so the embers are going to go long range. And when they fall down, it can be like the snowflakes of a blizzard, with every single snowflake causing a fire. So wind determines whether or not Chester survives for the most part, and whether or not the embers drift that direction. So it's the wind direction and its ferocity of the fire determines how much ember cast will happen, and then the speed of the winds and elevation. That determines how far embers can be thrown. But there's a big unknown factor about how far embers can travel with these pyrocumulus clouds, because way at the very top of them, they're throwing stuff that's on fire high into the sky up that column, and it's dropping from an even greater altitude. Have I tried OBS Studio? That's what I'm using. So looking back, you have to get my attention with it's open question and answer time. I'm going to rewind the tape, and I'm going to carefully listen and try to absorb while I'm looking at it. I got to go back to the kitchen, get my coffee. But that weather forecast is kind of like the way that we can kind of understand what might happen today. But we might lose Chester. That is the long and short of it. And so it'll be mostly luck. Whether or not it survives, because what the weather people have been saying, and what many experts have started to reluctantly say, is it's reached a size and a proportion right now that it may not be humanly possible with all available resources right now to really stop it, unless the weather completely cooperates and gives us ideal conditions. And what do we have? Like, what do you call that? Obscene humidity levels, 8 to 9% today. Unreal. And that's nightmarish. So our humidity levels are nightmarish. Our forecast is one step away from nightmare. It's already jumped all the containment lines that they made, which is a nightmarish scenario. The terrain has always been nightmare. And the only thing that could possibly be worse is like if it was Santa Ana wind season with 75 and 80, 90 mile an hour wind gusts. Thank God it's not winter. When I say hold on to your butts and you ain't seen nothing yet, I'm saying that because this is relatively mild wind conditions, and this is not even the action of a wind-driven fire. It's got the devastation of one without even the winds being necessary, just because of how dry everything is and how immense the fuel load is. This place hasn't been logged in so long, and or thinned or anything, that there's all kinds of stuff on the ground to burn. And we've just been watching videos. My last 8-hour stream, we were watching this. So there's a lot of fuel here. And nothing will actually stop the fire until the rains in November or the snows. So what they're going to do is try to contain it and rest, and then what they'll do later is go to the next crisis. California will continue to have crises because August is lightning storm month. Last year we had, part of the crisis of last year was 8,000 lightning strikes in the month of August, starting many hundreds of fires at once. It's a race against time, an absolute race against time. So PLC put down the crack lines. Okay, hey, Chimp 6, welcome back. Prayers for Megalia. I don't think Megalia has too much to worry about. But God, anything goes anymore. So, PLC is now a mod. No, don't give him that power, guys. Don't put an AK-47 in the hands of a primate. You know, that was the big lesson from Planet of the Apes. We gotta learn that. Kidding. PLC is bereaved and had suffered great loss, so we can sympathize. Trying to find dark humor is a natural response. PLC lost everything in Greenville last night. So yes, we can hear you fine. 5x5, awesome. Coming in 5x5, thank you. I'm gonna burn the cabbage on the flip flop here like a truck driver and throw back the caffeine. So hit the live button, by the way, if you've rewound my video. Some things I've said quite a while ago, so remind yourself that every once in a while you have to click the live button to catch up. If you want to ask questions right now about the situation, I can give you a rundown of what happened last night. We have more videos to watch. Most of it's devastating. We have cameras to check. We just had the morning operational briefing. I want to go back and rewind some of the parts I kind of missed by being in the kitchen. But how far is the fire from Chester? It ringed it completely last night. I don't know if there's a way out of Chester. That's what I opened the show with, so to speak. It's Chester is surrounded. So I do believe they got the intersections. We can check the traffic cam. Let's see. Current traffic cam. Oh God, it's unavailable. Okay. All right, never mind. But yesterday we didn't see fires like reach the traffic cam, but we did see fire on the ground near it, and the location of the traffic cam is, excuse me, let me refer back to the map, is the intersection of the main highways out of Chester, like right around here. So what you're looking at too, I will explain GOES satellite for the uninitiated. Down here, the GOES satellite, it's really up to date. They seem to be hovering it around this area as best they can. All night we've had really good accurate data right here. Everything red is somewhere within the square, is at least something about half an acre to an acre in size at the very least. And 10 minutes ago, there was a heat detection large enough to be visible from space. Orange is less than an hour. Yellow, 1 to 6 hours old. 6 is gray is 6 to 12 hours. And so we have a tiny spot of good news. Is it all was quiet last night at Placer County deal. Wow, there's Truckee, and I'm just scanning area here. And wow, okay. So look here, it's gone all gray with that horrible Riverside fire. We're going to put eyes on that with the camera too. But that's really awesome that we don't have new heat detections, and it was real quiet. They had some issues trying to reach areas with power lines down. They had to wait. Some vehicle broke down too, but there was nothing desperate. There was nothing like, oh no. And if they get that contained by noon today, then I think we can put that one to bed. I'm really hoping for that. Fingers crossed. Yeah, rip traffic cam, whatever happened. What the WTF over says we can save Chester if the winds stay down low, and if they come up, we will have no chance. You're very right about that. If the wind blows that way, it's get out of the way. So if you know anybody in Chester that cannot defend their home, please tell them to watch the beginning of the video. I gave specific advice on what to do. If you're on the other side of Almanor and stuff, get out. Westwood isn't even safe, really. I would make my way to Susanville, and I wouldn't make myself too comfortable at Susanville because the wind generally blows that way. And if embers are here at the top of this ridge and make a hop, which it might do, we'll have to see. We could see embers hopping its way over, making its way towards Susanville. So what I need to do is go back and we need to look at what he was saying about the weather. That was the situation update. They're not mentioning Greenville because remember, this is the west side. West side. You know, the east side doesn't have a morning briefing that I know about. Please link me if I'm wrong. But they don't comment on what happens at the other one, usually very often. And this is not for the public. This is them briefing each other. So I want to go back to the weather guy because, like I said, I didn't see this. So let's see if we can get it to play now.
Absolutely critical day. Take the time to read the forecast. First and foremost, we're under the red flag conditions. For those of you who've been here, you can feel this morning it's a little bit drier, a little bit breezier. That's why we kind of call it a dry cold front, right? So out on the fire right now, some of the key RAWS stations, Humbug, Colby, Carpenter Ridge, they're all about 6-7% on the humidity. So we're starting out obscenely dry. So we've got obviously the dry conditions. The key thing for today, the reason the red flag warning is out there is for the shifting wind direction. So I want to make sure everybody understands what's going on. So right now we have a southwest wind. It's adverse to the line, pushing it up that way. As we get to about 1 o'clock this afternoon, when the dry cold front goes through, the winds are going to switch to a westerly direction. It's going to change things, right? As you get into the evening.
I think he's talking about 11 in the morning, which might be lining up with what Wendy was saying. I wish he was saying times.
Evening, about 6-7 o'clock this evening, it'll go northwest.
I'm going back.
Cold front goes through, the winds are, as we get to about 1 o'clock this afternoon, when the
1 o'clock is what he's saying. Okay.
Dry cold front goes through, the winds are going to switch to a westerly direction. It's going to change things, right?
I think it might actually happen 11 because that's what the general forecast is calling for. But okay, we'll watch.
As you get into the evening, about 6-7 o'clock this evening, it'll go northwest. And then the key thing is when it gets dark, the winds are going to want to go northeast. Okay? So southwest, west, and then eventually northeast. So those switching wind directions are what's going to cause trouble today. That's the reason for the red flag warning. So make sure everybody understands that, and have a safe day. Thank you.
Fire behavior.
All right, good morning, John Cook. So obviously the fire has not been behaving at all. That thing, it made such a run last night up to the north. I mean, that went about 8 miles, churning about a half a mile an hour from the end of the kind of mid-afternoon yesterday all through the night. 30, 40 change is just kind of romping. It rode that dry air that we've got, and it kind of went uphill elevation toward Lassen, and it just kept riding that stuff long and just kept on going, churning, kicking out, spotting in front of it, ground fire. I mean, it was a perfect combination. When you combine record dryness with critical weather, that's what you're going to get. So for today, you got low fuels. The ones are going to be at 2%, so critically dry on the fine fuels, very high winds. All the indices are above 97 percentile. Everything's lining up against us again today. If you didn't work yesterday, you're stepping right into it today, and it's going to be a critical day. The fire will run, the fire will spot, the fire will get out where you're working on it. Just be prepared for it and act accordingly. We talked about the shift in winds. I guess the biggest point is, you saw the red arrow right there. I guess I need an arrow, but every part of this fire is going to get pushed today. If you're down on this bottom side, you're like, gee, I'm glad I'm not up there where those guys are. Well, just wait your turn, because by the end of the day, it's going to be pushing your side. Okay. So everybody's engaged today. Everybody's involved. Our job is to make sure you all understand that. So in firefighting, if you understand our message, you say, copy that. So
I love this guy and the way he was cheering people up. They have to be terribly demoralized. I mean, that is bad enough for us watching it happen. Imagine doing all that work and watching everything for nothing. They've been working for weeks making the defensive line to protect Chester for nothing. Same thing with Greenville, for nothing. And they've been risking their lives to do it. So that's really good leadership here. I like this new crew. And I like the whole let's work together thing with the Forest Service and everything. And so what I'm worried for, though, is I'm now starting to worry about places like Sterling City, because if he's talking about the wind going to the southwest tonight, Mineral wouldn't be as much in danger tonight, if that's correct, but that would be aiming itself over towards Sterling City. I'll have to check the map for a second.
If you've heard what we've said, weather's telling you how bad it's going to be, fire behavior is telling you how bad it's going to be, and you're prepared to go out there and fight fire aggressively, having provided for firefighter safety first, can I get a copy?
It paused again. Dang it, YouTube.
Operation.
And you're prepared to go out there and fight fire aggressively, having provided for firefighter safety first. Can I get a copy of that? Copy that. Thank you very much. Take care.
Need more coffee.
Yeah.
Operational work assignments.
Good morning, Merrick Fields, operations for CAL FIRE IMT1. You just heard the IMET and our fire behavior. Today's going to be a very dynamic day. So one of the things that I really have to stress to everyone is accountability for all of your resources. That goes from...
Yeah, this is Lynn's kind of raised the hair on the back of my neck. They're saying keep in touch with each other, because if you lose touch with somebody, they could be being overrun by fire. And they were talking about this being the anniversary of a major mass fatality event of firefighters. Does anybody remember what that was? And we should probably look that up. That's grim. That's even more demoralizing. It's like, wow. So I think that's about it. When he was gesturing about where they were going to go, I'll get off this and we'll go back to monitoring the fire live. Everybody, please be kind to each other. We're all stressed as hell, and we gotta keep this supportive. We gotta forgive each other's little outbursts sometimes, because this has been one hell of a repeat PTSD event for everybody in the community. So a lot of people are dealing with a lot of loss. And I've been getting personal messages where people can't make contact with their loved ones. And so we got to keep it super positive. No bickering, politics, blaming stuff. We can talk about what went wrong. We could be critical of Forest Service and this and that without dividing left, right, red, blue lines and stuff. And so go ahead and tear Newsom apart, though. He needs it. Just no F-bombs, please. He was caught... pretty much overinflating the budget. He keeps saying, I increased the fire budget, yay me. And NPR and others, kind of with no agenda. NPR is pretty liberal. Said no, actually, he slashed firefighting budgets by 150 million approximately, and you can look that up on Google. When I read that, I was like, wow. So go ahead. He deserved a lot of flack for protecting PG&E, which started these fires. They all took responsibility for it. And when the Dixie fire was almost wrapped up, when they were really getting a handle on it, that's when PG&E had another power line fire at the Fly Fire start. And that really is what spread them thin, put them on the back foot, put them on the defense, and that's pretty much why we lost Greenville and how they barely saved Taylorsville and Crescent Mills. So, yeah, go ahead and as long as factually put the blame where it lies, but we should actually focus on getting the word out of survival and giving people updates, So, yeah, they are the main problem. We can't afford the power company to. They've started more than 1,500 of these fires, and most of the deadly ones, they killed my friend, and so that's part of the stream here. So go ahead. That's not political. That's just factual that you criticize them. But please, no F-bombs. Keep it family-friendly as much as possible, and I'll try not to draw genitalia anymore on accident. Or flash drugs like I did the other day on accident when I looked at blackberry vine fires, and apparently that's a strain of weed. So, dark humor a little bit is how we deal with this. So going back, you say at Catherine Davidson to get my attention, and I will analyze any fire or answer any question that you have that's fire related, survival related. If you are wondering where to shelter in place, drop me at the cross streets or someplace, and I'll try to tell you what looks good. Tell anybody who's around Chester to watch the first parts of my video, because I tell people how to survive in Chester. That's what the sheriff's office wants you to know. So we need to focus more on that today, and then we'll sharpen our pitchforks later for the people responsible. So let me quickly watch this again. I'm sorry I missed it. Then I'm going to go get my coffee, and we're going to go back to watching everything live and updating everything. So let's look.
Over the course of the day. So accountability is the key for everybody today. Yesterday, we had to flex and move some resources around. I fully anticipate that to happen again today. So as we do that, accountability throughout the entire shift. And as you hand off a resource to another division, or you get a resource from another division, make sure that they get a briefing on what you're doing in your piece of line, and that they're aware of the plan that you're trying to execute in there and follow through with it. So for our work assignments for today, Division Alpha still in that mop-up and patrol status. There's the potential.
Reading between the lines, what he just said is you got to keep in sterling silver communications with each other, or you can end up dead. Reading between the lines. That's why they have to keep track of each other, watch each other's backs. And you can't assume, oh, that person has my back. You have to say, do you? Do you? And because if somebody doesn't have your back, you can get overrun.
For the winds to come around later on tonight and some activity to increase down in there, that's why we're still keeping resources down in there. Bravo, Charlie, we're looking pretty good until we get into that Snow Meadows country. We've had some issues in there. Your last shift out there. So we need to make sure that Snow Meadow and all of that Coon Hollow, we get in there and do really good mop up in there and pay really good attention to any of those interior flare-ups, because we still have great potential for that to come out today. As you move around into Foxtrot and Juliet, again, same thing, continued mop up in there. We are starting to look at the dozer line that we put up, a contingency line that we put up and over Colby Mountain and tied into 32. We need to get in there and make sure that that's opened up and improved all the way down to 32 in the event that we have to use it. Moving up into Juliet and Lima, that's where we started getting pushed a couple of days ago. We've gone in there and tried to go direct on it, but that's probably not going to work. We've worked on we pushed on that dozer line coming up out of along Carter Creek. We need to get in there and make sure that we're improving that and trying to tie that in on the top with the resources that we have in there. The IA group is going to be out in there working on that and trying to come up with a plan up there on where we're going to cut it off on the upper end. In Chester, yesterday we had a pretty good firefight in Chester. We were able to push it and herd it around the town for the most part. But today, as the winds continue to change on us and shift over the course of the day, there's a very good possibility that finger that runs way out there north of Chester is going to hook around the top end of it. So we need to.
Okay, so talking about the fire curling around. And it's almost like if this was a war, coming around and attacking from behind. So
be paying real close attention. Yesterday we were on the west end of Chester. Today we're probably going to be on that northeast end of Chester. Then moving down into Almanor West and everything, the one finger that came out there just north of Almanor West, we've got some good direct line in there, but we need to push that all the way back in and tie it back into the main fire and get in there and mop that up and do a really good job on all of that.
I'm very happy that they're talking about mop up for what invaded Almanor West. But once again, if the embers are elevation, it can go over there and spark new things. So please don't get complacent.
It's in the same thing coming on down through the remainder of Mike. We need to make sure that we've got good line in there, and they're supporting that. And one of the key things that I really want to stress today is, yes, we've changed the zone breaks probably from the last time you were out there between east and west. The zone break used to run out across here. Now it runs up along the east shore of Lake Almanor. But just because that's a zone break, it's still one fire. There's another team over there, but we're still one fire. And just because there's a zone break there, it's no different than us moving a piece of equipment from Division Alpha to Division Bravo. If they need assistance, we're going to push this equipment over there and help them. We did yesterday, and we will today if we need to. So with that, have a safe shift.
Okay, so a reminder, what they used to have was 3 different command posts, basically, and one of them was up here by Westwood. And this fire exceeded all expectations and surprised them as much as anybody else. They were dismantling that Westwood thing like we don't need it anymore. Things on the east zone were looking really, really tied up, and they were just going to finish up their line work. They're like, oh, we'll finish up Bucks Lake, we'll finish up Indian Valley, we'll finish up Round Valley, we'll finish up Canyon Dam, and then all hell broke loose, and they erased a town. They didn't, but the fire erased a town. They suffered that loss. So the fact that they allowed people back in right before they told people to get right back out, and we're shutting down that other command post, just goes to show how much it took them by surprise. And this is what I want to reiterate, guys, is whatever they're talking about now, you cannot get complacent, because this was one hell of a mega fire, and everything is about to get worse with the weather. There's no good news about the weather. And now I'm a little bit concerned for things like even Sterling City. Because when he was talking about the weather going down the hill, what a horrible deja vu kind of a situation. So I need to go get the coffee over there. The rattlesnake fire in 53, God, yeah. This is going back up there. Yeah. You really need to... you're not a IT guy. Maybe make a Facebook group. Yeah, you really could do that. That would be really helpful, and I would definitely promote it, because there's a lot of people who, even all over the northern part of the state, can't make contact with loved ones and such. What I tell people is contact the local sheriff's office and have a welfare check done. Well, around the Dixie fire, that may be exceedingly a tall order because they really got their hands full. But people were asking about the people in Shasta and those areas yesterday, and so that's the first place they should check. But if anybody can't find their loved ones, and especially if this gets worse, that might be a really good resource. So guys, like and subscribe to keep the channel quote trending, and I can reach more people. Go ahead and do @Catherine Davidson, and then ask me any questions you want. I want to cover the other fires. A lot of people are super concerned about what's going on in Placer County as well. And since this is not moving too much right now, he's saying 1 o'clock, but Wendy was saying 11 o'clock is when the winds might blow this stuff towards Chester. We have a little bit of time to look away from the Dixie fire at the moment after we check the cams. But my coffee's over there getting cold, so I want to leave a cam on and, whoops, we're in Napa. And do a time lapse, go grab it, and then come right back. So Butte Lake is looking really, really hazy, but the fire is just beyond it over there in 2 spots by the lake. Dyer Mountain also looks really hazy and bad. Indian Ridge would probably be our best time lapse. I'm just going to put a full 12 hours on that. We should probably do elsewhere as well. Now I'm going to go get the coffee. So can I overlay roads on the map? Yeah, we can switch views. We can do all kinds of stuff. King Elvis. And once again, if you're addressing me, you got to flag me because chat starts going by so fast I can't handle it. How far away are Somerset and Fairplay? Is Somerset and Fairplay from here? It sounds like probably from where? The Dixie fire or whatnot. So you have to spell my name correctly too to flag me. But I will. I have to make the coffee. This is hour 10 or whatever of my stream. I've been awake since 2 yesterday, 2 p.m. So going for the coffee. There's the time lapse for you guys to look at, and race over here. In fact, I can still talk. I just can't see the screen right now. So I got this nifty headset, and you know what? I may have to charge it. Totally forgot about that. It's got like a 14-hour charge or something like that. But at least it quick charges. Where's the coffee? If you want to fund my coffee and donut fund, I have a PayPal link there. I did try to monetize the channel, not because I'm making money off of this, but to get that super chat button, which allows me to accept donations. I'm not putting ads on this thing. That's completely abhorrent as an idea to me, inappropriate. But I am taking donations because, first, think of the victims, but second, I can help by making documentary films about this sort of thing, going and filming the aftermath. And now that we've seen Greenville erased, I think I need to document Plumas County and the rest of its history before it's gone. So that's going to take money quite a bit. Gas is insanely expensive. So is the camera. I need to film wildfires. And then maybe in the future I can be filming on location and go live and just tell you guys what's happening because I'm there. So I could take this thing out of the living room and be on location. So that would be the goal. And but, well, you know, camera gear is expensive. So I figure as long as I'm actually doing this to spread awareness and make fire safety videos also and test fire gear, because I think there's a lot of exciting fire gear that people can buy. You know, they can get fire blankets and you know, some of their own apparatus and new technology. I think we should put that to the test, and that might be extremely fun to see if stuff burns and get the local fire department involved to see if these products actually work. It's ice cold. I think all the sugar just went to the bottom and dang it. Alright, it's going in the microwave. Rip coffee. Microwave coffee. Here we go. Sorry guys. I'm talking still because it's dead air is not a good thing. I want you guys to know that I'm still here. So I'm coming back and I want to put the live infrared view. Later, I fully expect that when we go back and we watch this, we're going to see a full pyrocumulonimbus cloud. That's yesterday going into nighttime. And the embers can go really high vertically. Now, what we're looking at, remember that Greenville is an elevation of like 3,000-ish feet, and above 6,000. That's climbing into those hills above it is another 3,000 feet. So Chester is not right up next to the mountain. It would take fiercer winds to blow the embers over to it, but we do know that fire is definitely capable of throwing them that far, and especially if there is a pyrocumulonimbus cloud, because there are some peaks high enough by Chester to really threaten it today. So RGJ 58 says I bought a bulldozer for fire safety. Bulldozer, cool. You need a masticator, son? Next time you check in, I want to see a masticator on that thing. So that's the joke from last year. Masticators are the bee's knees. They basically turn flammable things like logs into mulch and bark dust and make it so the fire can't run around and burn so many things. It turns it in the soil faster and kind of helps nature. So that's current right now. That is entered with currency. The coffee seems to have finished in the microwave. I'll retrieve that in a second, but I want to set up, you know, this is Bald Mountain Butte, and if it starts going downhill, there's another PTSD flashback for what happened with the bear fire. If you haven't seen the videos I display a lot, you have to Google, on YouTube. Not right now, you know, stay with us. But you definitely have to see the incredible what happened with the bear fire, and it became the North Complex. It's called the Historic Run of the North Complex Fire, and it's a montage of all of these, how that fire became one hell of a monster that ripped through, erased 2 towns last year, as we helplessly watched on the stream. And it took lives. There were 25 missing people with, I think, a dozen bodies found eventually. And so it just goes to show that fire education is extremely important. And so if you have questions about what to do, how to survive, I've gone over that time and time again, but I will be happy to do it today because, frankly, all the conditions are ripe to cause death. I would not at all be surprised if we get the word about fatalities happening possibly yesterday or some happening today. We see the fire going uphill. You know, it's going uphill this way. This is quite far away, this camera. And this is dawn. And wow, almost beautiful. But I expect those clouds to go a bit higher vertical. Wow, almost right on cue there. And we'll have to keep tabs on the camera. This is current. I'm going to go by and get my coffee. And this is currently the FLIR. It'll switch around because it's looking for hot spots. You would not believe the 300-foot tall flames that we were seeing. You know, just the kind of thing that erased Greenville. So we've seen lots of spot fires and lots of spreading. It's above Chester, to the northwest of it, and to the north of it. And with the winds, it'll come and curl around Chester and attack it from behind, probably. We have a great possibility that the peninsula will be affected because it just might come around from the north rather than over the lake. But there is the possibility. Ow, jeez, that's hot. There is the possibility that the fire will come both ways. And embers will go over the peninsula, over the lake, or that the fire just might reach it from the north. It can go from the north and south at the same time. So we have absolutely nightmarish conditions. You won't hear them using words like that would demoralize their crew. But they're reading between the lines. They're basically saying, stay sharp, stay alive. Keep in communications and support each other if S hits the fan today. It's a high possibility of that. And just like I keep repeating, a lot of people are kind of murmuring, experts in weather and such, saying it may not be humanly possible to actually contain this fire until the weather is much improved. That is one of the scary scenarios. With a mega fire, when it's flaring up, you just get out of the way. We've seen time and time again that you can't, not even the crews can stop it. When they see the mega fires coming their way, they get the hell out of the way. And that's the best advice. Is Belden gone? No, King Elvis. They saved the major portions of the town heroically, but a lot of the cabins and outbuildings burned down. No, most of Belden's still around. Rich Bar is gone. Anthony, yeah, you must be confusing Rich Bar, and very sadly, they had just decided, for tourism's sake, and some kind-hearted people just bought the 1850 house. They were going to restore it, and they just lost it. So thank you, pg&e. Thanks for erasing another town and another ghost town. So I'm going to go back to Placer in a second. We're going to go and get eyes on the Placer fire. And look, we're going to refresh and see if there's new evacuation orders. You can look in the links in the chat. Yeah, thank you very much, Joe, for the well wishes. I hate to be talking a million miles an hour, but I'm trying to cover so many things. Very sorry. But I want to tell people what's coming up, and I am trying to make an agenda. But Rich Bar is gone. So I had an article up here, San Francisco Chronicle right here. It's got a good graphic too, not just about Rich Bar. So the Dixie fire starts down in the canyon, and as you can see, Pacific Gas and Electric has already burned up much of the county, Butte County, the west portion, and it's like they wanted. Let's try the east portion. Both fires started within a rock throw of each other. Literally a rock throw distance of each other. So this was not even showing the enormity of the Paradise fire. And the Bear fire happened here. It was a small lightning strike fire by Bucks Lake. It was 68% contained, so the people down here in Brush and Berry Creek they went to sleep on the fire, and they never got notice in time. They just woke up with their community on fire and the vehicles on fire in the yard and their roof on fire. So that's why I say have a shelter-in-place plan near your house in case the worst happens where you don't actually have an opportunity to escape by car. So in the beginning of my video, that's culverts. That's wherever a road goes over a creek or a river or a pond or anything like that. Get out of your car and get underneath into safety. Most people die in their cars fleeing, and Basically, what happened was even when it was making its historic fast run down the mountain, people were leaving in their cars, but embers were cast down here in front of them and trapped them. And they couldn't retreat back to the places where there were ponds and shelters and, culverts and bridges. They were caught in the open without a way to escape. So instead of driving further away when you can't verify that the fire's not ahead of you, it's best to memorize on the road where these places are, stop, and just get under there and ride it out, rather than try to drive and outrun a fire. You can't do it. So the bear fire that was initially started by lightning just got huge, and nobody expected it to go this far. I mean, it just went uphill too after it went downhill, and almost erased Orville, and it devastated Lake Orville and all those communities. Had multiple family members evacuated. We cannot underestimate. These two mega fires started in the same damn spot. Now, they had the winds of the Santa Ana winds driving them, but you never know when a wind event that's not Santa Ana, like the thing that happened at Labor Day last year, will do the same dang thing. So I am very concerned about this stuff. Here's Paradise, Magalia, and somewhere up here is like Sterling City, Lovelock, etc. They're talking about the wind going like that today, and that might be something that really concerns me. So this is the article. Dixie fire leaves rich bar, gold rush era town in ashes. It's very close to Belden, so I don't blame people getting confused about it. But boy, is a lot of history just missing. It's never going to look the same. The old 1850 house, that here's yeah. So that's the sad thing. Okay, so now PLC's staying up all day. I am too, and we'll just see what the day brings, but it's going to be grim. I don't think we're going to have a whole lot of good news today. So, questions and answer time. Put your questions in the chat, and remember to flag me at Catherine Davidson. No space between Catherine and Davidson, and I'll know that you're talking to me. And thank you so much. All the warm well wishes. I can't respond to everybody, and I'm so amazed that I've suddenly got thousands of subscribers. I thought it was big time when I hit 55. I was like, 55 people care about me. And, well, I'm just happy to reach as many people as possible. I'm doing whatever I can. And I think that's the good kind of attitude, is instead of feeling helpless or whatever, do what you can with what you have where you are. That's Teddy Roosevelt's spirit. So you can do for your community. You can help people out. You can volunteer. Helping other people is the best thing to fight depression. So I add an extra part to that quote. Do what you can with what you have where you are right now. Go cook for the firefighters in Quincy, or go to an evacuation shelter and just sit with people, open your home, host somebody's animals, go donate dog food or whatever you need to do. Just help your fellow man. Donate at Plumas Bank. Of course, not the one in Greenville because that one burned down, but the other branches. So let's go. Chloe, welcome back. What about Crescent Mills, Taylorsville, and the rest of Indian Valley and North Valley Road? Okay, so Taylorsville looks better, in a much better position, a way better position than anything else, because they did a really amazing job of burning off these hillsides to protect it from the fly fire. So I'm going to go with what Daniel Kearns said, who is the firefighter from Taylorsville, who has been the local hero. I can't promote him enough. I wish I had given him a microphone, so to speak, on my channel. He said he thought Greenville was in danger the day that they were opening evacuations back up and letting people back in. And so I scratched my head, not really familiar with him, and I didn't air that, but I should have, because we should be listening to boots on the ground like that. The officials seem to not be telling us the straight dope because, there could be liability issues or something. But the people on the ground are telling us the straight dope. And so he's confident about Taylorsville. He's located there. He was too heartbroken to do anything but type a paragraph about Greenville. I read it on my chat. So I don't know if he'll go live today like he was in the other days. But Crescent Mills was saved already. Moccasin and down there. I don't want to say that it's safe, though, because you can't say that about any community anywhere around this fire anymore. The most dangerous fires are probably the ones about to start. The fly fire was the thing that just took everybody by surprise. We still have this crazy manslaughter company that neglected all these lines. So the Paradise Fire, this Dixie Fire, plus the Fly Fire last week were all started by them. That's because these power lines are 94 years old. They're World War I era, and they haven't ever been maintained in some cases or replaced. So we must remember that is the status of the power in this area. It's rickety, it's unstable, and any time that or lightning could start a new fire that's completely unexpected, or even, a car accident could. So you have to be prepared for a new fire to start anywhere. Those are the most dangerous. Do I know if it's on Katy Ridge yet? If that's Katy Ridge, yeah. Isn't this Katy Ridge? It's there. It was there last night. So there is a massive battle going on right here, I believe, in order to try to keep it away from the lake and getting around Westwood. I'm watching with a eye. We don't want that spot to move. We don't want that spot to move. Am I correct on where Katy Ridge is? Yeah. So we've got the spot. We just don't know where within this triangle it is. But it's so far over the ridge that just somewhere within here, it was red, there was yellow, there was orange, it was red again. It was very active. So that would be an absolutely nightmarish scenario, that if that gets over the ridge or if the embers are cast. So that would be something I would imagine aircraft would slam tonight, because this fire could just go into monstrous, threatening Susanville, going to Nevada. Yeah, who knows what the hell it would do over there. This terrain is even steeper, more inaccessible, and harder to fight the fire than over here, where all hell broke loose and it went out of control. So going back, safe at present. Pace yourself. Okay, yes, you're right. Okay, I'm going to breathe. Mindfulness. Taste the coffee. Be present. Be in the moment. Enjoy what we can. You're right. Thank you. Okay, so we're going to go look at what's going on in Placer County. But like I said, I listened all night to their chatter, and we don't see any red guys. Let's see when the last time the Ghost 17 satellite was here. 1500 UTC, 7 minutes ago, right? We don't see red. So let's get eyes on it with the camera. I know a lot of people are just absolutely frightened about what happened. That thing erased, there's at least 30 structures are gone. And I was showing that on my other stream from earlier. I had to break it in 2 pieces because YouTube will delete streams that go longer than 12 hours. So I knew I was going to run against the 12-hour mark. So please donate to my coffee fund. Your 75 cents could make all the difference. So we got several cams. Wolf Mountain. Everything north of Auburn should be right on it. Howell Mountain. Distant. So if anybody else is looking at these cams. Okay. Of course, that's looking north. Wow, from Grass Valley, you can see the Dixie Fire. Incredibly long distance away. I'm sure you can see this plume from much of the valley right now. So if you want to know about smoke, there's a really cool app that's on Android, and I featured it last night. And I'm really satisfied with it. It tells you about smoke forecasts. There's Alta Sierra. Wolf Mountain Cam 1. Okay. So far, this is looking promising. But we should get an actual update from the Twitter and whatnot from Placer County Sheriff's Office. They'll give us new evacuation information. Apparently, there's new evacuation information for the Dixie Fire, which doesn't surprise me at all, up by the Drake's Bad type area. Please refer to the map in my the link in my chat. I've got a million links there. So at 4:30 a.m., River Fire evacuation map for Placer County only. You can now tick the following link to see the interactive map. Well, that was 17 hours ago, and there's no new information. Great. If there was something out of control, we would see that. I'm so sorry for the people that just did lose a lot. But I think they've got a great chance of containing that by noon today. So CAL FIRE may have issued a statement if they're the ones in charge of this. I imagine they are. But please let me know if there's been another statement issued elsewhere that I'm unaware of. Actually, it didn't flag me. Maybe you do need a space between my name. Sorry, John M. Can you explain how to check CalTopo when the satellite was last over an area? You can't figure it out. No worries. So, once you've got your layers like TF Outdoors, Shaded Relief, Global Imagery, OpenStreetMap, whether or not you want that, and OpenStreetMap shows the roads. By the way, you can just slide it. You're going to go and scroll down to fire activity. You got a selection here. So modus and veers is much more accurate. It's the nipple thing. It's a baby bottle with the nipple at the top. So somewhere within the circle is a heat detection. So that's a lot more accurate than the huge goes thing. And so it's color coded. And right here you can barely see it. Down here, let me highlight it. You click that button that says fire info. It's going to be hidden if you have wind on. So take wind off for the moment. And so up here is modus and veers. Red is less than 12 hours old. And so when you go to goes, you have less than 10 minutes on the red, right? But even though that's updated very frequently, you lose the accuracy of modus and veers. And so that's the color code for that. So sometime in the last 12 hours, this is how the fire just roared through the area, and you can see its progress. If you want to look at the progress, go to Veers Progression. And that's color coded. But it went so fast. This is almost one solid color, and that's amazing that it covered that ground that fast. That's incredible. And we're not even in extreme wind conditions. They said it made its own weather real quick, and there were something like 65-mile-an-hour wind gusts according to the local describing them. And so, it's possible. Because in canyons and ridges, wind is funneled, and that increases its speed. And then when you have fires going, we don't understand that much. Chloe says, I pray my dad's house is okay on North Valley Road. Yeah. Anthony says, I have to go to work. Thank you. As always, stay safe. Thank you, Anthony. In fact, I'm making you a mod too. You deserve it. You deserve your knighthood. So when you come back, you got some powers. So, going back, Ellis pinned my link to donate. Oh, right. Okay. It's also in the description. But you're right. I need to do that. Then I'll explain this real quick because I'll totally forget. So my coffee fund, camera fund is here. Pinned. But please, like I said, just give most to the victims and then give me the leftover change. So, what was the question again? There it is. I tried to do the super chat thing. It said, you know what it said? That they'll get back to me within a month. They'll get back to me within a month. So, yeah, I don't think there's going to be a donate or thank you button or whatever the heck that is. But, oh well. That's YouTube for you. Reality Rocks TV, I've been warning everyone of agenda. We don't talk about conspiracies here. It's this is your first warning, first, last, and only. So I'm deleting that comment. Okay. But next time there won't be a warning. There are chat rules in the description of the video. So what we talk about is not to mute people and squelch freedom of speech. You do have freedom of speech to put your views anywhere else that you want. I'm thinking of the victims, and they need information. They need facts. They don't need somebody to tell them they've been targeted by something, and they don't need any more extra stress or BS or weird theories. And so it is not kind to go and taunt victims. I do not allow it here. So we are a supportive family here, and it's facts only. So, okay, what else did I need to explain about this? You said that you had the wind on? Yeah. So this is Veers Progression. Now the goes, I think we had a big question here. See how the margin of error is just huge. So somewhere within, in the time you asked about, somewhere within the square is a heat detection, but it can be anywhere. And that's a huge area. So please don't think that the whole area is on fire. It just means this satellite comes by much more quickly, but it has less accuracy. So the square is the margin of error. So I need to go back and explain the UTC time. Has universal, what does that mean? Universal, that's not coordinated time, right? UTC time, just put that into Google. And it says, yeah, coordinated universal time for some reason is called UTC. Go figure. So it's 3:15 p.m. in coordinated universal time, right? So I have a cheat sheet for military time too, because I am not so good with numbers. So 3 p.m., right? Military time 1500. So at 1500 and 10 minutes. Oh, it updated again. 14, so it's 2 minutes ago. 2 minutes ago, we got another update. And so what you don't want to see is new red. New red would be really a new active fire. I think we're going to get some updates about how they're working real hard throughout the night. And if they contain it by noon the next day, then there's a really good chance that it won't bother us anymore. If they can do that. But we know that noon, 1 p.m. winds come up and crazy stuff happens. So fingers crossed they're able to achieve this. But looking at these cams, I mean, peachy so far compared to the chaos of yesterday. We have no idea what started it. No idea at all. But it was at a campground. Could be a campfire. Could be a accident. Could be another power line thing. Could be carelessness. It could be just a freak accident with nobody at fault. We don't know. So it looks like the little bitty fire is right there somewhere hiding in the... Yeah, it's not even putting off much of a plume that's visible. So yeah, they did a great job with that, and hopefully it'll be like the Frenchtown fire forgotten by now. I hope that puts some people's minds at ease. Whatever damage is done already, and they'll be contacting people. Gone with the Gale says, thank you for the hard work and info. It's so wrong to say my pleasure, but I think you understand what I mean. Wish we could all meet a different way. Brothers and sisters, you are all a blessing. Yes, we are here to support each other. It was a transformer, and it started something in the exact same spot as the campfire. Yeah, the Dixie and the campfire, same area. You can't... They basically all but took responsibility for it. But my pg&e passionate speech is for another day. Let's check in. Let's see some things. We have horrible things, horrible videos, really horrible videos that we could have watched. But I want to make sure that everybody knows what's going on as best as we can. The antelope fire is something that's bothering me too, because when I was going back here, we do see red and such, or by it. And that's Chester. Here. So whatever that was doing was active. So I think the best thing we can do is check InciWeb and see what official word is on these, and read the forecast according to InciWeb. If you want to get my attention and want me to cover something, any questions, survival, status of a fire, we should probably cover the monument and the Salmon River complex and all those too. But I do expect very grim, horrible things. Please, if you just turned in, tell anybody near Lake Almanor who's staying to watch the beginning of my video. There's a great potential for fatality events today regarding the Dixie fire. We are probably going to see rapid, huge expansion of it. With shifting winds, everything is nightmarish. 9% humidity. There's nothing good to say. There's nothing positive, period, that I have to report about what might go on with the Dixie fire. We might see it completely ring Almanor. We might see a lot more things erased like Chester. So get the hell out of the fire's way. Chester may be too late to evacuate. Let's check Plumas County Sheriff's Office instead of just Placer. See what the Plumas County Sheriff's Office has to say. Load. 11 hours ago was their last update? Okay. Well, if this is brief, it's 4 minutes. Oh, that was an operations update.
Hey, good evening, Jay Cagle, Operations Section Chief for California Incident Management Team Force, the evening of August 4th.
Okay, so this is the east side. We could watch this if you guys really wanted to. Is it safe to go to Reno? Yeah. Reno's fine. Take the long way. I don't know which roads might be open. You can go to the link to my description. I explain how to figure out road closures with Caltrans. There's a really cool, nifty map called the Quick Map. And so in the description, I link it and tell you how to use it. But this is 11 hours old now. And so what the Plumas County Sheriff was saying is that 15 hours ago, if you're still in the Greenville area, you are in imminent danger and must leave now. Evacuate to the south to Quincy. If you remain, emergency responders may not be able to assist you. And then all hell broke loose. Chester, if you remained, you should evacuate east immediately. No longer. Guys, you can't do that anymore. If you cannot evacuate and you're threatened by fire and can safely get there, take refuge at the Chester High School baseball field. Ironically, I told people to do that before the sheriff's office did, but it's because this is typical of fire behavior, and we know where safe places are. The people who know what safe places are. This person I really like. We're gonna miss Dennis, but he talks a straight dope. He talks the straight dope. So, do you guys want to see this? It's 4 minutes. Betsy's Barn. We watched that earlier. Yeah, like yesterday at 9 p.m. when this first came out, we watched it. Ventura says the sheriff that spoke in Westwood yesterday said we don't have to leave, but if we do stay, we can't leave our property. We have to stay inside because they're going to protect us from looters. Okay. Well, feel free to disobey that order. They're talking about in general. Like, say the fire never affects you. Yeah, stay on your property. You can't freely roam about because you might be mistaken for a looter. You're gonna waste their time. They're gonna pull you over, see what you're doing, right? So, but when the flames are upon the town, for God's sake, leave your home and go to the nearest baseball diamond, golf course, culvert, bridge, large open parking lot, and take shelter there. You cannot stay in the house when the flames are approaching. So, just to clarify that. I cannot reiterate enough the best thing you can do in all fire scenarios is go before you're told, because you just recognize the danger logically and you don't have to wait to be told. And the sooner you go, the more likely there is to be a good outcome. I would not stay in Westwood right now. I think it is in mortal danger. Westwood is in mortal danger, just like Chester. He may not have told you to go, but you know what? They were telling people to come back to Greenville, and look what happened. We lost 90% of Greenville. You guys want to see what remains of Greenville? We need to drive this home. There's more than 1,000 firefighters willing to defend Greenville and trying. Here's Greenville the other day. It's a very defensible town. There's really no overhanging trees or anything. Some of these rooftops are even tile. This is it for the fire. But you have the mountains surrounding it. Look at these old lovingly restored 1800s original gold rush buildings. It's a very defensible town. It was not defensible against a rain of embers from above. It was very defensible from fire coming on the ground towards it, but not the rain of embers from above, lighting every single roof on fire at the same time. This happened in 2 hours. They're not going to be able to knock on your door and tell you what to do. You've got to know what to do. So, when we say Westwood, are we talking about the peninsula? There's a specific community called that on the other side, on the east shore. So, it's looking calm now. It's not going to look calm later. Everything that's hot here is where the fire has burned. Never mind the really, really weak activity right now. When we turned our back on this all last night, the night before, we would come back and check the cameras and see raging 300-foot tall inferno flames. He goes to sleep for a bit. Well, here's really active stuff right here. But all of a sudden, that can be the whole wall when the wind picks up. There's a lot of fuel here to burn, even though it's been burning for some times now. Westwood. Now remember, my uncle nearly died in the Paradise fire because that morning, even though there was a nearby wildfire that they said Paradise was okay, just everybody look out, he had eye surgery scheduled. Excuse me. And he was making his way towards Paradise, and there were patients in surgery. It took everybody by surprise. This is Westwood. Right here. Little bedroom community. And he started driving there, and he forgot his something critical, and he goes back a health insurance card or something. And there were patients in surgery when people rushed in and said the fire's here, and they sewed up patients in the middle of the surgery, slapped their cheeks and said wake up, and tried to load them in vehicles, and some of the patients were left behind, and the firefighters had to come by and get them, and people were waking up to this nightmare going, what? It's just absolute insanity. So Westwood is in danger, and I keep explaining why. This is high elevation. It's high elevation. And the fire has reached the top of Katy Ridge here. And so very easily, just like what happened with Greenville, the fire's on the ground, testing a control line right there, but the wind is going to blow everything towards Westwood today. It's going to be 11 or 1 o'clock, if I remember right. So the embers, if it went this way to the camera, the embers could easily reach it. That's child's play for even light wind conditions for embers to rain all down upon it. You could even have the fire curling around this way and be trapped. So this area is one of the most surprising areas that has shocked the world of firefighting. This region is one of the world's worst places to fight fires. And we've seen mass fatality events here, the biggest in living memory globally, guys. Okay, there's a question for me. Sorry, going back. Okay, hang on a second. There's an ant. There's an ant on my shirt. Oh my god. It's crawling up on me. Sorry, guys. I've had an ant problem. They're after my donuts. Oh, it just got on me. Okay, I think it's gone. What question? I know you're not religious, but it's the only thing I agree. The old man is. I agree. The old man is going down to the clinic right now, and he won't listen to anybody but himself. Oh, I'm so sorry. Once he's back, I want to go as well. But where do we go? Susanville is a great place. I don't know you can go anywhere else. You'd have to make your way up to Susanville, and then you know what? Spend time in Reno. Wherever you want to go. You can go back down around to Portola. You can hook back around to Quincy or something. Quincy seems to be okay. Oh, God, the ant's on me. I can't stand it. Okay. But you can't go to the northwest now. Look at the northward progression of the fire. That's just one raging inferno. Look how it's surrounded Chester. We know there's fire up here. Remember, the modus in Veers is not accurate to time. We know there's raging fire right here, and we've been seeing it on the Butte Lake cam all night. So we go back to monitoring the Dixie fire. But Butte Lake cam, I'm going to show you what was happening last night. Let's do a 12-hour on this one. So infrared can see through the smoke and show you the blazing inferno. Chester was surrounded here on the left, and that's the corner up there on the right. So that was blazing all through the night. And Chester got surrounded, and they lost some structures. They saved the airport and stuff, but it surrounded Chester on all sides. There's a ring of fire around it. So looking back, Giovanni, Catherine, Noah goes low band infrared 7 black hot night. Note water also shows black, but the fire moves. Can somebody interpret that? I may be too sleep deprived. Get donuts without the ants. Yeah, that's what they're here for. I dropped a piece of that chocolate. They're aggressive little suckers. They crawled up my charging cord, got up on my they got up on my headset, and bit me on the scalp. When I took that chocolate away, they were mad. So see how deceptively not dangerous it looks because the smoke? This is reality. That's actually how hot it is, and it will get fiercer. Remember, nighttime is less activity for fires, and we saw, ow! Another one just bit me. You suck. And this looks all calm and just, oh yeah, everything's okay. No, that's the reality behind. This is the infrared reality. So the smoke is obscuring things, but today, hell is coming to Plumas County. The ants will survive. Yeah. D. Mickey, welcome. I'm in North Alabama. Welcome. Yeah, this is crazy that we can watch this. When I was growing up, none of this was possible. You know, we just listened to the radio, watched the nightly news, but we can watch so many things unfolding and learn so much. Does anybody else have a question for me at the moment? King Elvis says, I know there is a peninsula of Lake Almanor with $1 million homes. Oh, yeah. Everything on the peninsula is pretty much $1 million home. That's the ritzy people. There was a big controversy because that was undeveloped and pristine wild land. But all of a sudden, rich people get their way, you know. Somehow all the red tape was cut somehow for them to develop that. And they come over in their sailboats and yachts over to us peasants on the west side of the lake. And all of a sudden, stuff like the Plumas Pines Resort and Bar was, excuse me, sir, do you have a tie? And we're in sandals and flip-flops and, wet from coming in off the lake with giraffe-shaped inflatable rings around our waists going, huh? So, yeah, a lot has changed there. So it's a little bit ritzier too on Almanor West, but the peninsula, is the peninsula. They should have named it something French. It's that fancy. So going back, law ant house ants, yeah. Grease battles wildfires for a third day. Site of the ancient Olympics saved. Good. You know what? Turkey, Montana, Canada. There's a lot of horrible crap going on with wildfires. This is another bad year. This is the hangover from 2019. Seems like a party compared to what happened with COVID last year, and we're still suffering a hangover. So, okay, going back. John Jaco, let's go back and get live views. See, we turned our back on the fire. Look at that flare up right there. And the wind is coming. It's 8:33 a.m. and this is Plumas County after the grim dawn and before whatever the hell grim evening we're going to face. So I need to go get a fork because my sandwich melted. It's funny, I squished it so much the meat came out the side and I can't get mayonnaise all over my hand. Be right back. Still talking, I can still hear. At some point, I got to get an alternative headset because I'm sure the batteries are going to run out. Can't charge this thing while it's running. It's my one big gripe, but otherwise it's pretty deluxe. So, was I getting a fork? Yeah. There we go. I'm civilized now. Oh, I need a knife. I was full barbarian mode yesterday with the donuts. Anybody have any questions? Do at Catherine Davidson in the chat. It highlights me. Fire survival. Where should I go? What should I do? Because frankly, I give a damn. Okay. Looking back at the chat. Natalie Postals. Natalie Postals in Klamath County. Not even ants survived the bootleg. God, yeah. Incineration. Forests were leveled and the topsoil was ripped off the ground. You could see root systems from the grass that survived. Oh my God. These fires are unreal. True. Very true. Oh, guys, I remember what I was going to do. InstaWeb. If you have anybody in the Chester area, rewind to the start of the video and make them watch it. Tell them they're risking their lives. They probably can't evacuate Chester any longer. So go to the baseball diamond, and if you do get caught, even if it's no fault of your own, even if you're in the general region, if another fire starts by you, now would be the time to look at CalTopo and find your A, B, and C evacuation routes, which is 3 different directions. 3 roads in 3 different directions, which are main roads. And your D is your shelter-in-place plan. So I'm going to read InstaWeb. If you have questions about shelter-in-place plan, I'll be happy to explain what that is again. Stellar coverage, thank you so much for the support. What keeps me running is coffee and donuts, but also knowing that I'm actually helping somebody. Excuse me, I gotta chew. The secret to really long marathon things is constantly eating. You can only keep your energy up if you constantly eat with sleep deprivation. Okay. Updated 1 hour and 13 minutes ago. Dixie Fire is supposedly 322,502 acres in size. The containment, a supposed 35%, but in reality, it's more like 5%, because containment is a percentage of the perimeter that they feel that fire is contained. The perimeter just expanded in a huge way. So there's more perimeter, and the black lines they had, which means containment, were found to be not so black. Okay. Sorry, I'm going to chew here for a second and mute myself. Then I'll read this. Okay. Yep, I will make little breaks to chew and drink. I will hydrate, yes. I've been live streaming for more than 10 hours. I've been awake since yesterday at 3. But who can go to sleep when we're facing a day like this? Okay, going back and looking at the chat. Chester is still okay mostly. Yeah, that could really change, Michael. Seller coverage, thank you. Elian, just woke up. Any updates? Yeah, we're hoping Chester survives today. It jumped all containment lines. It went to hell in a handbasket last night. It marched way north of Chester, surrounded Chester. Part of Chester was affected. They saved it by the skin of their teeth, but bad news of the weather today. Around somewhere between 11 and 1. The wind's going to blow, presumably embers, towards Chester, and it might meet the same fate as Greenville. Ryan King says, I stopped by your channel last night, was able to warn friends. Thank you. I'm so glad to hear that. You know, if anybody has a cabinet mineral in that area, please tell them to go get their stuff out. They're under watch now, but within a few days, if the wind keeps blowing that way, those cabins may not survive. Thank you. I'm up here and you're still on. Yeah. I'm here, guys. Here through the crisis. And look, this is live. It keeps pivoting around the Lake Almanor area. And we're going to see this roar to life when the winds pick up. It's 35-mile-an-hour wind gusts, and that's down like by the Chester area. Top of these ridges, we could see 50 easily. We have 9% humidity. The wind's going to blow towards Chester and shift around and shift back again. The embers might blow all the way across Lake Almanor to the peninsula today. It's possible. We might see Susanville get threatened if the embers by Teddy Peak blow over that way. Westwood is under mortal danger too. So, yeah, 3 winters. That's weird. Yeah, one day I was up all night and I said, "Wow, I can't believe myself. I'm not even tired." And I fell asleep at my desk 15 minutes later. Yeah, it's very windy in Chico. Oh God. Yeah, fasten your safety belts. That's the funny thing about sleep deprivation is you feel exhausted and all of a sudden you just jolt right awake. I'm not even tired. You know what? I could drive somewhere right now. And then you go, and you hit the wall and you think, oh, I should crawl into bed. And you may even be trying to get into bed and all of a sudden you get your second wind again. You're like, why am I not tired? That's exhaustion, yeah, you know. But I'm holding on, I'm staying strong. I got my coffee and my donuts. Folks, take the warning serious. Yes, Brewers, he knows. Were you a firefighter? Did you say so, Brewers? I'm so sorry. It's hard to keep everything straight. This looks like it's going to be a very bad day for many folks. We just pray no lives are lost and can keep everyone safe. Yeah, adrenaline. You're very right. So the way to combat coffee jitters and adrenaline effects is your body won't make too much adrenaline if you have high sugar intake. So caffeine raises your metabolism. It kind of burns off your blood sugar. Your body goes, oh crap, we have no more glucose. Instead of sending you into a coma, it'll pull adrenaline out of your adrenal glands. Same thing, fight or flight chemical. And you find yourself getting jittery and nervous. That's why caffeinated beverages are typically loaded with sugar. It's to keep your blood glucose up, even though your metabolism is burning it off at a rate. So do take sugar with your coffee and tea. Snack, snack, snack. If you are intaking caffeine, and okay, if you're a diabetic or have other problems, don't take that advice, but I'm saying for the average person. The people that complain about coffee jitters, just, dump a few more cubes in, man. So this is a dumbing down of very complicated metabolic blah blah blah, but that's the gist of it. Okay, Brewer says, I was a firefighter, now volunteer working with NWS Blacksburg and Carolina's weather to send out alerts nationwide on severe weather when possible. Awesome. You know what? Send me the link to your everything. I want to promote you, put you in the description. I'm very glad that you're here. Good morning, Bluebell. We are waiting the battle for Chester as the prep work is being done, but it's almost like the Battle of Helm's Deep on Lord of the Rings. The orcs are coming, and it doesn't look good as far as the odds, but who knows? Maybe Gandalf will appear on a white horse. Mother Nature could. Mother Nature, God, fate, whatever you believe in, could intervene today. And of course, all the warriors on the ground, they deserve nothing but our utmost support. They're doing such a phenomenal job. I can't stress enough that this is the world's worst place to fight a fire. You'd be hard pressed to find worse terrain, worse drought, and the worst shifty wind conditions, high Sierras. And it's high enough to affect your breathing. It's thin air. When you're up by 6,000 feet, you start to get affected. It's hiking isn't as easy as it is in the valley. This is nightmarish all the way around. And it can go to there's only one step above nightmare, and that's apocalyptic. And it reached apocalyptic yesterday for Indian Valley and Greenville. So we're just hoping that it doesn't today, but the weather's going to be worse. So here we go. So what was I doing a second ago? Yeah, sorry. I'm finally going to read the Dixie Fire InstaWebs information. And then I'll go one by one to the other fires, unless you guys want me to quickly drop in on something. And in fact, you guys want to keep looking at this, and I'll just read this on my own time over here. So let's go back. Oh, by the way, everybody who encouraged me to get the donation button with Super Chat and walk me through that, when you sign up for that, they get back to you within a month. They analyze your stream and check you out and make sure that you deserve money, apparently. So, RIP. I do have the PayPal donate button if you want to donate to my camera fund and donuts so that I can help spread the word about fire and educate more people. Sorry, I was squishing an ant. One shot, one kill. Okay, so there's the mesmerizing images. Let me look at the second monitor here. And since I am trying to eat every once in a while, I'm going to take a bite. Sorry. For anybody, super chats are rip-off. They kind of are. They are. But every $1 really helps. It really does. So, incident information. Dixie Fire. Date of origin started July 13th at approximately 5:15 p.m. because, well, a tree was being electrocuted against some sort of a power equipment, and pg&e did not shut off the power. When they detected a surge in their lines, and they neglected to call CAL FIRE for 5 hours, apparently. But here we are. Total personnel is 4,785. Well, that was 6,000 a little bit ago. I'm surprised to see that number. Maybe they pulled people off for the Monument, Tamarack, whatever happened in Placer County yesterday with the river fire. But stretched thin. Size 322,502 acres, and I expect that to rise as they reassess everything. Ow! Stupid ants. Okay, significant events. You don't want to hear this word, extreme. That's the worst word you can hear. Extreme fire behavior means you get the hell out of the way. Nothing can stop it. It's a moving wall of fire. Remain and you die. Extreme is, there's no other higher version of, it basically means apocalyptic. Okay, the other events, long range spotting, you don't want to hear that word either. Crowning, you definitely don't want to hear that word. Group torching, you don't want to hear that either. So, I'm surprised that the word running isn't being used. Because it definitely ran up these slopes and ran right past Chester and then circled it. I'm going to insert that. Extreme fire behavior throughout the night, fueled by low relative humidity, a red flag warning, and very strong overnight winds. Fire grew 50,000 acres in one night. Not making that up. A fire grew 50,000 acres in one night. Okay. Outlook. Planned actions. Conduct direct and indirect line to secure the fire perimeter. Okay. Construct contingency lines in both zones. Well, how far away? That would have to be by beyond Drake's Bat or something, wouldn't it? I have no idea what they're going to do north of Chester. Provide structured defense in communities at risk. Chester, the Highway 36 corridor, Highway 89 corridor, Paxton, Greenville, Jonesville, Crescent Mills, Taylorsville, Prattville, Canyon Dam, Butte, Meadows, Bucks Lake, Meadow Valley, Rush Creek, Warner Valley, Williams Valley, and Greater Eleanor area. So those are all the communities at risk that they want to label. I would add a few, but I'm going to continue. Continue tactical patrol in the communities impacted by the fire. We need to send them power bubbles. Projected incident activity in the next 12 hours. Fire continues to move towards control lines and unburned interior islands and ridges. Steep terrain. That's an understatement of the year. Heavy fuel loading. And wind in alignment with the canyons is making control difficult. Also understatement of the year. On the west zone, fire is actively burning in Division Lima after spotting across the control line. And they did mention that they took everybody off Lima to just defend Chester last night. Look at that flare-up. Oh man, Camera, you just moved. The clock's ticking. Somewhere between 11 and 1 p.m. we're going to have all hell break loose. It is now 8:48 a.m. On the west zone, the fire is actively burning in Division Lima after spotting across the control line. It's currently threatening structures along Highway 36, 89, in the West Lake Eleanor area and is impacting the surrounding areas. The mill in Chester is currently threatened, yeah. They better be watering down those logs or there's going to be one hell of a 8-alarm fire over there. On the east zone, expect the area to grow in divisions Mike, November, Oscar, and Papa. Here you guys go. Remember, at 6 o'clock, at the bottom of the clock is Division Alpha, and it goes B, and then like here's A, B, C. It goes all the way around the clock back to Zulu, which is Z. So Mike and such is here. And Papa and Oscar is where all hell broke loose, and everything failed with Greenville. The mill in Chester currently threatened on the east zone. Expected area to grow. Expect the fire to grow at Mike, November, Oscar, and Papa. Red flag warning is in effect until 8 p.m. And really, we saw Indian Ridge and stuff erased. Indian Falls when there wasn't a red flag. You don't need red flag for this to happen. Remarks: California Interagency Management Team 4 is in command of the East Zone. So that's in the next 12 hours. They don't even have a 24-hour projected activity because they probably have no freaking idea what'll happen in the next 24 hours, and I wish they would just say that, but I'm saying it. Is the live stream working? Type something and I'll say the word and you'll know. Type unicorn or something. Craig Philpott, who posted these photos, he's an independent reporter. Where? Okay, sorry, let me look back. That didn't work to flag me somehow. Basically, when you start typing my name, it'll like have this pop up. Click that, and then that flags me. Chopper Clark says we need a gas generator. Still see the high school and some houses along Hot Springs Road. Wait, I gotta go back up. What are you guys talking about? Chopper Clark, I live on the first ranch out of Greenville, and it was a war zone. God, I'm so sorry. Watch the deer running out. God, yeah. Plumas County News wrote a eulogy for Greenville. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, Natalie, we'll look at that in a second. Rumorette says, my sister and family live in Quincy. Her grandson is fighting the fire. His wife is flying a helicopter at the fire. Amazing. Tell him to check in and say hi, and we need to decorate them with a Catherine Award. Her 2 daughters lost 2 homes in paradise. God, I just saw your video. I will need to contact her. Yeah. H-Doc says, is Chester okay? Did it burn? They saved it by the skin of their teeth. It's an extreme risk today. Buddy saw 2 lions escaping the fire. Wow, exciter. Good morning, Brittany. Is the bottom left a shot of the west side of the peninsula? If so, why does it look like the peninsula is on fire? Nope, the peninsula is currently not on fire. So, the camera's switching views constantly. So, there's a couple little things like the horn. It's my word, but the horn can be confused with the peninsula. A couple, if you're not oriented. So sorry. But no, peninsula right now is okay. So it's switching, it's looking around for hot spots, and it won't stop moving. So if I did this doesn't animate very well at the top. It's hard to show you guys. See how it just switches around? It's very confusing. But that's let me just continue reading stuff, and then I'll go back and orient you guys. Castile soap kills ants on contact. You're very right, it does. And you know what? Even Dawn dish soap in a spray bottle kills them. There's something about soap. Unicorns? Okay. Yeah, it's unicorns. Craig Philippot posted the photos. He's an independent reporter. Which photos, guys? I'm looking up what the wind speed's looking like today. Mike Smith, bad. 35 to 37 miles an hour at the non-ridges. So we could potentially see 45, 50 on a ridge tops, you know. But who knows? When it makes its own weather, it'll do whatever the hell it wants. It could generate 65ers, not beyond the realm of possibility. Are you making a request, Chopper Clark, for help with your gas, with your generator? The gas still in Greenville's gone. The gas stations, you know what? The pumps survived, but I don't think they operate. Excuse me. Yeah, it's at Dire Mountain, and it's pivoting around. I'm sorry, I have to chew. If I don't keep eating, I won't keep my energy up. Here we go. If you're making a request for gas, maybe somebody in the chat might help you. CHP Highway Patrol is helping them with evacuation. Yeah. Okay. Going back. Current weather, east zone. Critical fire weather prevailed across the fire. Southwesterly wind gusted up to 35 miles an hour. Just talking about last night. While relative humidity dropped to the 7 and 12% range. A red flag warning went into effect at 1 p.m. due to these critical fire weather conditions. Last night, the southwesterly winds were expected to diminish after sunset, with gusts 10 to 50 miles an hour. And it was by 4 p.m. that Greenville was basically being erased, by the way. Last night, the southwesterly winds, which means it was blowing to the northeast. were expected to diminish after sunset with gusts of 10 to 15 miles across the ridges and light and variable winds at lower elevations. However, humidity recovery will be poor. On Thursday, the winds will once again increase from the southwest with gusts up to 30 miles an hour. At the same time, relative humidity will once again drop to the teens at upper single digits, like 9%. So, critical fire weather conditions will continue through Thursday evening. Guys, there's the potential for death. Lots of death. You may not be able to leave Chester. Try to contact the local sheriff and stuff if there's a way out. If not, you cannot be in the home or defending it with the garden hose sort of thing. Extreme fire weather means 10,000 firefighters could be in front of it, and if they saw it, they'd get out of the way. It doesn't matter. It's not humanly possible to stop the marching mega fire in critical 9% humidity with high winds. It's not possible. On observed weather conditions, mostly sunny with smoke. Don't worry, you can survive in places like parking lots and baseball diamonds as long as you're far away from trees that'll fall on you. Excuse me. Please see the very beginning of my video for all the advice that I kind of had on that situation for like surviving in Chester. And or ask Paradise people. You know, most of them, they couldn't get out. They just wrote it out in parking lots. Relative humidity is going to be 8 to 18%. Wind speed, sustained winds at 50 miles an hour. Jeez. Okay, I have to go back. I think I scrolled. Observed weather conditions, mostly sunny with smoke. Wind speed and max gusts. Southwest winds, which means it blows from the north to the southeast. Sorry, southwest winds mean blows to the northeast. Going towards Greenville, towards Westwood, towards the east side of the lake, towards Chester, guys. Get out of there. Okay, wind speed, gust, this is written really weird. Southwest winds, 8 to 12 miles an hour, sustained, with gusts reaching like 24 miles an hour. Temperatures 88 to 96 degrees. Direction southwest. Relative humidity 9 to 18%. Forecast weather for Wednesday operational period. Well, guys, it's Thursday, so I don't know how often that was updated. Forecast weather for Thursday operational period. Wind speed, max gusts, sustained winds of 10 and 12 miles an hour. That's not nothing. Gusts up to 30 miles an hour Thursday afternoon. Temperature 85 to 95. The direction of the wind southwest through midday and then westerly in the afternoon. Okay, so we could go back. The guy showed, there's an ant on me again. It's under my shirt. He showed this best. Rather than the confusing reading of that, which is even kind of confusing me, the weather person had a cool aid, and he explains it like instantly. Let's go back to his little arrow that he had. I loved it. If you two would please cooperate. Excuse me. This is the morning operational.
That they had in there. They got.
Sorry. This is the morning operational briefing. This show. This is what this guy thinks, who has models and stuff. Look at this.
Wildland National Weather Service. So, another absolutely critical day. Take the time to read the forecast. First and foremost, we're under the red flag conditions. For those of you who've been here, you can feel this morning, it's a little bit drier, a little bit breezier. That's why we kind of call it a dry cold front, right? So out on the fire right now, some of the key raw stations, Humbug, Colby, Carpenter Ridge, they're all about 6-7% on the humidity. So we're starting out obscenely dry. So we've got obviously the dry conditions. The key thing for today, the reason the red flag warning is out there is for the shifting wind direction. So I want to make sure everybody understands what's going on. So right now we have a southwest wind. It's adverse to the line, pushing it up that way. As we get to about 1 o'clock this afternoon, when the dry cold front goes through, the winds are going to switch to a westerly direction. It's going to change things, right? As you get into the evening, about 6, 7 o'clock this evening, it'll go northwest. And then the key thing is when it gets dark, the winds are going to want to go northeast. Okay? So southwest, west, and then eventually northeast. So those switching wind directions are what's going to cause trouble today. That's the reason for the red flag warning. So,
Okay, he doesn't even explain it very easily. So, okay, a southwest wind. Okay. Here's southwest direction. A southwest wind is coming from the southwest. So this is a southwest wind. A northerly wind is blowing south because that's north. And it's funny, he kind of contradicted himself. Maybe he needs some coffee. But he was that's basically the explanation here. But just look at the arrows. We can even mute him and just look at the arrows. It's gonna go like that. That's why the thing went north and it completely wrapped around Chester. And then it's gonna go like that. And then it's gonna go back towards, well, that. So that makes me wonder about Sterling City and Lovelock and places like that. But that's what's going to occur. So it could be 11, it could be 1 p.m. that the wind shifts over and starts dumping embers all over Chester. And we saw what happened when embers hit the rooftops of Greenville. It doesn't look very defensible because there's trees all over the place over those structures. Frankly, Greenville looked more defensible. Look at that. We've got 100-foot tall flames over there. So Almanor West is slightly to the left. Yeah, it's here. So look at the distance. These out-of-control flames are hundreds of feet high at the higher elevations. And so when the wind kicks back towards Almanor, expect embers to be lighting up everything in the landscape. So whatever they saved last night could be erased. We can't celebrate them saving Chester and Almanor West and such yet because, well, we celebrated them saving Greenville, didn't we? And that was premature. Yeah, so going back, Frank Ginn says, yeah, settlers stole the land and acted like pretty trees made them better than everybody else. Not really. And most land in the United States was negotiated under treaty with Indians, actually, because 90% of them died to disease and they had a lot of free land. So there's plenty of settlers who intermarried with Indians and had a pretty peaceful relation. The bad thing about the reservation thing was that we didn't give them land that they were promised, the good land. Gold was discovered on it. We're like, oh, actually, take the bad portions. That was what the problem was for the most part. And they rebelled, and rightfully so. But for the most part, it was wide empty, and they were as rational as anybody else. You know, if your tribe's decimated and there's 27 survivors, and you used to be 5,000, what are you going to do? What do 27 people need? You know, that's typically what has happened. And so it's not this simple. Oh yeah, they were invaded and everything got stolen. The Indians oftentimes traded land too because they said, if you kick the ass of our neighbors for us that we've been in war with a long time, we will negotiate so that you guys can have land. So a lot of times they were their own downfall. The different tribes never liked each other. So it's a complicated issue about how the West got screwed up and the way it is today. But definitely broken treaties were unethical. And giving them crappy land, that's completely wrong. Going back, I'm calling the fire chief of Sterling City for any info. Yeah, I think they might be getting a little bit antsy. Let's measure and see how far Sterling City really is. I've been there. I went there after the Paradise Fire, and while I was in Sterling City, a new fire showed up. So I went to Sterling City last year, and as close as I got to the Plumas area. I was trying to go up to the Engel mine, Sorry, my mouse has gone wild. And I was just still floored by last year how much Paradise is still in shambles. I couldn't believe the devastation of just like a year ago. In fact, no, it was 2019, late 2019. I have to remember. 2020, I kind of stayed at home. So, but yeah, late 2019. So I go up to Sterling City, and I was just remarking, and everybody was, about how devastated Paradise was. The party is over, okay, and I ran around there taking my photos. Here I go driving back down towards Paradise Magalia, and I reached this ridgetop area, and I saw an orange glow in the distance, and I said, what could that be, a new fire? And sure enough, it was. And by the time I made it back down to Orville, the glow was bigger, and the place I was staying was under evacuation orders. Warning. And so I'm packing up, helping my relatives pack up. And that was their 16th evacuation warning in like the last couple of years since the Paradise and Cascade fires. It was absolutely crazy. But it ended up being small and contained, thank God. But this area is just a nightmare for fires. So that's Sterling City. Now, we know that because this is steep, rugged terrain, and whenever the winds blow towards the valley, they can make historically fast runs that catches everybody unawares. So what do we have? We have fire, and what do we have here? A wind tunnel out of a canyon. We got plenty of ridges for it to jump to. Because it's downslope, higher elevations, and then wind pushing this way, you can have ember travel quite a long distance. And what did we say? What did we just read? 9% humidity? Long-range spotting activity? Long-range downhill is even longer range. And that's what happened with the Bear Fire, and it took everybody at Brush Creek and Berry Creek by surprise. So I don't have any information about Sterling City being threatened. But hopefully they'll give you the straight dope. And if you can find out info, that would be amazing. Josh, welcome back. I hope you got some good sleep. PLC says, praise the firefighters. Yes. And PLC, you've been good for a bit. And yeah, the natives use control burns all the time, so this stuff didn't happen. You're right. So, yeah, and praise the Lord. We're going to need help, divine intervention. That would be of grand assistance right now. So, reading chat. Yeah, we are constantly making mistakes. Now, PLC, be a good moderator. You're good. However, we can learn from them too. I have the philosophy that we are stewards of the planet. We're the one animal that can make decisions to help nature out. And when we do, we are rewarded. You know, like when the natives set the beneficial fires, they were the ones that created the old growth because they prevented mega fires that burned them down all the time. That's why we had old growth. And once they were decimated by disease and war, and by 1850, and like 80 to 90% of them had died, the land went without their careful touch, kind of empty, and the fire load built up. And at the turn of the century, in the late 1800s, we started having these first mega fires that just shocked the world and shocked the American consciousness. And we got a little gun shy and started trying to put all of them out all the time. And we screwed up everything again. It's about time we listened to them and just opened our ears and shut our mouths and said, how did you guys do it? We're ready to listen. You were totally right. And boy. Josh says the fire has reached Mount Harkness. Oh, that was what your link was. I thought it was a link to devastation. Okay. If that's new, oh God. 9 minutes ago. Okay, Twitter. Live storm chasers. The devastating Dixie fire overtook, engulfed, and tore through the town of Greenville yesterday. It was nearly completely destroyed. Yeah. So is this what you were sharing? Sorry, I have to stop what I'm doing. Stop story time. Is that what we're supposed to be looking at? Yeah, we do good things too. We've brought species back from the brink of extinction, and we do plenty of nice things. Yeah, we must always remember that. Human beings aren't are pretty naturally good, but most of our mistakes are out of ignorance. I wish everything was not a conflict when colonists came and we shook hands and said, "Hey, we like each other," and "Oh, isn't it cool that new cultures meet?" I wish it was different, but oh God, the cattle in front of it. Okay, so no, yeah, I clicked the wrong link. Okay, Josh, thank you, because I was thinking, is that vital to understand now? Okay. Massive push by the Dixie fire 2 hours ago near Chester last night, now pushing into Lassen National Park, yeah, and Caribou Wilderness, which will make for a lot of complexity, lots of restrictions in those areas based on things like dozer line and FOSS check for good reason. Yeah. What dozer line in that reason? Mount Harkness, yeah. Thank you so much. If you guys have links, don't assume that I know about them already. Yeah, G-Bro, welcome. TLC, have a donut? Yeah. I'm going to mail you a donut. It'll be there any moment. The pigeon's carrying it. Actually, I'm going to go dual pigeon on that. That's a little bit of a burden. Mike Smith, I gave the warning last week, Frank. Everyone said that that's what they do when the winds are good. I had a really bad dream. The wind shifted. I warned everybody and nobody listened. Oh, God. So the backburns didn't help. They actually did, but the embers went past them. The backburns did save Crescent Mills and Taylorsville. That was confirmed by Daniel Kearns, the volunteer firefighter. That is why Taylorsville is a good spot right now, because that's where it was successful. They may have needed to have done more of that above Greenville, because they were working up there at Round Valley. I think they didn't want to light the backburns in front of the crews up there working through the night. That's just my speculation, because it would have blown towards the crews. And so maybe they should have pulled the crews out and just lit the fires. We'll find out what kind of mistakes were made. But the backburns were essential to really protecting the area. When they were running around saving West Alvanor, they were able to do so because they had already burned off the dang pine needles, and so it was safe enough for them to be running up and down the roads. So, plus everybody in that area rakes like mad and burns those pine needles off anyway at bonfires. So, yeah, that's the only thing to do. So, yep, you do gotta behave like one, but I trust you. I have confidence in you. Catherine, any way to know if a certain address is still standing? Friend and his wife still there, really worried. Have you been able to make contact with them? I have not heard of any fatalities. First of all, this might be a little emotional. We're going to look at Greenville on Google Maps. Maybe the Google car drove there. Then we'll look. Gosh, I wish Cogito was here to walk me through Sentinel. Does anybody know how to use Sentinel? Sentinel Viewer. I'm a little rusty on that. They were training me on that last year. I wish they would arrive. Oh. On the bright side, looks very defensible. If people were around. We have one tree in the yard, if this is at all new. Oh God, an oil tank? Is that an oil or a water tank? Hopefully there's not a propane tank. Those were exploding. The relief valves weren't enough, and that's part of why you see brick walls and stuff crumbled. Some of them were gas explosions, probably in the downtown. Because the relief valve can only do so much. The propane has to come out slowly. But if it's overwhelmed like that, the propane tanks were exploding. Okay. So, hey, it's further away in the downtown. Peter Lassen Market. Wow. Okay. Peter Lassen is the pioneer who kind of started everything in this area. So, all right. Let's look back at Count Topo. I don't know when they're going to do structure defense. They got a lot of surveying, and I don't think they're going to stop and survey. I think they're really going to just focus on saving the dang fire and saving the landscape. We don't have a heat detection at the moment. We don't have motor severes. It might be all right. It's a kerosene tank. Oh, dear Lord. Okay. So we really need to rethink those being close to structures. Now, what the Sentinel does, Sentinel satellite, is alternative views. And I barely understand this. If anybody can walk me through this. Sentinel Online isn't the ESA viewer. Sterling City has received no warnings yet. Yeah, I imagine, but thank you so much for checking on that. However, I do feel like they might, and so whether or not officially it's been given warnings, we know it hasn't. But what I'm trying to imply is that the fire crews there might still be a little bit on edge. They know what can happen because wind's blowing that way. So if you can be like, say, should we be on alert? You know, that kind of. Where's the viewer? ESO viewer. We can have some really good new satellite, which can sometimes show you the moving seat of the fire. Where's the viewer? Sentinel Playground. Here we go. So you click on Open Sentinel Playground. Type in your place, Greenville. Any questions in chat, please let me know. Leavenworth is a night town? Yeah. Let's try not. Prayers are okay and such and well-wishing, but let's try not to be preaching at each other, like admonishingly and that kind of thing. God's very powerful and needs nobody to defend him. So we are keeping it supportive. We don't want to start religious debates and the like. So this is Sentinel, and you can click on your different infrared, false infrared, moisture index, and all sorts of neat information. And so when you click on SWIR, you can see where the fire was, but you have to click on your date. So I barely know how to use this. This is, of course, old because the fire went marching through to and through Greenville, of course. So we have to pick a date and see what's available. Gray is data available. So this is back on the 2nd. And you can see how it was approaching Round Valley and what I theorize happened, okay, just from the little information that we know, is that here's the gap in between the mountains where the fire does charge through, right? And it's a much higher elevation. I'm going to change pens. So the fire crews were building a line up here at the Round Valley Reservoir, and possibly to protect the drinking supply or something, or they thought it was good to stop the fire up here, of course, because if it got over here, the embers could rain down on the town. So what I think they should have been doing is firing the hillsides to burn this off in case the fire penetrated. I don't know how much or if any of that was done. We know that they did it here and successfully stopped the fire well away up the hill here so that it couldn't get close enough to Taylorsville to rain the embers. And that's how they saved Taylorsville. It jumped the line and went after Moccasin and Crescent Mills at one point, and they scrambled. That was the night of the lightning and the storm, and they saved it. And so here they're trying to construct that line, and they may not have lit this. Then again, we don't know what happened or what they were doing, because here's the crews. You don't want at night, at daytime, the wind goes that way. At night, the wind goes that way. That's the typical pattern. So at night, that's when they have the chance to burn off the hillside without damaging the environment and killing big trees. That's just the duff and the stuff at the bottom, the base of trees burning off that reduces the fuel load, and it increases the likeliness of the tree surviving. Because just like a bonfire, if you take away the kindling at the base, it's hard to stick a cigarette lighter on a tree trunk or a piece of big wood without having the kindling, right? So my view that maybe that was the mistake and they should have just let it go all the way that way and just pulled out of here if this was sketchy. But we do know there are some cabins and something up here. I don't know if that's a small community. If anybody's local could tell me. I don't know that I've ever been up there. It jumped everything that they were doing and made that run to Greenville. And we thought it was saved because that evening, they splashed retardant. And it did kind of like walk up to it, stop. And we were satisfied. I was satisfied. I said, guys, they say the town looks like we're not out of the woods yet, but they say the town. Ow, an ant bitch just bit me. Darg. I am beset. But what I was hoping is that Sentinel could show us, and it might update in a few days. If we look at that, these are the days gray that Sentinel is in the area. So we are clicking on today, but we don't have any data, see? And so if I'm doing this wrong, please let me know. But what Sentinel can do is tell you whether or not the places have lived. Because you can look at the devastation of where the fire's been. Look at this monster. It's a perfect snapshot of where the devastation's been. That's showing removed vegetation. Because the way I interpret this is the green stuff is the living vegetation. And now what you can see here, that's the bear fire scar. That's what happened last year and killed everyone. Look how horrible. The landscape hasn't recovered. And this is the faint outline now of the Paradise Fire. Here's the still very vivid outline of the bear fire. Both fires did things that we didn't think were possible. This terrain, I can't tell you enough, is the worst firefighting terrain on Earth. It's up there with the most extreme places. It's the most extreme ever. You can see here, actually, this is very interesting. The green here is the road and I think that's a creek or beginnings of a river. I can't remember. It's Humbug, isn't it? So this is where they constructed their line. And they had it as black line, almost complete. They were hoping to stop the fire there. No, it jumped over here into this unburned stuff. This is a good, actually, this can tell you whether or not they did hillside burning because you could very easily see, let's see, there's Butt Lake. Where's Taylorsville? Sorry, my mouse has gone rogue. It sometimes goes this way. Yeah. I don't know if these patches are where they lit the fire here or if it's over here. But they did light the backfires, and I think this ridgeline was where they wanted it to halt. So, but here's the main part, and say they had lit the fires on the other side, then it wouldn't have so much to burn right now. Oh, sorry, back at Round Valley. Sorry, guys. So right now the fire marched towards Chester and stuff. And it spotted over right here around this time, and it jumped right about here. So say they had burned this hillside, it may not have been able to take a hold as much, but we don't know. It may have been that was never feasible, that there's no way to have controlled it. I don't know if they did anything or not. I think mostly they were trying to burn this way. That way. I do think I remember them talking about it because they wanted the fire to stop back here. That would be a longer distance for it to travel. I think I remember Mike talking about that. They penciled in black line and thought they had that safe, and it wasn't. So let's go back and look at the current conditions. The clock is ticking. It's 9:24 a.m. Excuse me, 9:25. Going back. So, yeah, we could pray and we can say that with support. We can support each other and say positive, well-meaning wishes, blessings, that sort of thing. Yeah, PLC, if I stay a bit longer, I'll draw an explicit image. Shut up. I'll never live that down. I'll never live the butt lake bathroom thing either down. But we can't start a debate. Nothing that'll cause stress. So, looking back, Ruby, welcome. Ruby Grace Nicholson. Can I get an update on the Grass Valley in Auburn, please? Yeah, it's no news is good news. We were checking the cams. Where is let's see, this is Facebook. Yeah. So I was checking out the feeds for Placer County Sheriff's Office, and they don't even have an update for us, like new evacuations or anything. Let's look at the evacuation map. Where did I put that? Zone Haven. This is linked in the description. But I'll show the cameras too. But we couldn't even find a smoke plume. Like, it was looking good on cams. And all last night I monitored it, and we saw the heat detections fade away. Please load. Okay. I imagine these servers are getting slammed by visitors. If you've just joined us, please like and subscribe to help me spread the mission, the word here. Flag me at Catherine when you start typing something, and it'll be like a pop-up with my name. Click it, and then type the rest of your message. And you will, yeah, no new evacuations. If something terrible had happened, I'm sure the feed of the sheriff's office would be abuzz with things. God, I gotta close some of this stuff because I'm getting confused now. This Sentinel, stop it. I hope that satisfies your question that that property really has a good chance of still being around. Fingers crossed. Let's see if Daniel Kearns has done anything. Yeah, I imagine that a lot of people are exhausted and sleeping. He had a eulogy for Greenville too, but he's been a local hero. So we can go to the cams now and get eyes on it. All these links are in the chat. Alert wildfire. You guys can follow along or monitor fires for yourself. That's what I want to teach people to do, is monitor fires for your own purposes. You know, anytime that you need a flea mound. Okay, that's Megalia. Whoops. Grass Valley. So this is looking down from Jones Ridge. We do have a little bit of a plume. So let's take a look and do a time lapse. What's been going on for the last 12 hours? So at night, I heard mostly chatter of, guys, we need to move a dozer over here. Guys, where's the other dozer? Now, a water truck couldn't get past a point because they had to wait for pg&e to remove the drooping lines. It doesn't mean pg&e started this or had anything to do with it, but when fire runs past power lines, it eats up the poles and the lines can droop. So that happens, and if it was energized, of course, they have to wait for pg&e to come out and de-energize it. So they were waiting for more than 30 minutes to... water truck couldn't get where it needed to go. And that just brings home the point of that we need to bury lines. Because even with structure fires or like car accidents, you know, a victim can be trapped in a car with lines around it and you can't approach. Here's the dawn. And you can't put water on anything, you get electrocuted. Hey, the camera even flipped around looking for hot spots. Okay. So it was in spot seeking mode. That is an indicator that that they weren't needing to monitor the main part of the fire as much as seek for spots. So let's look at what happened. This is 8:20 in the morning. It's now 9:30. So in the past hour, we see some smoke rise a little bit. Got and then it shifts around. But that's current. We go back to Caltopo. We don't want to see a red. We don't want to see a red spot. We don't have one. As of 8 minutes ago, we don't have one. So while it is burning around, we don't know if they've reached containment or something. Does anybody else have any news? Yeah, I'm still awake from last night. I did not begin my stream 3 hours ago. I began my stream at 9 p.m. last night. I had to end it because if you go beyond 12 hours, YouTube deletes your stream, and half of my work last year is gone because I had 17-hour streams. So please donate to my coffee fund. I'm going to need that, and perhaps some Monster Energy drinks. You know, that's good. That's the nuclear option. All right, we're here. I'm here for the long haul, guys. I'm here with you. We saw an extreme. You know what I could do? Is I could go back and show you what my stream was. Oh, we should check out her channel, guys. So, if we go back to my channel, what was I doing last night? Yeah. I was showing people the dangers. We were looking at Greenville and blah, blah, blah. And we saw some... Wait. Oh, this is the same one. I'm looking at myself, guys. Madness confirmed. There we go. Here's the 4th. Here's last night. So we mourned for Greenville. There was a river fire briefing that was so long I just stopped looking at it because it wasn't terribly important. But look what we're seeing. This is the same view last night. See, here's Chester's main streets here. This is looking at Chester. Look at the 300-foot tall flames that roared past Chester. Now it's gone past, but every time we turned our back on it, that when the flames died down, they roared back to life again because wind picked back up. Now, if this thing would pivot back around, yeah, here's the same view. I'm going to pause. Well, see how the flames went past it? But all those ridges and stuff are still hot. But this camera is losing the ability to even look at it because it's going past Chester at the moment. But boy, did we have some craziness last night as we watched the fire surround Chester. See how the thing was small? When it was going past Chester, we were worried at that point, and I couldn't even imagine. Look at it now. It went way past Chester. So, last night at 1 hour into the stream, this is around, this is before 11 o'clock. Current. Before 11 o'clock. Current. The craziest thing I just read when I was reading out this to you guys, this is the official remarks about what has happened from InsaWeb. It's very understated, but it said, word 50. Fire grew 50,000 acres in one night. 50,000 acres in one night. That's why I stayed up all night. Ruby says, Ruby Grace Nicholson, do you know if the fire has burnt down some of the school? Well, you know, thankfully, I have to repeat that. Wake up. Fire burned. The fire expanded 50,000 acres in one night. That'll wake you up better than coffee. That can happen today, guys. That is exactly the potential. I keep driving this home. The whole region is in danger. That wasn't this. This happened 50,000 acres tonight. Last night. 11 o'clock, we thought it was bad. This is now. Okay, so thankfully, there's some people that drove past Greenville. Let me mute it. They drive around and they show some surviving structures. I think. I don't know if that's the elementary or the high school. I know this town vaguely, and I can't recognize where I am anymore. So here's the Dollar General that might have survived. I bet it's because the type of roof it had was fire resistant. Things are still on fire when this was taken. It was erased in 2 hours. So this is before sunset. So the firestorms passed. And finally the journalist came out of hiding to film this. Is this the high school? I can't read that. So whatever that is, seems to have been relatively unscathed. Love this tree here. He's at the high school. Morning, Nick. Welcome back. Reno Cowboy says, I was on North Valley Road a few weeks ago, and I wish I'd taken the time to stroll down the main street of Greenville. I said, I'll do that next month when I return. Never thought it would be gone sad. I know. I had plans to be here on Memorial Day weekend. Canceled those plans. But that was when I was going to go film with a cell phone all these ghost towns and then beg for a camera for donations online and say, guys, this is what I could do with a cell phone. Would you like to fund me? And I could do a proper documentary on all the rich history that was preserved up here. Rich Bar, a ghost town. This is awesome. Greenville, a ghost town that has revitalized itself. A thriving tourism industry. Taylorsville, this is ghost town. Genesee, this is ghost town. Seneca. Hope to God Seneca survives. It just might. I haven't seen heat detected in this little elbow pocket right here. They've saved it for more than 75 years. Praying for Seneca. And a lot of that is just erased. And even last week, I was thinking, guys, and I started asking for donations then, but I should have been, not waiting for them. I said, please fund me so I can go down there and film things ahead of the fire. Super regrets. However, it's all spilt milk right now. We have to focus on survival education and doing what we can for everything that's still around us. Yeah, it's absolutely nuts. So this was, it's like bombs went off, and some of them, they did. That was the propane tanks. If anybody has footage of this live, like if a firefighter put a GoPro on his helmet, or hers, this would have been super war zone, Pulitzer Prize winning stuff. The battle to save these towns, and I could have been there. I really thought about it. I've got some connections with some Portland media outlets, and I wonder how quickly I could get a press pass and they could put something in my hand and I could go down there. It's a possibility, but I'd have to have like $500 for gas. So Daniel Kearns, of course, hasn't posted. Let's go back. I need to show you guys how bad everything. And here's Indian Valley.
It is by the cemetery. I just heard another boom, so more propane tanks going up. Let me see if I can get out of this post here. I'm not sure where that big flame's coming from, but I'm saying, Hot Springs Road. We might want to get moving soon, but not right now.
Okay.
There is flames in town, just so you all know.
Right there by the high school. Look, right by the high school.
There's fire right by the high school in the field,
yep.
Guys.
Right in the field.
Donnie and I will probably get ready to leave. Just be prepared.
That's right by the football field.
That's right by the football field. Our town's gone. It's not gone yet, but it's fucking not looking promising. Here, Donnie. He's yelling at me, but you guys, this fire went so freaking fast. Let me see if I can get the fire out in the field. There you go. There's the fire in the football field. Let's go back over to this mountain. This mountain right here, it's an inferno, and it's very angry right there, okay? That mountain is angry. Angry. Here, things just freaking blowing up, you guys. That fire's taken off. Oh, there's a fire on the other.
Okay, so it's really sad. That was courtesy of live storm chasers. So that shows a bit more of the valley. Hey, here's WX chasing, guys. Yeah, I'm so sorry. Is this your footage? Hope your ranch is safe and the cattle do no damage. Yeah. The river fire briefing was 50 minutes ago. Did they have one? Good. Do we have a link? Chopper Clark, those are my neighbors' cows on our property here. Hopefully they're all right. It's just insane. This is making me ill. God, okay. I'm still sick, guys. I have to. Okay, I can't make it that big. Oh, it's looping. Okay, I gotta fan myself. Okay, yeah. Okay, don't puke. I am sick, pulling an all-nighter, and I'm here for you guys, though. The guys on the line are going through a hell of a lot more than I am. So, whoa. We should definitely, I should retweet that, and I have a Twitter link. So you guys can see this footage yourself. This is for educational purposes, not stealing footage, of course. But I do think that this reaches people. Nothing reaches people like cold hard reality about whether or not you should stay and try to think that you could defend a property when that's the view. You know, you can't defend a property. You have to get out. KCRA, good. Let's go. KCRA had some really good footage of fighting the river fire as well. KCRA river fire. Okay, let's go. Thank you so much for alerting me. Go to 51 minutes ago. Okay, here we go, guys. Anybody, before we watch this? Oh yeah, it should have been put out day one, but you know what? CAL FIRE wasn't alerted for 5 hours, and they didn't de-energize the line. They let this tree fry. I'll show you guys a picture of what it looks like when a tree and a power line connect. It's some of the scariest stuff. It's called short circuit compilation videos, and it's gonna put the fear of God into you about electricity. Okay, anybody? Did I accidentally miss anybody's? Did I miss anybody's questions? I don't think the mines are on fire, Beisner. I don't think. I think a mine might actually be a pretty good shelter. Have you heard of any of them being on fire? I wouldn't think so. A lot of them are sealed. Captain, take a break. Okay, I will. I'll start this, and I promise you I'll go over and I'll take a break and I start charging my headphones. Does anybody have an update on Hamilton Branch Peninsula, Chester? Yeah, we don't see that impacted right now, but the clock is ticking. It's 9:44 a.m. Sometime between 11 and 1, the winds are going to blow towards Chester, and we might see a lot of devastation. It's out of our hands. All we can do is send power bubbles to the boots on the ground. Are the fires still burning? Oh, yeah. Live. Their fires are still burning. But everything that was saved last night, like Eleanor West and that Chester, could be gone by today because we have 8% humidity and 35 to 50 mile an hour winds, depending. Yeah, PLC has the wrench. Yeah, I knighted him, King Elvis, but you know what? You deserve it too. Don't duel, okay? No dueling. Wrench on wrench dueling is forbidden and prohibited. It is only allowed in the arena, and the arena is closed out of respect at the moment. Beisner says, I haven't heard about mines burning, but firs in Oregon were known to be burning underground. Oh, yeah. But that's usually if a mine, gold mines here are hard rock mining. There's nothing to burn, really. I mean, the timbers here are, the mines are full of water. They're really moist in there. I wish you would, PLC, take a break. Yeah. Okay. No, there are no underground fires, guys. That was just a speculative thing. There's nothing like that. It's not like a coal mine where you get fires burning underneath the town and killing it, like at what was that Pennsylvania town? The ghost town, Centralia. That's one of the oddest ghost towns ever. But we're going to watch the river fire briefing. That's the Dixie fire. It's acting quiet right now, but the clock is ticking until either 11 a.m. or 1 p.m. when the winds will pick up. And I cannot tell you guys enough. I am absolutely frightened for Chester, east side of Almanor, Westwood. I think those places are in peril. Please obey the evacuation orders. But if you know somebody in Chester, please tell them to watch the beginning of my video when I tell people where is a safe place to shelter. Yeah, the snow melt penetrates and drips down into the mines, and so they fill with water, and that's why most of them were abandoned since the 40s, and so they're just dripping wet in there. I don't imagine that there could be a fire underground. Okay, I'm going to start it. I'm going to take the headphones off, and let's see. It's 9 minutes, so I will not be able to hear much. I'm going to turn on the speakers, but I do have to charge these headphones. I will do so for 9 minutes as this briefing goes. Everybody say at Catherine, start typing that to flag me down with questions. I'll eat the rest of my rotten sandwich here and kind of lean back and relax a little bit. And then we'll go back to monitoring the Dixie fire. Please like, share, subscribe, etc. To help me reach others. Please donate to my donut fund if you have a spare dollar. I appreciate the support of everybody, and I'm Centralia. I'm so humbled by all the attention and support, and I'm just hoping I can do my best for you. So here we go. Unless anybody has any emergency they want me to attend to. Reno Cowboy, I don't think that address burned. I don't know. The videos I was showing, I was hoping you would recognize it. But as far as the satellite data was, I don't see any heat detections that were over there by that address. It was far east of Greenville. It's got a good chance of having survived. I am awesome. Thank you. Gosh. Okay, don't make me blush. Okay. Mark Leavenworth. We really, most of them are sealed here. There's no risk of that. But this is hard rock. It's straight up quartz and granite stuff. And it's full of water from all the incredible snow melt in the spring. It's humidity. It's dripping wet in there. I can tell you. Okay. C. Genevieve. Oh, you got the info. They are not alarmed in Sterling. Good. I understand that fire can do its own thing fully, finding the campfire at home. No orders or spotters concerned for the upper ridge. Good. I'm glad to hear that. Hopefully, over the next couple of days, that won't change. Thank you so much for checking on that. Okay. So let's watch this, guys. I'm going to take the headset off, charge it for the next 10 minutes. This is 10 minutes long. I'll be monitoring chat. Just type anything you need.
Okay, good morning. As of 8 o'clock this morning, the river incident is approximately 2,400 acres. It continues to burn in both Nevada and Placer counties. It originated yesterday in Division X-ray on the Placer County side and began a northeast burn direction with the wind and topography and fueled driven fires with long range spotting out ahead towards the city of Colfax. The fire progressed up towards Highway 174 in the Chicago Park area and near the Rollins Lake Dam bridge overcrossing. As we move around to the left side of the fire, our left flank, you'll see that the fire is on both sides of the county line. The Bear River is the county line, and we're working in coordination with Placer County Sheriff, Nevada County Sheriff on both sides of the fire and our unified command. Currently, we have resources in the area that will continue to work from the shift before. We made some good progress last night on slowing the progression of the fire, but containment is currently at 0%. Today's priorities will be to control the left flank in Division Echo, and we will be looking to secure that heel if we have a wind shift, as well as priorities in Divisions Juliet and Oscar towards the north end of the fire in both counties. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Next, from the Placer County Sheriff's Office will be Lieutenant Nelson Resendez, who will speak with some of the concerns for evacuations, evacuees, as well as the ongoing security of the fire area.
Good morning, Lieutenant Nelson Resendez, Placer County Sheriff's Office. I will also be speaking on behalf of Nevada County Sheriff's Office for some of the figures I'm going to provide. Total evacuees at this time between both counties is approximately 5,200. We have continued hard road closures in place. Those are being enforced by the California Highway Patrol. Those road closures are the same as yesterday. Areas that have been evacuated, we are providing continued patrol. Many units, including an air resource, is monitoring those closed off units. As of now, we have no reported criminal incidents that have occurred, and we will continue that plan until there's talk of a repopulation, which is yet to be. All I have.
My name is Chris Vest. I'm one of the public information officers for the river incident. We're going to go over some of the incident statistics. Currently, the fire is at 2,400 acres with 0% containment. It started at 2 p.m. yesterday. We currently have 3,400 structures that are threatened, as well as 50 that are either damaged or destroyed. We do expect active fire behavior today with winds up to 12 miles per hour and with very little humidity recovery. We encourage anybody that gets an evacuation warning or order to heed that and to act on it immediately. We're going to bring up in lieu of our agency administrator, Chief Hudson will fill in again for Unit Chief Brian Estes.
And at this point, I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Are more evacuations expected and where?
We currently do not have any expected evacuation orders to the north of the fire in Nevada County and the Placer County sides. We do have active warnings, and we do have active warnings to the west out to Brewer Road in Nevada County. If we do need to expand those warning areas to an order, you will definitely be notified. And if we expand the warning area, we will make that known as well.
Majority of the structures that were lost, can you that would be?
Majority of the structures lost and damage assessment is ongoing. I know we provided you with some numbers. We are assessing the extent of the damage or if they are destroyed on that. So we do know we've had some structures destroyed or damaged by fire up on the Milk Ranch Road, in the Mount Olive Road area along Highway 174, just to the northeast of the Bear River Campground off Milk Ranch Road, and then possibly off the Dog Bar area in the area of Oxnard.
What's the largest concern entering in today? You were talking about this day really being the day that marks the complexity of this fire.
Right. So today, I think is going to be when we talk about the complexity of this fire, how we're going to scale to it. Right now, we're running this basically as what we call a Type 2 incident, and if it goes to a Type 1, our resource orders, our overhead needs, and the complexity increases. So today, we expect similar weather conditions that we saw yesterday. We anticipate that the winds will begin to surface about 1 p.m. today, and then go from there, and we will if we've got good line ahead of it, we are working contingency. If we're able to hold it there, that will be able, hopefully, to be able to allow us to scale down from there.
Where's the fire expected?
The most active areas of the fire we expect to be in Branch 2, Division Juliet, right here. And then also, too, this is some very steep country down towards the heel. Even though it is the heel of the fire, it is very steep country. There's potential for fuel-driven fires in there as well. So along Division Echo and then Juliet.
Do you have anything that points to what started the fire?
The cause of the fire is under investigation right now.
Any repopulation expected today?
At this point, we don't expect any repopulation at this point today.
Can you speak to the other challenges that fire rubbing? Anything else that?
Right now, too, obviously, we've got a large fire activity in the North State with the Dixie fire. Obviously, we'll be working to maximize our resources between the two fires, too. So getting additional resources into this fire will also be a great assistance to us.
Talk to crew rest. Everybody knows that most of California is smoke and or fire. There's so much going on. How are we making sure to stay right?
Yeah, as an agency, Cal Fire, we strive to make sure that our staff and our firefighters we manage an appropriate R&R cycle or rest and recovery cycle, either at 14 or 21 days, depending on the complexity of the incident. So at that point, we are meeting this challenge, particularly on this fire. We will have a large number of the personnel on the line holding over from the shift before, as we get other resources in from out the region or the state, and then we can relieve them and get them down for rest to come back for another 24-hour operational period the next day.
One last question for we were talking about yesterday being a success and there being a lot of different elements contributing to the fire and the productivity of yesterday. What would you point towards something that was the most effective? Talking personnel, dozers.
I will say our success yesterday really came. This is a complex fire. We're impacting two counties, two different sheriff's offices, two different law enforcement agencies, two different EOCs, and the city of Colfax. I think our real success came yesterday from the coordination between all the different both counties, all the cooperating agencies, the unified incident command system that we established early. That was the key to our success. With that coordination and communication, we're able to have common objectives, implement one plan and stick to that plan, and which was effective at slowing the spread of the fire. Potentially yesterday, it could have been a lot more fire spread. We could have seen a lot more acres burned if we didn't have that coordinated effort with the weather and conditions that we saw yesterday.
Last question for me. Any idea of what are they? Most homes?
Yeah, they are mostly residential properties. Obviously, we have 2,000 structures in the city of Colfax that does remain threatened. Outside of that, we have the area to the north along Highway 174, the area to the west, if it crosses Dog Bar Road and comes out into our evacuation warning area along Brewer Road in Nevada County. Those are the primary areas that we have structure threats in right now.
Yeah, I'm good. Thank you.
All right, finally, before we wrap up, just a few other pieces of reference for anybody that needs information. The number to call is 211 in Nevada and Placer counties. For incident information, our next update that's scheduled will be at 7 p.m. tonight. There will be other information that we post on the social media channels. Those are at Twitter, at CalFireNEU, as well as at Facebook, at CalFireNEU. The Placer County Sheriff will also make updates as they have information available at Placer Sheriff on Twitter. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
as we get started with this thing, one of the first things we're going to do is talk about this unit here. What we
All right, well, just based on the satellite imagery, you can see we have a lot to talk about when it comes to today's update and forecast on all the wildfires going on in Northern California. Big one we're going to be talking about and really spending the most time on is the Dixie fire here. You can see just how active that was throughout the day today, especially on that northwestern edge of the fire, and then the area around Greenville really started to pick up in fire intensity around 4 o'clock today. So we're going to look at the updates that have already happened, as well as that ongoing red flag warning, which is partly responsible for some of these tricky conditions and the extreme fire behavior that we've seen over the last 48 hours, and unfortunately will be continuing for the next 24 hours as that red flag warning stays in place, and we do continue to have some very critical fire weather conditions. Now, you can see a number of other fires going on as well too, so there's really a large number of fires we're going to try to dive into throughout this video. So first will be the Dixie fire, then we'll have to look at all these lightning fires that started around the 29th and the 30th when we had that monsoonal moisture coming in from Arizona. Started a number of these lightning fires, and since a lot of our resources were occupied with the Dixie fire and some other fires going on across the state, and there was a large number of new lightning fire starts here, it just gave them the time they needed to really start to take off. It was just waiting for that hot, dry, windy conditions to come in to mix with the critically dry fuels. And you can see that those have really started to take off over the last 48 hours as well. So over here, we will be diving into the McFarland fire, the Monument fire, the Summer fire, the Hay Press fire, and then up very in the northern parts of California, we have the Antelope fire to talk about too. And then the new one on the map, we talked about all of those yesterday, but the new one to talk about is what you see pop up right down in the very bottom of this figure. that new smoke plume coming off, that is called the river fire. That one really picked up in intensity throughout the day today, and I believe is leading to some new evacuation warnings as well, so we'll have to take a close look at that. And I believe on all of these fires, we have some new evacuation orders in place, so going to be very important to dive into what's already happened, look at the fire weather forecast to see what might happen throughout the day tomorrow as we continue to have some critical fire conditions, and then also look at when we might finally start to see a little bit relief. But unfortunately, it looks like the fuels, which is one of the big factors driving all this activity, those are going to be remaining extremely dry. So the end is not in sight anytime soon when it comes to the 2021 fire season. Now, one other thing we can do before we move on to just look at the Dixie fire, good way to actually see where these fires are popping up is by looking at the natural color fire imagery, and you can really see that northwestern section of the Dixie fire. That's the first thing that I really notice on this map. Second thing I notice is that river fire really starting to flare up there around 4 o'clock today. And then even in the overnight hours, that's when you see that map turn black, that's as the sun drops and it turns into the overnight hours. And you can see that we're still seeing a large amount of activity on the Dixie fire, the McFarland fire, the Monument fire, Summer and Hay Press fires, the Antelope fire. Lots of activity still going on, and I think that's the big story throughout the night tonight is relative humidity is going to remain very low, which means it's not going to help our firefighters all that much that it's nighttime. Winds will come down, which is a big factor, but it will remain extremely dry, so we will continue to see some activity overnight, which means you'll most likely be waking up to some more smoke in the morning. But again, before I go any farther, I will just remind you there are a number of new evacuation orders in place. I believe there's been some recent developments of this fire. You can see that northeastern section of the Dixie fire right there really picked up around 4 o'clock today, and the last report I could find said that the fire had re-entered Greenville, and there was a number of people who, although there was an evacuation order in place, stayed around. And right now the problem the firefighters are having is they're working on getting everybody out of the town instead of actually being able to protect the structures. So that's probably the top priority right now. If you are around any of these fires, check the most recent evacuation orders, and if you're under them, it really helps firefighters and your own safety to take those evacuation orders seriously. But now let's actually just dive into the Dixie fire, and we'll actually just start on this map again. You can see earlier in the day, we already started out with a lot of activity. A lot of that was continued from the last 48 hours when this fire really started to flare up again. I'll remind you, with the Dixie fire last Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, we were looking great. We had some good containment around the fire. There was a lot of successful firing operations going on where they're clearing out a lot of the fuels. We even had that round of thunderstorms that brought some sprinkles to the area.
I'm back. Okay, I'm probably going to sound very different. The good microphone is charging. I apologize. I decided to put him up there because he was showing good information. It's really a long thing, and he did this 12 hours ago, speculating on what happened. But Holt Hanley, I really recommend his channel because he explains a lot about how fire weather behavior occurs. It's just really hard to find the exact spot where, you can quote him, so to speak. So he was really awesome. I requested that he make a video that would explain what's going on in the area. You hear us? You hear me? Cool. Okay. Jilly Romney McCarland fire has a new evacuation warning for Platina. Yeah, that's very important to notice. So I'm going to actually adjourn and just say, guys, you should visit his channel sometime. What he said 11 hours ago is very comprehensive. It kind of explains a lot about way beyond what I can do. So he explains modeling and stuff like that, and kind of explained a lot of what I had already talked about. But here, this part is amazing, where he explains how he and other scientists will go and gather up, vegetation. And then they measure it, and you can see like green is healthy vegetation, and that would resist fire because it has higher quantities of moisture. And then blue is like historic. They've never quite seen it this low, and that's basically what we're seeing today in these unprecedented drought conditions. So if you go to minute 42 on his thing, I'm going to put in chat here. Definitely subscribe to him too, because he does a great job even when I'm not here, kind of doing a similar thing, but he does it pretty much weatherman style, rather than like giving people advice on where to go, what to do. That's my contribution. So rather than doing that, since people are saying in chat that we have new evacuations orders for Platina over by the McFarland fire, I think we should definitely look at that. So very disappointing. I was listening from the other room about what was going on with the river fire, and to hear that they didn't contain it last night was something quite surprising, because we didn't see much activity last night at all. Looking back at it real quick before we look at the McFarland fire, I don't see any GOES satellite hotspots detected, period. So we can look back and see this is the current view from Jones Ridge looking down at Alta Sierra. And we did have a little bit of a plume. Let's just look at what's going on in the last 15 minutes. And we'll keep checking back on what's going on with Placer County. Alex says, are you relatively near the fires? Nope, sorry. I'm new to the channel, great coverage. Thank you for dropping in. But I grew up here, so I'm very invested emotionally in everything, and I make frequent trips whenever I can. And I'm glad to have you with us. We have real firefighters in the chat, like Brewers here. If you Brewers, will you let me know again? Link me to you so I can definitely show your footage and like your channel and spread the love. He's totally awesome. Others in chat are giving us good feedback too, and I learn a lot from the people that come into chat. So all's quiet right now. I know that the wind is going to be forecast to blow towards Grass Valley later today. We need to check on that. Check out the wind forecasts. We know that single-digit humidity is up by the Dixie fire, and it can't be very different. It's not that far away in Grass Valley. It's just pretty awful. But last night, it was very quiet. They had one machine broke down, and it went to Sacramento for repair. The water tender didn't get where it needed to be because there was power lines in its way for like more than an hour. But then a crew that had to go off because of equipment failure was replaced by a shift that was supposed to go home, and they stayed and worked through the night. So whoever team golf is, you guys rock. We're listening, and you guys are doing a good job. I'm happy to report there's no like huge plume right here, but we're going to come back and look at it. We can't get complacent. Anything goes, because we saw it run at unprecedented speed uphill yesterday, and that was really unexpected behavior. And I'm so sorry to hear that structures were lost and some people have just lost everything. We'll continue to monitor that situation, but I want to go back. The evacuation map for river fire. Yeah, thank you, Josh. You're totally awesome. And once again, they split the counties. So if you have one county, you look at this, and you have another county, you look at that. This is a YouTube. Yeah, I think I opened up the wrong. No, it's ArcGIS. But I have the link to the Zone Haven map, which was on the Placer County website. Wow, it's not loading. I already had it open here, though. So that one shows that Tehama County is not shown. So, of course, there's Tehama County evacuations here on the Dixie. But if you look down here, it shows at least, Placer County stuff. God, it's really lagging out. Not Placer County, excuse me. Whoa. It's gone rogue. So you can see that there hasn't been any new evacuation orders. Well, that is extremely laggy from what we were seeing yesterday, as far as I could tell. So mandatory in the red, of course, and then I think Colfax is still mandatory. But this is what drives me nuts: is there's two different counties here and two different evacuation maps, and I wish why can't they have just one? I don't know. So Nevada County is here, and Placer's is the one that's not here. So if you go to Placer County's Sheriff's Office, hopefully they've got a map here to theirs. Right, here's theirs. If this would ever load. Going back to the chat, any family with dog displaced in Greenville, okay, yep, thank you, Eric, can go and email there. There's empty rooms in Orville. Thank you so much for volunteering to help the community and help the animals. Tehame County, I'm sorry. I get this wrong all the time. Thank you. I don't know if it's almost a dyslexia thing, but I just look at it and I see a different word when I look at it. So this, wow, it finally loaded. I bet this is being overwhelmed by just the amount of people clicking on this. So any day now, yeah, we've still got mandatory evacuations of Colfax and all these up here. So this I'm going to put in the chat. This is for you, Lassen County, because you guys are the redheaded stepchild when it comes to the super map. But you should keep monitoring, because I can't monitor everything at once. Placer County Sheriff's Office, if there's new evacuation orders, this was updated at 4:30 a.m. I haven't seen anything else since then, and as far as the fire is concerned, no news is good news. But we'll continue to go monitor that situation. I want to see if there's new aircraft. We're going to go back and look at the McFarland fire. See, Genvi, crap, I need my reading glasses, debris. So, Tehame County. Tehame. Okay, I'll get it. This is the current view of that river fire. Not to be confused with the Salmon River Complex fire, which is up in Siskiyou County, Trinity. Let's go back and look at the live satellite data. My good headphones are charging over there. In the meantime, I'm on the old one. Do I sound very different? I kind of wonder about that. You should probably hear a lot more of the room sounds and like helicopters flying over, and that sort of a deal. Just random ones, and I'm not near a fire. So looking over at GOES, we don't have any flaring up hot spots at the moment that I could tell as of a couple minutes ago, but we know that we did have hot spots somewhere between 1 and 6 hours ago, which is what's indicated by the yellow. So heat signature detected at Mount Hoffman. Great. Let's go back and look at that for a second. Hoffman. Yeah. Not the peak. Yeah, but like, whoa, way up there. So, all right, let me get it so you guys can understand what's going on. This is, oh, wonderful. This is all we need. All we need. There's Sonora Angels Camp. Okay, we got another thing to track down, it looks like. So I'm sure that CA Fire Scanner and others might help us update CA Fire Scanner on the Twitter. And now that I have the Twitter, let's see if he's tweeting on it. He may have gone to bed. It's time for people to go to bed in Australia and such. So, yeah, he reported the same thing I did. The low-hanging power lines hampered the access for water tenders last night. And let's see. They declined the offer of some additional hand crews and told them to rest and come back to the fight tomorrow. So that's kind of what it looked like through the night. I do believe he's gone to bed. So let's go back and look at the McFarland and those things. Oh man, that's not what we need up there. We'll continue to figure out what's going on in the middle of the mountains east of Sonora. Going back up to McFarland, somebody said there were new evacuation things issued. Let me go back up. I must have missed a bunch of the chat. So Xmas is okay. That's chattering. Going back up there. Evacuation map for the river map. Okay. So, what did you miss, Travis? Welcome back. I'm not sure how long you've been on. I really thought it was Tahama, but it's Tahama. Are you messing with me? That's how I used to say it. I guess I was right the whole time. So let's see here. Going around, how do we rewatch the video show the morning live that was the firefighters morning meeting assignments? Good question. What you can do is they have a YouTube channel. So I will link that. There's a YouTube channel for gosh, I wanted to show you guys yesterday. This was amazing footage of the aircraft. KCRA was live there and showed the aircraft slamming this fire in Placer County. But let me just give you the link. If you see duplicate tab, go to my history. It's CAL FIRE. It's a little bit hard to find, but CAL FIRE IMT1 is the channel, and I'm just going to link it to you because it's hard to actually find. So if I don't even see Incident Management Team 2, they don't seem to have their own YouTube. They go on Facebook, and so it's split. You know, the Dixie Fire is split into East and West zones, but these are West Zone operational briefings, and they have a playlist. I'm so glad they make this available to the public to see because it's just them talking to themselves. It's not content meant to be digested by the public. Excuse me. Let me try to get back into my chair. Whoa, I'm falling out of the chair. Okay. All right. So hopefully my good headphones work better. See, Genevieve says local news doesn't even pronounce the name of the cities correctly either. I'm sorry. All right, so let's go back to the McFarland fire. And if you hit the like, subscribe button for them and the ringing bell, it'll notify you when they go live, which is almost on the nose 7 in the morning every morning. So I'm running on adrenaline and extreme sleep deprivation. So I'll show you guys this footage. I'm putting this over here to the right, which this will be amazing, but we need to take care of things. While I didn't have the microphone hooked up, I was trying to explain, oh God, we saw fire on the other side of Katy Ridge. This is over towards Westwood, and it's flaming up good right now. We did not want to see this. So this means it could cast embers over to Westwood and over to Lassen County. I imagine a fierce battle is taking place right now at the Dixie Fire at that location, as I've been speculating about throughout the night. And so we have confirmation that that's where it is on the map, that it's burned over the top of the ridge. And so the big concern today is after 11 or 1, when the winds really start going this way, the embers could be cast to Westwood. And you can see the peninsula has the potential to be outflanked, and the fire could actually reach it from different directions. So if it ran along the ridge, I don't know if it has the capacity. If it went this way and towards the camera, you've got the fire here. The embers could be cast toward the peninsula. You got this possibility, and if the fire reaches here, then you could be trapped on the peninsula, and that's why it is evacuated. And that's why I don't think anybody in the Hamilton type area should remain. I think that's extremely vulnerable. And imagine if this blocks your way out. What roads are you going to take exactly? You're really limited on that one. Well, imagine if this blocks your way out. So you got to realize that the window of opportunity to evacuate by car is a window that does shut in many instances, and that does close. And once it does close, you have to do a shelter-in-place plan. And you have to find, a big parking lot, a baseball diamond, open field that's been plowed, get under a bridge, get under a culvert. You won't be safe in a structure or a house. Just trust me. So do have a shelter-in-place plan that is not anywhere near your dwelling. If you choose to remain. I don't even know that if anybody can get out of Chester right now. I'm not there. But if you know people, and if there is a way out, just contact the local Plumas County Sheriff's Office and say, hey, can I evacuate? Or where do you want me? They were telling people to go to the baseball diamond in Chester and to remain there. It's a much better option than being in your home because they won't be able to save the neighborhood if that rains embers. The clock's ticking. It's 10:24 a.m. We could have as early as half an hour from now. The wind changed direction and rain embers all over Chester. It's forecast to do so around around 1 though, by the people that are there. So going back to chat, I don't see anybody. Okay, so there's photos. Thank you, Josh. Let's take a look. I wanted to get to the McFarland fire. Is this related to that? because I heard Platina was evacuated. Okay, yeah. Good to see it's still around. Good to see it's still around. We had they saved the airport, and they did a hard battle to save it, but that doesn't mean we can celebrate. It is surrounded on all sides. So it says intact and surrounded by black, but you know what? So was Almanor West. And it jumped over, and black line doesn't mean a whole lot anymore. It won't mean anything if embers rain down from above from a long distance, long-range spotting. Please don't get complacent. Please don't fail to realize you're in mortal danger if you're in front of a fire. So, look, they let people back into town the same day that this was obliterated, and then changed their minds and said, everybody run for your lives. This is what happened to Greenville. It looked just fine, too, and we were celebrating its saving, and then it was obliterated with 90% structure loss. They couldn't even save 20%. And that was with thousands of people in the area, so please, please, don't think for a second that everything's hunky-dory. We're in for a bumpy ride today. If Chester does make it through the day, that will be a miracle. But hopefully we can have a miracle. So going back to looking back at chat, let's go to the McFarland fire. And I don't know where I've put my, I think it was general resources. You know, I haven't been able to cover it too much, and I don't know that I have evacuation info. I think it's back here. I have information for the 7. Wow. Yeah. See, look, guys, Greenville. And this is what Chester could look like, okay? Associated Press, Noah Berger, courtesy of media here. Screaming nightmare. Don't think you can defend your house with a garden hose, please. You won't be able to. So, there's nothing quite like a reality check than to look at reality. That was a very defensible town. A very defensible town. I was completely shocked, and this is what it was reduced to in 2 hours. So, good reality check. Thank you for sharing that, Josh, the links. Now, going back to chat, do I have numbers? I'm just playing. Okay, you guys are talking amongst yourselves. If you want to get my attention, if you have questions, it's open question and answer time, of course. We want to turn to McFarland Fire for a moment and see if there are new evacuation orders. So that's Siskiyou County. I don't have a tab open for that. And so, yeah, 7 hours ago, this is what it looked from the lake. The causeway near Chester around 2 in the morning. Yeah. It's hell on earth, basically. So, here's another reality check. If that doesn't scare you, I don't know what does. But that's reality. So, going back, I don't BS people. I like to be comforting, and I think the truth is the most comforting thing. Anxiety is what not knowing things is. It's a product of not knowing and not being certain about things. It's not, sugarcoating things. It's embracing what's real and knowing the real dangers, and then you can make informed decisions. So I think that's what Trinity County is. So let's look on Facebook. I think I was looking at Trinity County County Sheriff's Office, and I think that would have the areas impacted. Yes, that's Wildwood. Yeah, we know about that. That happened a long time ago. The McFarland fire, Pacific Gas and Electric's, their power lines started to Dixie, and they made it worse with starting the fly fire as well. And so all the crews are over there, and there was nobody to really slam the McFarland or the Monument fire, which was north of that, when lightning strikes hit the area. This could have been put out quick and soon, but they just didn't have the resources to put in the area. So we're dealing with a sort of a domino effect. So evacuation orders, this was August Second, so if there's been something new, guys, where did you get that information? Because I was hearing, is Platina the McFarland? I honestly haven't heard of the town. We should go and look at Platina, California. Okay. Oh, I can see why. Is this McFarland or Monument? Zoom out. Yeah, McFarland. Okay. The one west of Weaverville is the Monument. So looks like, let's look at our wind plot. Wind for the moment blowing away from Platina, but that's getting real close, so I can understand why they would want that out. So I just, why don't we do a general Google search? McFarland fire evacuation. Interweb. Where do you get the official info? I thought it would have been Trinity or Siskiyou County. Isn't that awful? You know, was that a rumor or is it a real thing? Where did you guys in the stream a short time ago, the man had a page up from the College of DuPage with the satellite image of the fire. Do you know how to get that page? You know, I was actually looking. That would be a good question for that's Holt Hanley weather. Oh, Shasta County. That's right. It bled into the Shasta County. Thank you. Guys, this is hour 12 or 13 or something of my stream. I woke up from a nap yesterday at 3 p.m. and I've been streaming ever since 9 p.m. So I'm running on adrenaline, caffeine, and donuts. So bear with me. I'm also still sick, so I'm just doing the best I can. But I am not quite on it. So I do appreciate you guys linking me things in chat. Let's look 43 minutes ago. Evacuation warning. Okay. Thank you. So I'm going to make a new folder. And do a quick save to it so we can have that at a moment's notice. And I'm going to like and retweet, and I'm on Twitter now. My links are in the description. And so I'll retweet this evac information. But please don't rely on me to have the up-to-date stuff because I have 64 tabs open with the fire monitoring, and I just look back every once in a while at them, and my mods and people in chat are doing a great job helping me with this. Saying, hey, something's been updated. So thank you very much for all the support, and like and hit the subscribe button so I can reach more people. That really helps the page out. Because YouTube doesn't show people things unless they're trending upwards. It's just a stupid algorithm thing. So, Shasta County Sheriff, for the McFarland fire burning into the area of western Shasta County line, evacuation warnings have been issued for the residents in Platina, including both sides of Highway 36 from Sunday Gulch Road to the Shasta to Hama County line. Did I do it right? To Hama. I was saying that and somebody told me I was wrong, so I don't know. That's the comment button, isn't it? How do I get out of it? Okay. And I've just started Twitter, so yeah, it's the bee's knees, it looks like. I'm going to follow Shasta County and Trinity, Shasta Tree National Forest. So that is true. Thank you so much for bringing that to my alert. Miko 1690, this is being recommended to me for some reason. Really? How you I'm going viral. I never thought I'd say that. I'm used to having 18 people in the chat, so whew. I'm getting stage fright, guys. So 18,000 was the maximum views I think I ever had at one time on a live stream, and so we're going back. If anybody has any questions, so what you do is say @Catherine, and there's like a little pop-up, and then you click that and then type the rest of your comment. It highlights it orange so I can see. Otherwise, it's hard for me to keep track of that and keep track of the fires at the same time. So that is true, though. As of 9:48 a.m. August 5th. That is our new evacuation. English.execute has crashed. As of 9:48 a.m., August 5th, that is the current evacuation information from Shasta County Sheriff's Office. They're preparing residents of Platina to evacuate. And that's a sad thing, but maybe it's because I think the wind's going to shift. It's blowing away from the town currently, if information is correct on CalTopo, but they must be preparing for it to go. I said it right, Tahima. Okay. If you're messing with me, there will be consequences. Sorry. All right, so thank you very much, and I'll keep that tab not open, but we can go back to it. So if you guys are new or have had this, recommended to you, we're watching a crisis unfold in the West. 9% humidity, high winds forecasted, long-range spotting, extreme fire behavior. We lost a town erased off the face of the map last night that nobody expected to lose. I can't tell you how shocking that was. And so the lines, the quote black lines that were safe, turned out not to be. And the fire just leaped out of control. And, we saw it do impossible things. This is their morning briefing map that they had on the 3rd, for example. And we had black line, which is supposed to be fire you shall not pass. Okay, that's supposed to be Gandalf stuff, and not allowing the Balrog to go forward, so to speak. And that's how they say containment. Fire is not supposed to be able to go past black line unless something really unusually bizarre happens, or something unforeseen. And boy, it wasn't even in high wind conditions. And so what we had was a breach. It ran all the way to the lake. Right through here, it just breached the back line, and it breached the secondary line, which was Highway 89, and went all the way to the lake with nothing stopping it. They heroically saved the buildings on either side, two big neighborhoods. I was biting my fingernails off, and this is embers just jumping over their lines, and that's why I can't tell you enough, guys, that they can't control that. Lines are for stopping, fire moving along the ground, and when they pencil in black, it's because they're thinking that they've cleared enough vegetation over that if it spots over, they would immediately and get it out. Black is containment. So all of their black line was pretty much violated in this entire area. Not only did it surge past it, it went up to Butte Mountain here and just absolutely torched through the neighborhood and barreled through it. They barely saved Chester last night heroically, but we completely lost Greenville yesterday at 4 in the afternoon because there was a containment line. It wasn't black, meaning they were still working on it. But they let people back into Greenville and Eleanor West here at Prattville. They let everybody back in, and I went, what? I couldn't understand it because they didn't have a black line above Greenville. And sure enough, charging past their completed lines, it ran towards Greenville. They stopped it with air retardant drop, plane after plane valiantly worked to save it. I went to bed thinking that it was saved and the worst was over. And we wake up and everything was still looking okay in the morning. And then just in the space of 2 hours, wind picked up, and I think what happened is it rained embers all over the roof of the buildings in town, and probably all the roofs of all the buildings caught fire at once, and then propane tanks began exploding, and there was nothing to do. It was like a war zone. That is the way people have described it, like a war zone. Now, unbelievably, what happened also last night, and we watched it, was it went and it surrounded Chester, which has been one of their big bases of operation. There's an airport here that has a lot of aircraft that go and fight the fires. It went around and circled Chester, so all of this was one solid line of fire that marched off the screen. And everything that they did in front, all these contingency lines meant absolutely jack. Because not only did it breach the black line, it breached the contingency lines. It went over roads, major highways, and it even cut themselves off from helping each other in several different places. We had not only did it torch Greenville, but it went up the side here, and it's up here right now currently. And so the big nightmare scenario is partly unfolding because it is reaching this high altitude air ridge here. which means that it can spot over as the wind changes today, affect Westwood. If the fire goes this way and does affect here where the camera is, we can have the peninsula, since the fire is here too, assaulted from both sides, maybe even three, because we could have spot fires. We could have embers drift over from there too. The wind is going to go this way eventually. Sometime either 11, like 20 minutes from now, between 11 and 1. So what they're going to do is, they just confidently said they had black line around Chester. Don't believe for a second that that means that the town's safe. It's been evacuated for a reason. If you're on the east side of here and still have the ability to take Lassen Scenic Byway and go towards Susanville, I suggest you do that right now. Get the keys, get in the car, and go right now. Because if the fire does breach here, or like embers do this, how are you going to get out? There's really not that many options because the fire's here, so you can't go that way. Don't get trapped. So that's my final piece of advice on that. Now, where were we? We are waiting to see what's going to happen, but I named this the Grim Dawn for a reason. This is one hell of a serious situation. So let's go back and do some time-lapse stuff. And we may want to time-lapse the McFarland fire as well, but it's been horrific. Here's Indian Ridge current conditions, and you could see how it's just picking up and going wild. Let's do the 12-hour time-lapse once again. Oh, whoopsie. Wrong click. So you can see in the middle of the night how active it was. They're busy little bees running around trying to save Crescent Mills and Moccasin in the foreground. Round Valley Reservoir and the place that breached yesterday was there. And poor little Greenville down here is still smoldering, which is on the right of the screen. Over here is what was going on by Chester. So the dragon has three heads of the fire at Greenville, over towards Chester and Chester's airport. And it burned readily throughout the night. We saw 300-foot tall flames on these mountains. So if you think about the pyrocumulus clouds, they can toss embers hundreds of feet up in the air, taller than these 7,000-foot tall peaks. That's why I know that it can cross the lines. I know that it can cross the lake. And look, the wind direction, going towards the lake. When the winds pick up today, this is going to be bad, guys. So I can't stress enough that these are mega fires. And even though they had thousands of people ready to defend Greenville, they didn't. They couldn't. So do not have any illusions that you can defend the property with hoses. So we will continue to watch, but this is current right now. It just ended with what's currently going on. We have Dyer Mountain, the one with the infrared image, is here, over in the smoke. And it keeps looking at Greenville that way, keeps looking across the lake at Chester that way. So I hope that orients you. But it's, oh God, yeah, see? This is what we were seeing in the distance. So Greenville's to the right here. And we've seen the fire breach and make its way over into Lassen County. This is why Westwood is in such peril. And you can see how the heat is just sending the smoke and the stuff into the air. And you can bet your bippy that burning embers are traveling with it. Even though they may valiantly defend that line, it may not matter much because the wind hasn't even picked up quite yet. It's really traveling up over the ridges. It's completely awful. It's pivoted back now towards, that's the peninsula in the foreground. That's kind of like Lake Alamo West on the right. The left side is kind of looking at the south end of the lake back towards Greenville. But it's looking around for hot spots, and every once in a while we see, when the wind picks up, 300-foot tall flames coming off of the mountains west at Chester. Butte Mountain and such. And so you can still see that there's Indian Valley down there. And the fire's still burning up in the hills by Round Valley Reservoir. I don't see that Taylorsville would be impacted. They haven't forecasted that. But see how it's cresting the ridge and going over towards Westwood as we speak. I don't know. how the battle is going right now to defend it. They haven't really explained it as of this morning's operational briefing. So, looking back at the chat, is anybody asking me anything? I don't see my name highlighted. So you can do @Catherine, and I'll do my best to explain if any questions. So, looking back, time lapse of the river fire Josh has for us. So we'll continue to monitor Jesus. Sorry, try not to curse, but God, this is live. So it looks like the winds are picking up now right on time. It's they're 15 minutes early. They were supposed to pick up at 11, 35 mile an hour plus wind gusts up to 50 on the top of these ridges. Guys, your window of opportunity is closing if you're on the east side of Mount Lassen, or Lake Eleanor. Get out of there, get to Susanville. I don't know if anybody can escape Chester right now. I don't have the information. We need to check Plumas County Sheriff's Office right now and CAL FIRE Butte County to see if there's any new evacuations, because that's escalating fast. Yeah, the fire is starting to wake up. We're on schedule. The clock's ticking, and they have run out of time. Whatever preparations they were doing, here it comes. This is why I'm not going to sleep, and we might be in for it. Also, if anybody has cabins and such near Mineral, tell them to go retrieve their things while they still can. I don't know if those will survive. They're on watch right now in Taylorsville County. Let's go look and see if the sheriff's office has anything more. I'm going to refresh the evacuation map, and it only shows Butte and Lassen counties. Unfortunately, then I have to look at Taylorsville County's map separate. So this is what the evacuation map looks like. For Taylorsville County is not shown, but we do have some of the puzzle pieces here, evacuation. This is for a reason, guys. 360 degrees. I imagine that Westwood is going to be on alert fast, even though I don't know why currently it's not. No idea why currently it's not. I have no idea why this isn't red. I imagine that we'll see this absolutely going red any moment. We are going to be issuing new alerts and orders and stuff. They should have done it last night, frankly, in my opinion, but what do I know? I just unfortunately write much of the time because I'm a realist. So that's Chester. Right now we saw 300-foot flames march past it. Much of the fire right now is to the north, but this will fan back up. As the winds reach it, we can see embers from here up above Chester might come right back over. So don't think that everything's quiet and everything's safe. I hope that it is, but there's huge possibilities that will roar back to life as a beast. So let's go to and I'll read you latest update on the Salmon River complexes. And I'm looking for Plumas County on Facebook off screen. Does anybody have any questions? Say @Catherine Davidson. Put on the flight tracker. Thank you, Travis. Thanks. Yeah, I will. And that didn't actually work. When you start typing my name, there's like a little pop-up, and click on that, and then hit space and keep typing. What site is this? I'll link it for you. This is amazing that they're streaming it live to Twitch. Weathernode.net/FLIR. This is the only FLIR camera in the area that I think has it, unless anybody else has new information to share with me. But you can see how it's marching up over the ridge. This is why I think Westwood is in danger. This is high elevation. This is some of the higher peaks. What is this? 6,500 or 6,700. Look at that. Look, we turned our back on the fire and look what it did in the space of 2 minutes with the camera angling around. So I bet Indian Ridge, the camera they were looking at is showing a massive plume and a massive blow up. So let's refresh. Yeah, it's massive. So this is looking at it from the opposite direction. Let's do what's been going on the last hour, and repeat that. I'm going to go back and look for Plumas County Sheriff's Office. Is that the Taylorsville County map, Josh? The one I didn't show? Brewers, who is a real firefighter, says, I am noticing the winds are starting to make a slight turn. It looks to be about on time with what they said earlier. They said 1 p.m. I was the one saying 11. Unless I missed something drastic. Yeah, this is 1 hour. This is the last 1 hour. We're looking at it explode. So, yeah, they, as far as I remember, the forecaster guy for the 7 o'clock meeting in the morning said that, guys, it's going to shift at 1. But what Windy and other general forecasters were saying was that it was going to be at 11. So let's go back to the live cameras that show the flare. Mind you, it is pivoting around, so we might see some incredible action from multiple places fanning up at once. But the area of great concern right now is the ridge above Greenville, overlooking. It's called Ketty Ridge. And it'll pivot. It's over to the left on the left side right now. And I'm sorry that the camera has two things, but it kind of shows you what it's doing, but that lags out. So me showing you what it's doing, Jesus. Excuse me, I keep cursing. You see what I mean? The 300-foot tall flame stuff? Not all of it is fire. A lot of it's really hot smoke, but a lot of it is fire, just going straight up. I'm trying to orient myself. But it's climbing and climbing. Yeah, two different angles of the same general area. Okay, so I'm going to go back, like I said, put any questions in chat. Let's see here. Yeah, if you're on Eastern time, that might be the discrepancy. But right now it is 10:51 a.m. The clock stopped ticking because it's here. So Duncan says, haven't had a chance to read about it, but any news about Chester? It's quiet right now. That may change rapidly. That's Chester in the foreground, and most of the fire marched past it to the north. But I expect the embers to be whipped up because we had 300-foot tall flames that we were watching all night as it roared past it. And there is fire in the foreground here last night. So it's marched up high. All this area in the foreground was burning. So you see the bright spots where the forest floor still is. This could fan up into flames and threaten the peninsula. I expect quite a lot of activity to begin soon. Josh says Lassen Volcanic National Park is closed. Oh, yeah. The fact that it got to Lassen Volcanic Park doorstep shows you how radically far north it just marched last night. It was freaking nuts. Okay, so let's go back to Goes Live. So it went way past Chester. Look at that. That, straight from the horse's mouth, InstaWeb, when I was reading it, the fire expanded 50,000 acres last night. 50,000. 50,000 acres. And we have what we didn't want to see. We have red going all the way here, and look how Westwood is vulnerable. Why the hell is that not being evacuated? Why is that on the map? I expect that to change real soon. So let me go back and look at what I was just saying I was going to do, which is check out Plumas County Sheriff's Office. They have been so slow sometimes on updating everything on Facebook. A lot of people want to know what the hell's happening with Chester. A lot of people are asking if we don't have an update. The last one was 14 hours ago. It was Plumas County Sheriff's Office. Unhappy. My status is unhappy. Really, the communication with the public. I mean, I'm not faulting the sheriff. He looked like he was exhausted and sleep deprived and needed a couple of secretaries to handle this. Look at the flames. However, just like there needed to be a lot more. There needed to be a lot more communication with the public about what the hell's going on. So, going back up there, Chicago Park Elementary is standing. Many homes to the south of the school are not. Fire not near Alta Sierra. That's the river one. Activity this morning is on the south end of the fire. It looks pretty quiet right now. Wildfire intel as of 8 a.m. Fires held south of Mount Olive Road. Yep. Thank you so much, Josh, for helping keep people informed. We cannot take our eyes off of Chester at this time. If anybody's in Chester, tell them to get out of their homes and go proceed to the baseball diamond area and chill there. That's where the sheriff wants you. Don't try to shelter in your home. There's too many trees in that neighborhood and it just looks terribly undefensible. I can't tell you enough. If you can't leave Chester now, it may be impossible because of the way that, the fire ringed it 360 degrees. At least don't shelter in a home in Chester. Go to one of those open spaces and be in a car and hang out. I know it's hot as hell, but I don't even know if the town has power anyway to run air conditioning. So, looking back, like I said, no new evacuation info so far from the Dixie fire, at least with Plumas County. I'm going to look at Lassen County Sheriff's Office and Lassen County Sheriff's Office, because that's technically Lassen County, isn't it? Is Westwood Lassen County? 2 hours ago, there's a morning map update. That's it. 13 hours ago, the evacuation orders. They had a mandatory evacuation of Silver Lake, Juniper Lake, and Caribou Wilderness area. I didn't think it would reach that area. And warnings. Westwood and Pinetown areas are under warning. Really, then the map is not accurate. So Westwood and Pinetown area south of Highway 36 from the Westwood Landfill Road east to Moonlight Ranch Road. That is under warning. Clear Creek south of Highway 36 from the Lassen County line to the Westwood Landfill Hall Road. So they're looking at Zone Haven. I think the camera's buffeted by winds. I think that's what's occurring here. There's a leaf blower outside, guys. I'm sorry if you can hear that. I'm getting better at noise gate technology, but yeah, that's flaming up good. Why is the other camera still? They're from the same tower, so I don't know. All's quiet at Lake Eleanor West and the Peninsula at the moment, but that could rapidly change. We're seeing crazy fire activity right over by Greenville and up above it and over the ridge. So then, if they are using this thing, which is incomplete, this evacuation thing, Lassen County, come on. It's really laggy. Hang on, because that was Plumas. Isn't Lassen over here? Yeah, Lassen County. Yeah, Pinetown and Westwood. Why don't they have one simple map? I expect that to go red any moment, really. Because we're seeing fire march over right here on the cameras. It's crested the ridge, it's going over. And the wind could blow the embers that direction for sure. Oh, ridiculous. This is why I do my stream, is because it's so dang confusing for people to get basic information. Why isn't there just one website? Why is there CAL FIRE and InstaWeb having different sets of information? All the different sheriff's office. Like this is why I have 64 open tabs. So the wind is pointing to Chester now. Most of the fire that affected Chester previously marched past it, like the big... Okay, now there's a chopper overhead. You see this. This is red and flaming up in the last 10 minutes, 10 to 15 minutes. Yellow is the last hour. So this will fan back up because this was a fire, this was a blaze last night. And you can see how the wind's going to blow directly to Chester, all this rain of embers. All of this is going to blow back up into reignition any moment now. That has the great potential to occur. So it looks like most of the winds, though, are over by Greenville, but it's here. It's 10:59 a.m. And look at that. Keep it in scale. Look at the size of the more than 100-foot tall trees, and look at how the flames are like 300 feet. And that camera, for some reason, is shaking. It's never done that before. Holy crap. 500-foot flames. Yeah. So here it is. It begins. There's new evacuations from McFarland Fire via the county sheriff's office on Twitter. Thank you. That's Platino, right? Platina was under warning. I just read that, but thank you so much for keeping us informed, Christina, and welcome, by the way. Let me refresh that and make sure that that's still accurate as of right now. Hang on a second. I'll search my millions of tabs that are open currently. Yeah, you ain't seen nothing yet. Buckle up. Settle in for a horror movie. It's an unnatural disaster. Everything here is caused by the power company that keeps getting away with murder. It started 1,500 fires. That's an average of starting a fire a day from 2014 to now, that most of which were the deadly ones in the town are recent ones. The power lines were neglected, their maintenance was neglected, and vegetation was not trimmed around it as required by law for more than 45 years. I mean, more like 75 years. So all their infrastructure is at a rickety state where the very slight winds can push over leaning trees and vegetation, and two different leaning trees caused both of these fires that merged together into this monster that's now California's 6th largest fire. It was the 11th largest fire when I predicted that it would become the 8th and then the 6th largest fire. So it may be in the top 5 very soon. I don't think it'll be number 1, but it really could evolve to be number 2. I hate being right. It's under evacuation orders, Westwood that is. They were under warning. As of the last thing that Lassen County Sheriff's Office said 14 hours ago, I just refreshed their page. Are you saying it's gone mandatory? Because I expected that to happen any second. But the last thing that they posted was a map. Because I'm looking at Lassen County Sheriff's Office Facebook. Is there something else like Brandon? That would be, oh God, look at that. I don't know why I didn't tell people to get out last night. So one of the viewers, I'm so sorry I forgot your name, said that there was a Westwood clinic and she was trying to convince her significant to not cancel the appointment and just get out of the region and get to Susanville. But the significant was very stubborn and insisted on keeping their doctor appointment today. And that reminds me of my uncle who almost got trapped in the Paradise fire. It took Paradise so unawares too. Ants have found my food. You little devils. Oh. They ruined my food. I consumed one on accident yesterday. That was bad. I need to take real meal breaks and I need to eat quick because this will happen. I knew this would happen. I'll win the war eventually, you best. Okay. I'm sorry. So, my uncle almost got caught in the Paradise fire. He went back for like a health insurance card he forgot at home. There were patients in surgery. Like everything caught everyone at Paradise unawares. Because what the embers did was jump over the Concal Bowl Valley thing. Everybody thought that the fire travels, on the ground. Well, sure, prairie fires and grass fires do. But the Paradise fire was up in the canyon, got up in the trees, and the long-range spotting with the high winds happened. And it completely skipped the entire Concal Valley and landed up on the very steep slopes on the east side of Paradise and ran over the hill. Extra protein, oh God. What's going on with Chester? We're hoping it's going to be okay. At last we heard, seems to be okay right now. But that may change real fast because look at the winds and stuff picking up. And look at the wind direction. So all this red is new heat detections. Something like a big flare-up as of the last 10 minutes. And all that stuff has gone red. I expect more of the red to go. And then the embers from this higher altitude peaks could rain all over Chester, and I think that's how he lost. That's how he lost Greenville yesterday. So we see the fire marching over the ridge. I hope that they contain it, but I don't know that they'll be able to. Westwood right now is severely impacted, even though it was under evacuation warning. I think it's going to go mandatory any moment. Yeah, we'll pray for Chester. Thank you very much, Harley Ryder. Mark Leavenworth, I researched the fires of the past century, and competent CAL FIRE investigations routinely assigned PG&E fires to unknown or miscellaneous until recently. You know, there was a riot almost when they declared the Tubbs fire was caused by the owners of a spa, like a little hot tub in their backyard. What hell of an ironic name. But the power surges went through the PG&E lines and probably blew up the hot tub. The community in general just disagrees with their ruling on that. But eventually PG&E couldn't hide what they were doing, and they started so many others. Which website, Eric's? Which website? That the governor, that's why I allow criticism of him, has talked out of both sides of his mouth, and he said, I'm going to get tough on PG&E. He hand-slapped them. They got a $10,000 fine. Their stock. Then he signed a bill to limit their liability and be able to raise the rates to pay on all the citizens here, to pay out the billions and the millions that the Paradise victims deserved, because we had more than 20,000 homes and stuff lost in their fires, and more than 100 people dead. And their stock tanked, and they looked like they were going to go bankrupt and insolvent. And the moment he signed that, limited their liability, and that left you and me, the taxpayer, to pick up the bill and allowed them to raise the rates to pay the victims. It's like shooting somebody. Whoops, I played Russian roulette with you. I shot you. And you're suing me for your medical bills. Oh, that's okay. I'll raise your rate and hand you the money back. It doesn't cost me a thing. That's what's been going on here in the West. So this murder company has been operating with no incentive to actually maintain their lines. And they keep burning down the landscape and causing some of California's largest and deadliest wildfires, including the Zog Fire, Cascade Fire, in which my friend burned to death alive in his house. My brother was a missing person in Paradise, but he made it out. This has impacted me greatly, and that's why I do the stream. For far too long, there's been just intense layers of political corruption, because, they could have put out the Paradise Fire immediately, but the firefighters found that they had let vegetation grow all the way over the top of the fire access road. They have been ordered by the state, because they have such rickety power lines and high tension poles that crisscross the state. They literally haven't updated them since they were made in 94 years ago, World War I era. The original stuff still hanging up there rusting. And they were ordered by the state that, hey, if there's a red flag warning or you detect surges in your lines, shut the power immediately, because that could be a tree on them, which keeps happening, or the lines falling down because they're rickety. They don't. And they're deficient in every single way, with, rotting poles and not enough anchor points, vegetation underneath it, you name it. So it's going to take many, many years to fix that, 75 years plus of maintenance neglect. In the meantime, they've been ordered to turn off the power and red flag warnings, because their lines fall over all the time. You can just sneeze on one of their lines and they fall over. They're supposed to withstand hurricane strength winds, because routinely every year there's 100-mile-an-hour winds going down these canyons. It's just normal. Seasonal Santa Ana winds, they can't stand up to that pressure anymore. They fail all the time. And this year, like what just happened with the Dixie fire, a tree just leaned against their line. They detected a surge and they didn't cut the power. They've been ordered to when such things occur in near red flag conditions. And people who saw it tried to fight the fire and couldn't, because it was energized. It was like electrifying a tree and frying it. And they couldn't do anything. You can't put water in a tree that's electrified. So they desperately tried to call headquarters. Guys, shut it down. CAL FIRE should have been notified. They delayed 5 hours and tried to explain themselves in some sort of press conference. I didn't even watch the whole thing. But that's a nutshell. That's all you got to know about this situation. And just when they were getting a handle on this Dixie fire, which was rampaging through the Feather River Canyon, they started potentially a new one. Their lines fell over. And so they had to drop what they were doing, attend to that crisis. They barely saved Taylorsville and Greenville and Crescent Mills by the skin of their teeth with extreme intervention. High risk, they barely saved Quincy. Those fires merged, increased the size of this fire. Now it's a giant out of control. They really had a chance to get a handle on it weeks ago, and then the fly fire. And they just said again, we think it was us. So that is a official. There's no official ruling on the cause of the fire yet, but they basically have all but taken responsibility for both things. Sorry, that did not flag me, you guys. None of that has been orange. Sorry. Let's see, going back up. But we need to, I'm just informing people about the history here. There's a lot of people back east who don't know why they can't see the Statue of Liberty out their window anymore. It's because, oh my God. It's the power company. They've started more than 1,500 of these fires since 2014. Go read the New York Times article about it. It's unreal. And so don't believe a thing that governor says, oh, you guys, it's a carbon emissions. He's covering his own ass, and I really think he should be investigated for potentially, it's insider trading. I mean, their stock tanked. He signed a bill to limit their liability, and then it rose. Who profited off of that? Everything should be investigated, in my opinion. Well, we're fighting corruption out here, and we're on our own. Communication with the public is abysmal, but that needs improvement. They were so optimistic and didn't know really, they couldn't predict what was going on here. Instead of telling the public that and saying the worst might happen, they just kind of said, guys, obey evacuation orders, and just didn't explain why. That this had potential to erase towns off the map. In fact, out of the blue, they told people they can go back to Greenville and back to Eleanor West when there's only one way out in East Eleanor. Everybody was returning home and unpacking, and they said, get out, run. And then we saw Greenville burn to the ground the same day. A lot of people probably didn't even get the second order because there's no electricity and really crappy reception in a lot of these rural areas. And so instead of fighting the fire and protecting Greenville, a lot of it was going door to door and trying to pull people out. That was an error, and they need to figure out why in the hell they made that decision. I can't explain it. Zeke, the local firefighter here, and follow him on Twitter. You can look at my Twitter, and I've retweeted his stuff. Predicted these things and the vulnerability of Chester and Greenville, and so did local firefighter Daniel Kearns. And I couldn't understand it. The same day they let people back in, he says, I think Greenville's in danger, and I should have shared his opinion. I just didn't, because I didn't want to cause unnecessary anxiety. I made a mistake, and I trust everything he says now. Much more so than official word. Because in reality, models can tell you one thing, but it's in their infancy. We are learning about megafires. They're doing things we thought impossible. And in this region, we've had 3 megafires here that did incredibly impossible stuff. Kaloe SF says, I hope no one was killed due to that evacuation order being rescinded. We may find out. We may find out about fatalities today as they pick up the pieces. We don't know. It's, there may be fatalities today. Look at this. So I can't emphasize enough, get the hell out of the way of this fire if it's not too late. Like, if you're by the North Shore of Almanor, get to Susanville, please. This thing's marching that way. And right now, this is Chester in the background you see. These are flaring up. Those spots right now weren't visible moments ago. That's what I was afraid of. If anything on the ridges and stuff due west of Chester or in these mountains and stuff over here that were aflame, flare back up because the wind's going to be stirring them. Chester's in the path. where you were looking, where we were seeing this, because the camera is looking that way, is this. It's going to come back to life. The wind's going to blow the embers to Chester. And later, this up here, even if they dodged the bullet today, this up here, the winds eventually are going to turn and go back that way. Even if they defend the west side here, it's going to be assaulted from that side. So they think the north, right now, part of Chester and the mill is at the most danger. But it's a double/triple threat. Chester was ringed by fire last night and barely saved by the skin of their teeth. There's some loss kind of around here, around the airport. I don't know off the top of my head what kind of buildings they were. That's not where people live down there by the airport. But they lost some things, but they saved the airport. Jeez. Okay, so we got orange detection here. It's marching inexorably over towards Lassen County. This is the nightmare scenario I've been talking about the last couple of days. You don't want fire here on the other side of Indian Valley, or here on the other side of Indian Valley, because look how big the perimeter is. This is more than 100 miles. This takes so long to drive anywhere, even on a good sunny day. I can't tell you how long it takes to drive. To drive here, all the way around here, you're lucky to make that in under an hour. That's if you're hauling ass, okay? So they're looking at thick pea soup fog type of stuff where they're driving 5 miles an hour, and now there's trees on fire and logs falling in front of them. They have to stop. They have to deal with it. So their ability to aid each other. This is really the only highway, and it's aflame. And the fire's breached it in several places. They have to desperately work to keep it open to mutually aid each other. There's no other way around. This is already burned. This stuff is all roads messed up, everything. Not that many of those existed. This is a dirt road that's unpaved for most of its existence. It's already been affected. I'm hoping to God they'll save Seneca again. But it looks like the fire's on Seneca's doorstep right now, so we'll be losing more history. There's poor Seneca. I'm praying for you. One of the last surviving ghost towns, now that Rich Bar just got incinerated, of Plumas County, and, well, Greenville, too. So, let's go back. Let's see here. Chloe says, I agree with full investigation. It's ridiculous. Oh, yeah. Follow the money and you'll see what's going on. Coho Val says, thank you for giving us such good current time info, history, etc. I'm very grateful for you and your work. I'm glad I found it on YouTube. Thank you. I'm glad you found me too. I wish we met under different circumstances. I really was going to start launching my channel by touring this area and filming with my cell phone all these amazing pieces of history that are still preserved up here. We'll be really lucky if we have any of it left, honestly. For more than 100 years, they have carefully, all the firefighters have risked their lives to go into the ghost towns, set up shop, wet down all the buildings, and save them as other previous fires have roared through. Oh, God. We turned our back on the fire. Look what happened. Huh. Yes, Westwood's in danger right now. Did you see that? I need the camera to go back, and then you see more hotspots flaring up on the west of Chester. Praying that their good lines hold, that it won't be embers falling. Did you just see that? Oh my God. It'll pivot back. Everything's coming to life, guys. It's 11:18 a.m. It's here. The preparation time is over. Work time has begun, and they're exhausted. This has been one hell of a 24-hour period. It's here. Chester isn't looking as bad right now, but I don't know if that's because the camera angle can't show you what's to the north of Chester. That's probably blazing up. But yeah, I'm praying for the first responders too. It's been a miracle we haven't had a death of the firefighters. An absolute miracle. These fires have caused a lot of indirect deaths. We had a plane crash at Truckee the other day. They couldn't see the airport, and they tried a very sketchy landing. In my link to my channel, Look at that. Oh my God, look at that. This is like a horror movie. If I was making a horror movie, this would be my CGI effects, but it's real. Those are 400-foot tall flames. Or 5. Okay. If it pivots a little bit to the left, that crazy inferno on Kitty Ridge is what is endangering Westwood. I expect them to issue an immediate mandatory evacuation order. Any moment. Pivot left, camera, pivot left. That was insane. Come on. Yeah. I don't know how that line's going to hold, guys. I can't imagine it. It's going to skip it. It'll first challenge it on the ground too, but it's going to blow the embers and blow right over the top. If they're able to put out spot fires, geez. I can't believe what we're seeing. This is like Hindenburg-esque. Ah! Okay. Okay. Now the camera keeps pivoting back to Chester and stuff because it's in seek mode. They're trying desperately to figure out where spot fires are emerging. But I swear that thing should just focus on that inferno. It won't because they're very aware of that inferno. I'm sure you could see that from miles. It's looking for spot fires, and it's so frustrating it won't just focus on that incredible wall of flames that is just pouring over Kitty Ridge. It's extremely high altitude there. I just wait for it. It'll pivot back around. I'm speechless. I can't even. I can't describe it other than that's like the Hindenburg. So that's down there by Canyon Dam, sort of. Currently, and up by Round Valley Reservoir. And I'm very scared for like Moccasin. That looks like it's over by Moccasin and Crescent Mills. But there's a battle to save Crescent Mills then too. Okay. Look at the inferno. It's about to pivot over to it on Kitty Ridge. That's not even the worst part, guys. Wait for it. See what I mean? You can't stop this fire. You can't defend whatever the heck you want to defend. Get out of the way, guys. Please leave right now. Going back to the chat. That's not working, guys, to signal me. I don't know why. Looking back up, the Dixie tanker just asked for a drop in a no-drop zone. Okay. It almost looks like lava from this camera. Yeah. If you told me this is a volcanic eruption, I'd freaking believe it. Okay. Watershed towns. What? Yeah. Oh God! Look at that. It looks like the Hindenburg. Just watch. It's going to pivot back. Yes, Westwood is in danger immediately. Show comment. That's one hell of a fire plume. That's coming from our resident in-house firefighter. Thank you so much for being here with us, Brewers. It's gotten some air now and it's on the move. Look at that. I can't. See, yeah, it's working, Bluebell. You did it correctly. Oh my God. I wish the camera could zoom out. It's too big for the field of view of the camera. Oh God, and it went back to Almanor. Okay. So that's a firestorm. All you can do is run. Yes, that's a firestorm. It can't be stopped until it burns out. You're right. It is humanly impossible to stop this, and I think that is what is being murmured amongst the forecast community right now. There is no way to stop this except for when the weather allows. You can't stop us. It's a mega fire. It's going to be making its own weather. Whatever was forecast is gone right out the window. It's going to do what it wants. It can make a forecast 35-mile-an-hour wind gusts, whatever. It could go ahead and generate 65. I'm worried for Susanville, ultimately, guys. So, yeah, I just woke up. Good morning, good morning. I wish this was a good morning. This is grim dawn. Okay, so it's still relatively quiet as far as what we can see at the Chester area, but everything is not fine on the eastern front. It's a raging inferno over by Indian Valley, and they might be trying to save Crescent Mills right now. And it's crested Katy Ridge. We're seeing, guys, like 500 and 600 foot tall flames. No joke. Look how tiny these mature trees are. I've never seen anything like this live. You know, we did see this, you know, with the Bear Fire last year. Of course, we saw this with the Paradise Fire, but we saw still images. I've never seen anything like this with a live image. If the wind shifts towards this camera, I don't know that this camera will survive. I can't imagine it. So this is going over the hill. I imagine anybody on the line right now is just getting off of it and running. That's what I would do. Wait for it. It's going to pivot to the left. God, it's like the Hindenburg. I'm sorry, who was asking me something? Tankers are on the way. Okay, we'll look let's not talk about earthquakes. We got a full-blown disaster. Jeez. We got a full-blown hell has come to Plumas and Lassen County. Yeah. They might. I'm hoping to God they're going to live, whoever's in front of that. Okay, guys, did somebody ask me a question? If so, I missed it. Yeah, everybody is speechless. Okay, guys, where can we listen to the radio chatter? Is it, let's try to get that on. I'm sorry. Isn't it Shasta SHU? Let's try to see if we can listen to pilot chatter, and I'll try to see if any planes are coming. Connected, okay. 62 listeners. Is it CAL FIRE SHU? Is it Shasta? Yeah, those are huge ball of flames. They're so big that the camera couldn't encompass all of it. It keeps pivoting to the left. The one on the right, it will eventually show it. Chester's, from what we could see, isn't looking too bad. Although I need to get to other cameras and look. But everything has gone to inferno mode, with 500 to 600 foot tall flames. On the north side of Indian Valley, north of Greenville, and it's crested Katy Ridge in such a phenomenal way that it looks like the Hindenburg disaster, where I've never seen anything quite like that. I am now afraid for like Crescent Mills, and I think the wind's blowing away from Taylorsville, but I'm not confident about a dang thing about Indian Valley anymore. Or Westwood. Sorry. Isaiah said, sorry, I had to leave. Did you answer my question? What was your question? I'm so sorry. We were quite distracted by the unprecedented inferno. Wait for it. Here. When it pivots to the left. Wait, just wait. Is it fine if I share a link of this live stream on Twitch? Yeah. Please inform everybody that this is happening. Haha. Go ahead. Okay, so the camera isn't like, oh my God. Please, camera, go to the left. Don't go back to the right again. We need to know what the heck's going on Dixie Ridge. So we do see some flare-ups in the hills west of Chester, but not as much as I anticipated. But I did not anticipate that being quite an inferno marching over the ridge. So if you just joined us, we need to look at the Indian Ridge camera right now, refresh it. And because this is the opposite direction, so let's look at what's happened in the last hour. And this is the opposite direction, guys. We have Crescent.
Hotel on command.
That might be chatter pilots. It's just obscured by smoke. Good to see Crescent Mill still around.
Division Alpha, Division Hotel on command.
So that was 11:25, 11:30. It's now 11:30 a.m. and the nightmare's here. It's going to pivot back to the left, and you're going to see what I mean in a second. Let me go back. Crafty Cat says I'm in Canada. Yes, please be safe, and you guys, you Canadians, stay safe too. Oh my God. Catherine Davidson, please find out if define no drop zones. I don't know how I would find out that. I've tuned in now to Cal Fire SHU. That's usually where the pilots chatter. If you guys have any information for me about where we can list. Rich Diana, that's funny. I think you're sarcastic. Yeah, I'm gonna. But we gotta keep it apolitical. I'm just gonna hide the comment, okay? Although I did find that amusing. No politics quite like that. So I'm just gonna remove that one. Okay, so at least west of Chester doesn't look like it's influenced too bad, but wait for this camera on the right to show the inferno going over Dixie Ridge. I'm gonna go back and let's see. Yeah, Indian Ridge. No, it's Ketty. It just blew over Ketty. Just look, watch what's gonna happen. It's going towards Westwood. WTF over says those trees on the ridge are almost 100 feet high. That fire seems to be 6 or 7 times that. Yeah, we are seeing probably 600 foot tall flames plus. Look at this. It's like the Hindenburg, but like the inferno doesn't stop. So, wow. Yeah. Nico 1690 says there's been some wildfires going on in the northwestern Ontario right now, as well as thousands of acres of land burning in provinces. Yeah, BC. Thank God my friend in BC got spared by a wind change. I'm safe. Yes, Catherine. Good. I'm glad, Crafty. You're up here in Toronto. Stay safe. Arthur Wade, that's not fire and infrared. It's heat rising. This isn't infrared. It's FLIR. And I know some of it is heat rising. Some of it. But look at the scale as it pivots over. Some of it is hot clouds, as I explained it before. But what we were witnessing was obviously not the clouds. It's not the smoke. Watch again. Pivot right back. How far is the inferno from Westwood? Not far enough. It's right there now. As far as the GO 17 satellite is concerned, 18.
Division Alpha, Division Hotel on command.
That was updated 10 minutes ago. Oh, it just updated now 4 minutes ago. So there's Westwood, the inferno.
Branch 1, Division Hotel, command.
This is the inferno we're watching right here. Westwood is right there. Just, what is that? 5.5 miles as the crow flies, apparently. Was that aircraft? Something just flew in front of the camera. Okay, I'm going to get up on the other screen. We're going to look at the aircraft. Unfortunately, I don't hear pilot chatter. I just hear like that voice every once in a while that you and I... this was the chatter channel before. If anybody has a different one I should tune into, please let me know. I'm logging into Flight Radar. Yeah. See? Just look at the size of the trees that are more than 100 feet tall on the rocks over there. Look. Now take your pinky or pinch them, in the distance and tell me that isn't fire right there. These are 100-foot tall trees. So 100, 200, 300, you inch it up and you get to 500 and 600. It's possible. Yes, the Inferno is on Katy Ridge, northwest of Taylorsville. Yes, just north and east of Greenville. Guys, I've seen blackberry vines that were 5 feet tall, and they, once they got going, the flames actually exceeded the height of a telephone pole. Fire can do that.
All line personnel stand by for an announcement.
Standing by for an announcement. Okay, sorry, I'm gonna go look at the aircraft, guys. Oh, I hope help is on the way. Oh, I don't know honestly how they're gonna help.
All personnel.
Yeah.
ServiceNet is no longer used for communication. Please use all NIST communication channels for any further.
What? Are they saying that they're going to a private communication channel? Oh yeah, blackberry bushes are one of the reasons. Geez. See, look at the scale, the 100-foot tall mature trees. Some of them are higher than 100-foot tall, and then look. You could tell the difference between the smoke and the fire. Just look at the intensity. One looks like vapor. The other one looks like burning pieces of material. And we know that they can travel very high up in the atmosphere because they're riding thermal updrafts caused by pyrocumulonimbus clouds. I don't make this stuff up. I report to you what I hear from the experts. What's the frequency listening to on my end? I'll show you. It's on Broadcastify. CAL FIRE SHU, which most of these planes are coming out of Redding. So SHU is the Shasta unit. We were listening to it live before. When they were dumping on the McFarland fire, but this is highly unusual. They usually don't care who hears them. Yeah, I do believe that's what they're doing, Sean, is telling them to focus on life safety and structures can be rebuilt, but lives cannot. Nobody should die for rebuilding. I agree with you completely. And nobody should die for the damn power companies' carelessness, but many have. That's the Inferno has gone beyond where we can see. It was so incredible. Just 20 minutes before, there's a leaf blower. I'm sorry if you can hear that behind my speech. It'll pivot back, but it doesn't seem to be able to go further and track it. It can't pivot to the left quite as far as we need. Yeah, pg&e claimed it was their power lines both times for the Fly and the Dixie here. Yeah, Sean Connor, I agree with you. Let this thing do its thing, get people out of the way. I agree 100% with a lot of the weather people and the fire experts who are saying it is not humanly possible to stop a mega fire on the march when it's wind driven like this. It isn't humanly possible. You get out of the way, and the only time they're going to make progress on the fire again is when the weather changes to be favorable, and that's absolutely true. The landscape here, where we're seeing the infernos, we're going to have huge mile radiuses where no plant life and nothing is alive. Just white ash on the ground and black stumps sticking out of it like two black toothpicks. None of this is natural. None of it. Okay, can somebody here buy Miss Catherine food? Yes, please. I would like to order somebody to deliver me some comfort food. I can't really go and cook right now. That would be cool. And, yeah, it'll grow back within... God, leaf blower, what? Son of a... Sorry, folks. Yeah, the Inferno is moving. So that's the tail end of it. You rewind my channel. Go back 20 minutes ago and you'll see that we just couldn't believe this. It was so tall it was off the screen. Just solid flames, and it's marching towards Lassen County right now. And that is down by Greenville right now. / Canyon Dam. Okay. The leaf blower's passed for the moment. I can't. Or are they using heat cameras instead of the regular ones? The regular ones are there. Yeah, the normal ones can't see through the smoke. So here's the normal one. FLIR is incredible that it can penetrate. You can see the normal ones are right here. It has 2 sets. This is what the normal ones are seeing. The smoke is so impenetrable that it gives the illusion of everything being safe. You turn on FLIR and infrared and you know you're not safe. You know you're not safe. Okay. You just heard my voice? Good. Then the noise canceling thing I had was doing its job, because that was the loudest leaf blower. I was worried it was bleeding into the mic, but Sherlock taught me some tricks on how to activate a noise reduction filter, so I'm glad it's working. But I couldn't hear myself talk. It was just brrr. Oh, God. It's the mountains above Greenville. Look, those are flames hundreds of feet tall. The person arguing against that. Whatever. And then you see a lot of the embers, the little bits of burning pieces, burning material being just thrown into the air by those updrafts. It's an inferno. They're going to write books and have a lot of documentaries about this. We're going to be telling grandchildren, yeah, we saw this live. It's like seeing Pearl Harbor or something. Because I'm sure none of the models predicted quite things like this. It's taken them by surprise in many different ways. No, I haven't slept. How could you sleep? Time for another cup of coffee here and keep the old fingers working and all. Yeah, thanks for being here with us, Brewers, and all the other night shifts that can't look away like I can't. So, okay, I'm sorry. I need to keep abreast of the evacuation orders. We do have aircraft, guys. There is a plane that did show up in front of the camera. Oh, God. That's not as bad, half as bad as it was before. The main part has gone out of the camera's view. So we have an AC-90, a Rockwell 690B has been circling, in front of the camera, and it's gone. I'm going to show you guys. I don't think they could do any drops. So here's its path. It's circling around Crescent Mills. The Inferno is here. Whoops, sorry, I meant to be a pen. Here. It's going that way. And so Westwood is there. That's why I imagine people will be told to evacuate in a moment. And the line that they were trying to hold there, I would say get the hell out of the way. So we have another plane, an OV-10, one of those called Mustangs or something similar like that. I can't remember. So these are just looking at things. They're not the tankers. There's another OV-10. Like I said, the Dragon has 3 heads. So the main parts of the fire are here, here, and was here at a time. That's quiet. But fires all over the place. Jeez. Whatever he's filming, if he's filming from his airplane, that's got to be some just incredible stuff. So when I see a tanker coming, I'll let you know, but I don't see one. Just taking a look at the planes off screen. Tanker 102, the MD-87, is headed north from Sacramento, from McClellan. I don't know where it's en route to. If anybody can tell me where we can hear the pilots, do let me know. I just don't know if it's going towards Chester or what. I would imagine they'll just try to dump as much retardant all over Chester as they can slather. You know what? You can just say to your neighbors, I was doing the red paint scheme before it was cool. Okay, I gotta look back at chat. I gotta look up Lassen County Sheriff's Office to see if they're updating their evacuation orders. I'm on their Facebook page. Nothing in the last hour. No update. Anything. Westwood and Pinetown are still at watch, as far as social media is concerned. But if anybody else gets any other source, please share. Because they don't update all social media things at the same time. Smoke forecast for the Bay Area, yep. Christina says Placer County Sheriff's Office morning update river fire, yep. YouTube. I think we watched that already, Christina. I was surprised that they have 0% containment. It got pretty quiet during the night. And as mesmerizing as this is, we got to go back and look at what the river fire is doing in a second. John Collier says these little trees at the base of those flames are 50 to 70 foot tall, which is crazy to see the flames jump all the way then. Yeah, some of them are above 100. Yeah, it is absolutely crazy. Did Seneca make it? We don't know. We don't know. Geez. Seneca's down the canyon, and it's made it before, but only because firefighters were present and wetting down the buildings. I wouldn't blame them, though, if they left it to go save lives. Although some people do live at Seneca. If people were still there, they better be hanging out by the river. There's enough mines to take shelter in, too. You could just walk into a mine. But watch it pivot left. 30 minutes ago, it was unbelievable. If you rewind my video 30 minutes ago, we just saw this Hindenburg-like disaster thing on this ridge. It's gonna pivot left and still look really impressive. But I gotta remind people, if you rewind my channel, hit the live button again so you come back to us to current. Yeah, we saw that crest and the flames were so tall they were off the screen at the top. Watch it pivot to the left. No, keep going, man. Keep going. One more click. Yeah, that's nothing compared to what it was. It's already gone over the ridge. I don't think it can pivot further left. That is a shame. It's still bad, but you don't understand how bad it just looked a second ago. Oh, I'm sorry, I just whacked the microphone. Looking back. Yeah, Husker, thank you for checking too. About Butte County Sheriff's page map, no evacuation for Westwood. It's on watch. Did pg&e drain Walker Lake? I don't know. Bluebell 51. I was in the Oakland fires trying to shuttle people out of the Piedmont. Oh, wow. Yeah, tell us about that, Bluebell. Yeah, you should have seen that. The Mac 530. Did you go back 20 to 30 minutes and see? Holy. Melody Grundy says we had gone to the fabric store at the base of the hill. We jumped in the car and saw the mountain explode from the back windshield of the car. Jeez. Well, which fire was that? This is scary, yeah. Yeah. Matthew Wiseman says, I've seen flames 400, 500 foot tall with my own eyes. Yeah, it is true. When the fire gets rolling up a mountain, it puts a huge amount of superheated air in, which can burn much further than you would think. Yeah, look at there. Just, yeah. Speak of the devil. And are people nearby? Yeah. And the holdouts are, at this point, probably having serious regrets. I'm not saying that flippantly. I'm saying that grimly. Oh. Watch it click to the left. But the big inferno thing has passed over the ridge while the leaf blower is coming by again. Okay. Genvi, if they ordered a Vlad, it's going to Chester. I'm listening. What are you listening to? Please tell me. Where should I be tuning in? Genvi, is it something that we can all listen to? Dire Mountain 1 has a view of the hurt. Okay. All right. We'll see it showing here. It's kind of moved over out of range. And then I'll look at Dire Mountain 1. But they're kind of like up here. Okay. Dire Mountain 1. First of all, let's refresh Indian Ridge. Oh, yeah. Last hour, Indian Ridge first. We're looking the opposite direction, guys. Look how sunny it is at Crescent Mills in the foreground. Just unbelievable. I bet nobody can see the hand in front of their face in Susanville. Yeah, there you go. There's the volcanic pyrocumulus cloud formation. That's 11:36. Right now it's 11:53, 11:40, 11:42, 11:45. That's 10 minutes ago. 11:50, 3 minutes ago. Current. That's what's going on right now. All right, let's go and look at the other cam, the Dire Mountain 1. Not even facing the correct direction. That's Dire Mountain 2, Dire Mountain 1. Okay, let's just see time lapse last hour. Dire Mountain 1. Yeah, so this is the same area. It's just the smoke is obscuring it. Yeah, it doesn't quite have the same. It didn't quite look to the left enough either. because this the one with the FLIR keeps pivoting over to the left a lot more. Looking back at chat. Okay. Let's go back. Do the 3 hour. Okay. They melted my shoes. Jeez. My dog front yard was covered in embers. Okay. Will the smoke reach Sacramento? KCRE would be able to tell you that, but right now it's actually going to Nevada and well to the East Coast. But later the wind shifts back, like 6 p.m. they said, towards the valley. So maybe it's on a 3 hour loop. Whoa. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, the news sucks. You'd imagine they'd be covering such a tragedy. Well, KCRA did a flyover. That was incredible. But yeah, you'd think this would be just constantly on the news. Is it going towards Susanville? Well, kind of. It's far away right now, but yeah. All the smoke is, for sure. I wonder if we can find a Susanville camera. Let me see if there's a Susanville camera. Susanville, California camera. Sierra Cam Network. Johnsonville, southeast of Susanville, looks remarkably sunny. This smoke is going somewhere. Town Hill, west of Susanville, looks remarkably sunny. Is it current? No. That's why it's June. These are images from June. You're worthless. Okay. Yeah, the smoke in Susanville has an air quality index of 500. That's because the chart doesn't go worse, does it? Oh, thank you. Thank you so much, Genvi. I don't have a radio because I'm not in the area. I'm looking for somebody streaming it to Broadcastify or the internet somehow. That's cool that you're monitoring it locally. Have you got your own radio or like a ham license or something? Sean Connor says, I think this will be bigger than the bootleg at this rate. Oh, yeah. This will be in the top 5 largest California fires ever. Whether or not it takes number 1's place is, I'm probably skeptical. I think it'll be 2 or 3. But I already said that it would be at least drop down to number 6. It just did that. One of those I hate being right. You took videos, Crafty Cat. Can you email them to me? I've got my email in the description. I think that would be really cool. And if anybody has got, look at that again. It's just going. There's the Inferno headed towards Westwood. So the current location of it is Penn here. And so the camera can stop here and it can't look to this way. And that's what we need eyes on in order to see what's really going on. It's just marching that way. So here's Westwood, just so close. So I'm really surprised we haven't seen like mandatory evacuation stuff. So ultimately, see how this is how far Susanville is. But look what the wind direction is. So we could see spotting here, and we could start seeing blips of red here. That's what we don't want to see, but that's what we could start seeing. We can't see what's happening to the north of Chester. And so what's terrible is, so north of Chester is the roaring head of the fire, the part that broke out. One of the dragon heads And so you've got everything that was facing mineral, and the wind going up that way. By 6 o'clock, it'll reverse. And Chester's biggest threat might be from this direction, but it could be a double threat. Right now, this stuff is kind of coming back to life and could rain numbers on the town currently. But this is our big threat. Looking back, is Westwood mandatory yet? What the hell are they waiting for? Yeah. You know, if this was less than 6 miles away, you'd think they'd want to get people out. .295 air to air, but I am not anywhere near this fire. There's no way my radio would pick this up. I'm like 14 hours away. I'm a 14-hour drive away. Yeah. Supposedly containment's 35%. It's not, obviously. So containment is black line, and all what they said was black. This has breached all their black lines. So ignore whatever the hell. Oh, and that was 35% when it was only 80 miles in circumference. Okay, so that means percentage of the circumference of the fire that is contained, that is black line. Black line means jack when it's been breached. It's obviously not black. Black means fire shall not pass, except under extraordinary, bizarre circumstances. They just thought they had black line. And so, guys, in 24 hours, in one evening, take it straight from the horse's mouth, straight from InstaWeb. I was reading it. The fire grew 50,000 acres overnight. 50,000 acres. So that means that the perimeter of the fire is well over 100 miles. I was trying to show people. Dang it. I got off my own channel. Where is it? Even last night we were looking at 11 p.m. Shoot, guys, sorry. I'll have to pick it up here and just reposition. And we were watching things last night, nothing quite like this. But at many points in my feed, as soon as that calms down, I'll show you something crazy that the fire roaring past Chester. I just wanted to show guys what's going on at Ketty Ridge right now. It's roared right over the top of it. It's like the Hindenburg. Now it's disorienting, but the image on the right is actually further left than the image on the left. But the same camera. Yeah, so this is further to the left. Insane. That's 600 foot tall flames. There's no way to describe that in words other than see the Hindenburg video. Wow, it can pivot a little bit over to the left. Was it just not doing it before? This is unreal. The flames are off the screen. The camera can't zoom out enough to capture it all in the frame, the height of the flames. God. This is live. This is live right now. It's happening. Wow, it can pivot over. Wow, okay. So we're now going to get new viewpoints. The image on the left is looking back at Chester. The image on the right is looking over. Well, you see how it's splitting? The image of the right here is the red. Unreal. J.R. Flanders, you can see the flames on the Dyer Mountain 1 3-hour loop. Oh, that's what you're referring to. Okay, I'll run that again. And you can, it shows how high they were. Okay. Okay, hot glasses and flames. It looks the same at night, actually, AKR. I've been streaming since 9 p.m. So I'll show you what it looked like at Chester last night. These are the same views. So you can see why I'm afraid that that same West Ridge by Chester will heat up again, that the flames can be fanned. See, Chester. Okay, so I have an image ready to show you guys as soon as this calms down. But I'm mesmerized by this. I'll show you how large the fire grew just since I've been covering it since 9 p.m. last night. Non-stop, by the way. This is my second stream. I've been live for, however, I can't do math at the moment, however long 9 p.m. is till now. God. Still can't believe I'm seeing. This may be one of the few FLIR images that they really have of mega fires. This will probably be used by scientists to try to figure them out. And I feel so privileged that this is being shared with us. I'm so grateful that, you know, Digital Path and all these, whoever's bringing this to us, it is. Wow. Yeah, as soon as it pivots away from this, I don't know if it is, then I'll show you what I have to show you on the... I found what I was looking for. Wait a second. I think she was making fun of the space lasers, right? Wild Rat, howdy, hello. What cameras is this being streamed from? Dyer Mountain 1 and 2. But you need to go to weathernode.net/FLIR, FLIR. The normal alert cams don't have the option to switch to the FLIR. Unreal. What is their angle? I'm sorry, I looked away. Okay. Red is on the right. So this is looking straight across Katy Ridge. It's marching over to Lassen County towards Westford / ultimately head in direction of Susanville, but that's going to take some time to be impacted. But I do think Susanville will go on a watch. Because look at that. It's like it's flames exceeding 600 feet tall. On top of a, let's see, what is the height of Katy Ridge? Katy Ridge height. 5,666 feet. I can't make this up. 5,666. Really? 5,666. Can't make it up. So it must be Moonlight Peak. That is the one that's in higher elevation. So Moonlight Peak elevation. Elevation 8,102 feet, which is nearby. So if it got up on Moonlight Peak, you know, how far could the embers be cast? Wait a second, that's talking about Montana. Wrong, sorry. Didn't look at it. Sorry, Moonlight Peak is 6,788 feet. My bad. How many hours have I been streaming? 14-ish, something like that. Okay. I'm gonna... Bit Krishner, welcome. It's so smoky we can't see the sun. Been weeks and our crops are not doing well. No water in our wells. The world's changing fast. Yeah. Yeah. Underdog Rising, how did it go earlier? Still a nightmare? Yeah, look. It just began. Last night was insane, and so I'll show you what the insanity was. It grew in size 50,000 acres in one night. So this is what it looked like when I began covering it. It was already insane at like 9 p.m.-ish. Actually, this is more like 10. So, look now. It went way past Chester. Just went way past. $50,000. That's from InsuWeb. It grew 50,000 feet. Sorry, 50,000 miles. No, what the hell did I just say? Acres, guys. Sorry, I'm extremely tired. 50,000 acres in a single night. Okay. Underdog says, I was watching until 4 a.m. Chester's looking bad, damn. You know, right now. Yeah, okay, guys, look. It began to flare up like we were worried about. Right there. See? Now the winds are going towards Chester, I believe, ultimately. So, that may not be as bad as when the wind changes and the main head of the fire has moved north past it. And when the wind changes, it'll go and attack from the north, attack Chester from the north, and might be the north end of town affected the most. What the hell, Crystal? Can you give me more lines? What have you been talking about? What, guys? You have to remain gentle no matter what kind of misunderstanding occurs. So when somebody misunderstands you, you have to just explain yourself and not insult their ability to read. Yeah, so, never mind. That person, we won't be hearing from them again. Don't worry. Okay, moving on. My chat rules are pretty damn specific. If it's not loving, supporting, innocent questions, if it's not anything productive, you don't say it. The right side of the screen, yeah. You can see the different directions. Red is the right side of the screen, so we're looking at Kitty Ridge in general and the inferno of the mountainside south of Greenville and west of Greenville, depending on where it's pivoting. And so it will cycle back to Chester. we were watching this inferno going over the ridge, cresting it, which is a nightmare. God, we now have spot fires, guys, down a hill. Look. So it is going down a hill. I'm going to look back at aircraft and see if any help's coming. I see a helicopter by Bucks Lake. I see a helicopter west of Belden, kind of entering the vicinity. I see scout and lead planes hovering around. I don't see any tankers coming. The McDonnell Douglas, the MD-87, I don't know where it ended up. Let me see. I don't see anything responding to this section of the fire. I think they're keeping a tab on it with aircraft. But you're right. Let's go back to the Dyer Mountain one and then do a 3-hour time lapse, like as was suggested. So this is the non-FLIR version of the same tower's cameras. Wow. Last 3 hours. But you know, this is the same like viewpoint almost. Excuse me. How many personnel are in the Dixie? Fewer than 6,000, like there were prior. I think they pulled some people off. Either they are done and exhausted and they've completed their tour, so to speak. It's reduced. Let me go back to the info on InstaWeb. I gotta refresh Lassen County Sheriff's Office too to see if there's been any change. I don't see a change in evacuation, watch, or warning, whatever. Okay. Can't say I agree with that. Pinetown and Westwood are still just under a watch. Okay. They can probably see us out the window, and imagine just looking out the window and dropping your coffee cup. Seeing that coming over the hill. Just unreal. All right. Crafty Cat, the frame was near a hydropower line, and I saw that. Looked like the red-white power line transformers. Which frame? I'm not sure. Donald, thanks for being here. Thank you for the support. I've been here for 14 hours. Been awake since yesterday at 3 p.m. Went live at 9 p.m. because I had trouble tech issues at 7. GR Flanders, don't worry. We did see something incredible anyway. Max Smith says it's 12:16 p.m. The winds arrive at 1. Hard to imagine it can get worse. Yeah. Hold on to your butts. Ah. Okay, there was an alert tone in my ear. Yeah, CAL FIRE SHU is not giving us any pilot chatter whatsoever on any fire. I'm just hearing Shasta, like emergency things, and I think they switched frequencies. Oh, okay. I was so enraptured that I haven't switched positions in my chair. I almost petrified, stiff. WTF over says jumped over the highway between Chester and Greenville. There's no way on earth you're going to stop the fire if it jumps the highway. How can you have a better fire line than that? Yeah. There is no stopping that. It's like the weather folks and other grim consensus. There won't be a way to have any more control over the fire or to make any progress until the weather becomes favorable. And I'm watching that ridge by Chester with a big, weary eye. See that flare up. Wow, that spot fire that emerged below, look at that, how big it's gotten now. There, see the tower. That's a radio. It better not burn up or they'll lose a lot of communications. If that's what you mean. On Ketty Ridge. Jeannie Webb, do you know what's going on at Canyon Dam Humboldt Road where they pulled resources to provide structure protection 6 to a little while ago? Don't know. Tessa said they should be under evacuation orders. Yeah. Oh, Crafty Cat says left side, red, white triangle ones. Them's be everywhere. I don't know. Jeannie Webb says Dixie Fire BCFAC scanner. Strike team requested to Canyon Dam to prepare for structure defense. 10:25 a.m. performing structure protection on 6 structures on Humboldt Road. That's the 2 different areas. I believe the Humboldt is over there more by Chester. That was their line that was supposedly unreachable and black line. Juliet Division is in the northwest branch in the vicinity of Chester. Yeah, that's true, Max. Sorry, I have to adjust something here. Hang on. Okay. You're exactly right. You should be able to make your own decision, and the best course of action is always, judge for yourself. If you're in a especially vulnerable spot, like you're on a dead-end road or there's no place to shelter near where you are, should S hit the fan, you should elevate yourself to one level of evacuation higher than what they're saying. Because they'll just, they can't tailor it. They just draw a part of the map and say, warning. But if you were to look at people that were, is it going to take you half an hour just to get to a main road down a gravel road off of a hill? You're a hell of a lot more vulnerable than people down at the base of the hill already. Thomas Elmore says, if I were in Chester, I'd leave now. I don't know that anybody can. I haven't been able to verify whether or not you can or not, but it ringed the town last night and did make it impossible. I don't know if the road to Susanville is open on the east side. There will be safe places to be in Chester, like the baseball diamond and probably the library/sheriff's office parking lot, which is big enough, and it's by the 2 bridges over the creek or river, and you could possibly get under them if things really went bad. But Chester has a lot of wide open lots and such where you can just drive your car there and chill if it is too late. Now, mind you, there's fire all over the place with Chester, and we saw it burning really readily here last night. The fire surrounded it. I don't know the viability of this route, if it's open. And look how close, here's our inferno. It's going that way, that's what we keep seeing on the infrared. Anybody here, please, this area, get out while you still can to Susanville, or maybe north. Because embers, here's Canyon Dam, we're seeing insane images from Canyon Dam too. The embers could do that. They could do that. They could start blocking the roads. And the threat from Chester, you see, this is what we cannot see. This, when the wind shifts back the other direction, Chester is perhaps going to be assaulted from that direction. But it might be, the embers might start raining on it any minute. Max Smith says the time to leave Chester was Tuesday. Yeah, that was best. It's always best to leave before you're told and before anybody has to tell you. But just by using your own logic and listening, to expert advice. Yeah, the peninsula could be gone today, and it really could even be assaulted from the north. It just depends on how far these embers can be cast. But look at the flames, and long-range spotting was part of the fire behavior that the Incident Web was describing, and long range can be 10, 15 miles. It's only 6.5 from Canyon Dam to Hamilton Beach. To the peninsula, it's like just 3 miles. Max Smith says embers blocked the escape path for some residents in 2003 at the Cedar Fire in Ramona, and they died. Yeah. Right now, West Fir and Pine. Oh God, I can't remember. But you have limited roads already. West isn't an option really for evacuations. You have 2. The ABC plan is have 3 different evacuation routes in 3 different directions. You're down to 2. And when you get down to 1, that's going to be really super bad. Jeannie Webb says, I think the power's been off in Chester and the peninsula since yesterday. Yeah. Isaiah says, why isn't Lassen National Park closed and Westwood under mandatory evac since there's such an imminent threat? Beats the hell out of me. I thought somebody said that Lassen Volcanic National Park was closed now. Yeah. Hey, Bo. Hey, is that you, Bo? Hey. Smoke reports. See, Genevieve says from commercial air traffic, so smoke has risen to 12,000 feet. Yeah. Now look, west of Chester, it's fanning up. Hey, Bo. How you doing? Unless you have a generator, true. Max Smith says, I would drive to Salt Lake City or Wyoming if I lived in the area. Yeah. Not the best idea to remain in the smoke environment. You actually have to go to the coast. You should go like north of San Francisco to escape the smoke. Go to Portland. Do I know what happened in Chester? We're looking at it. So the fire went up to the airport and they valiantly defended it down the southwest corner of the town, but it's an imminent peril. They even evacuated all the hospital, everything. The big threat is the embers falling on it from, if the camera comes back, I'll show you again. Those fires in the hills to the west of it. And my stream from last night, jeez. That's going over Katy Ridge, marching towards, well, the general direction of Susanville, but, Westwood is in danger. That's kind of by Canyon Dam, sort of. Canyon Dam is going to be a little bit that way. So it doesn't linger on it, but you can see it's all an inferno. So the image on the right is Katy Ridge. They're both on Katy Ridge right now. If it pivots to the left, the inferno's marched over it into Lassen County. What says go west to avoid the smoke? Yeah, there's smoke in New York City. He says, I'm in the Ozarks. It's been hazy here for days for these fires. Yeah. The emissions are insane. So much deforestation just happened. Like, even if emissions weren't a thing, that climate change could happen locally to North America just because of the loss of the forest. We're going to see such massive landslides and erosion of the topsoil and just devastation. It's going to look pretty green within a year, though. I mean, the wildflower bloom is going to be immense. The deer, some of them are dying, but a lot of them have run away. There will be an explosion in the deer population because they don't eat trees and stuff. They eat grass and wildflowers. And so whenever you have these mega fires, you'll have a huge explosion in their population, and that's part of the bright side. What says I can't imagine what it's like there? Yeah, it's hell. It's briefly, it's hell. This happened yesterday in less than 2 hours at 4 in the afternoon. These are good. Noah Berger, Associated Press. This is the same valley. This is how we lost Greenville yesterday. The ashes are not even cold in Greenville. See, there's Chester and there's the flare-ups over there. And Bo, I'm so grateful to you. I still remember the steak you got me. You're totally awesome. You are the same Bo, right? Am I confused? Yeah, Bodega Bay is where they filmed the birds, isn't it? Max Smith, you're right. Yeah, we gotta look at the river fire. Let me take off camera. Let me get it set up. I don't want to... take away from this mesmerizing image while I search for something. I'll be right with you. It was very quiet all night. Yeah, so this is mostly the inferno is here. Here's Greenville down here. It's going north towards, but it keeps looking back at Chester. So both of these are looking back towards the Greenville and Katy Ridge right now. Rhonda the Fifth says, interesting tidbit here in the California's 9th largest city. The fires are covering got a page 3-paragraph blurb. Astounding. You know what? I'm going to write a letter to the editor. How dare that newspaper say it? Which newspaper is that? Bo, you're in Doyle where the Beckworth came through. You feel sad? Oh man, Doyle just got slaughtered. Yeah. Sean says Taylorsville is under evacuation orders as of 7 minutes ago. Thank you. Wow. I know it's Bodega. It's not Bodega. Oh, shit. Whatever. Indy Ridge Cam showing the wind picking up and scary stuff. Okay. Sorry, wish I did get you a steak. Oh, you weren't steak, Bo? I'm sorry. That's right, I made him a mod. Okay. Look at the Indy Ridge Cam, please. Okay. Okay. Struggling to stay awake. I've been speaking for more than 14 hours in a row. Forgive my hoarse voice. 12-hour time lapse of Indian Ridge. Yeah, you're coming right up. Tinker 914 is just west of Butte Mountain. Oh, good. Now Tinker 102, the MD-80 is now in the same area. Yay. Yay. Let me look back. Come save us. I wonder if they're just going to splash Chester. Isn't that what you guys were saying? But yeah, it's the only thing they can do. At 7, 8 in the morning. 8:30. 9. 9:45. Aunt, I'm gonna kill you. You can't escape me. We're at 12:36. Alright. Dang it, they took my steak. They took my steak, guys. The last of my steak, they took it. You bad ants. I hate you. They've been biting me during the whole stream. What even got on my head? It bit me on the top of my head. Oh god, that's an inferno. It just blew up. Okay. There was an error. Wow. Okay. Yeah, they were spraying some homes in Chester. It's unreal. But I don't think Chester's quite defensible in the neighborhoods because of all the trees overhanging the buildings, and it looked like it was kind of stupid mode the way they constructed the homes. It's almost like they did it for the valley. It's wood and vinyl siding and those kind of, what is the kind of roof? It's not shingle shake, but it's like that, got that rough texture, and it's kind of looking like gray, and what's that called? I mean, hell, you need tile. You need tile and corrugated tin. Isaiah says, thanks for staying up, continually talking, got much info from you. Thank you. Keeps me going. Antelope Mountain Cam shows Susanville. Really? Okay. Oh. That's Hamilton Mountain. Yeah, it's looking dirty. Yeah. Let's do 3 hours of Susanville. I bet it's just gonna look awful. Last 3 hours, Susanville Cam looking at this crap. Yeah. Okay. I promise I look at the Placerville situation. Let's quickly assess. The cams in general are not pointing the correct direction. How dare they? Why are they aiming away from Colfax? Oh, is it on rotate mode? Okay. God, that's so sad. On Shasta Redding, sorry guys. We don't have eyes on the river fire, and no news is good news. I need to read new evacuation warnings. What was it again? The new. Where's the new evacuation info? Yeah, it's like you're smoking 5 packs a day in Susanville. Okay, Lassen County Sheriff's Office. Nothing new coming out of Lassen County Sheriff's Office on Facebook, really? They didn't address this? Okay. They may be busy going door to door or something, but we take 10 seconds to update your Twitter. Um, 2 hours ago, Daniel Kearns went live in Taylorsville. He has a 1 minute and 51 second update. Yeah. You guys said that Taylorsville wasn't there mandatory? Let me see. 17 minutes ago, due to the Dixie fire, a mandatory evacuation order has been issued for Taylorsville and surrounding areas, including the North Valley Road, the North Arm Road, Diamond Mountain Road. You should evacuate south via Highway 89 or east via Beckworth Genesee Road to the shelter at Portola at 171 South Gulling Street. If you need transportation out of the area, please call 530-283-6414. Wow. And 49 minutes ago, announcement, California Department of Forestry and Fire Protection. Dixie fire briefings and virtual community meetings are now every other day. So we have to wait. Yeah. They just posted that 49 minutes ago. Okay, I didn't realize communication could be lower than F-. I am lowering my grade to double F-. Isaiah says, why is the southeast corner of Shasta County not even under an evacuation warning? Shasta? How far away is that? How's Redding? Isn't it okay? There was a fire in Redding that they put out immediately last night. It was cool. Yeah, Plumas County Sheriff's Office on Facebook. Yeah, I just read that. Unbelievable. Taylorsville and such are now under evacuation. So here's our map. Hang on. Refresh. It should be penciled in red now. Yeah. Just like I was saying, that probably should have happened yesterday. It's happening now. And they just don't even put Lassen County on this one. You have to go to the special Lassen County map. This is why I'm giving communication such an F-. Totally different map. And this one doesn't have Tehama County. And while it has, what? Let's see. It has Placer County, but not. Wait, it doesn't have Placer County. It's got. Guys, Nevada County only. So there's 4 different evacuation maps for the same damn region that I have to keep directing people to. Links are in the description. Just unreal. So yes, Indian Valley is under mandatory evacuation. But for some reason, Westwood is not yet. And I'm waiting for this to be spreading, and I don't want it to be. But look how close it's coming to cutting people off from Susanville. Okay. Yeah, hit like and subscribe to help others, because if my channel's trending, then apparently that makes other people see it. Trying to reach others. Myself and others who are fire educated have been telling people that the straight dope, what to expect, what's the worst case scenarios, what's likely to happen, what isn't, and well ahead of the official sources. Because it's pretty easy to predict what fire is going to do, or at least what the worst case scenario can be. Okay, I was hoping it would focus on Chester for a little bit more. If you plan according to the worst case scenario, you're going to be good. But it seems like they're detrimentally optimistic, the officials, or they're just not voicing their deep-seated concerns appropriately. They're saying stuff like, you guys should evacuate, and then the public's like, because... is this town really in danger? And they don't answer. You should just obey our evacuation orders. And then the public gets yanked around and told they can go back to these areas still critically at threat, and myself and the others are going, what? And then the moment people came back and unpacked, some of which may not have ever realized that within an hour or two, they screamed at everybody, get out. And the biggest town of Indian Valley just got erased off the map in 2 hours. And they were whining about people remaining. You're the ones who told them to come back. They may not have even gotten the message that they had to leave. You don't confuse the hell out of the public, and they just refused. They did a good job of explaining how firefighting works and what they're doing, but they never explained this is what can happen. A, best case scenario, B, middle ground, C, worst case scenario. They never answered anyone's questions like, is my town in danger? What's the risk to it? Are we going to lose some structures, any structures, all structures? They didn't comment. So what the hell is the public supposed to think? So, that's what we're here for, though. We'll pick up the slack. But for God's sake, listen to me, because I'm right so damn often. And I do tend to think the worst is going to happen because I've been witnessing it for so long. This isn't the first time we've seen this happen. If you've seen my fire channel from Paradise, or when Labor Day fires were rampaging. Okay, so you've got a link for us. Okay, Josh. Thank you so much for being here and getting a little sleep and such. Yeah, that's the Indian Ridge cam. Was somebody asking for it? Thank you for covering me. Twitter. Okay. You got a Twitter link? Okay. 4 minutes ago, Dixie fire evacuation notices and warnings. Thank you. I checked Facebook and there was nothing, but it was on Twitter apparently. How do I enlarge this? How do I make it big? Is that it? Is that as big as it gets? Crying out loud. Okay. I'm going to read it to you guys on my other monitor. New evacuation warnings have been issued for the following areas. Walker Lake north of Mountain Meadows Reservoir and south of Moonlight Road. These are just warnings. Areas east of Mountain Meadows Reservoir, south of Highway 36 to Coppervale. North of Highway 36 from Lassen County line to 821. South of Highway 44 from 821 to McCoy Flat. North of Highway 36, east of 821. Mandatory evacuation orders remain in place for Silver Lake, Juniper Lake, Caribou Wilderness area south of Highway 44 from Lassen County line east to 821. The unpopulated areas south of Mountain Meadows Reservoir from Hamilton Branch Waterway east to the Lassen Plumas County line. Evacuation warnings, Clear Creek, Westwood, and Pinetown. It's just a warning? What? Dean F. Groden, Sheriff and Coroner? Guys! I'm just going to say it right now. You get the hell away from West Fir and Pine, dear Lord. Pinetown, excuse me, because this inferno is creeping ever so closely to cutting you off from the ability to get to Susanville. Look how it's going with the wind. This may be cut off soon. Crying out loud. Okay, going back to chat. If you have questions, I'm sorry, and if you just joined us, there's more tankers on the way. Good. Are they splashing Chester? Look at the Indian Ridge camp. All right. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Inferno. I don't see any aircraft though going anywhere by this inferno though. The yeah, Heatherland, they need to update to say get the hell out. Sorry wording. Yeah, that was the update from 4 minutes ago. And it says, oh yeah, there's a warning. Yeah. So yeah, Kaloe SF says, I think my uncle got out. He's not answering the house phone. Oh gosh. I know that's the most terrifying part of it is when you can't reach someone. But there is some really crappy cell service reception up there, and you can just... the new update was just released via Twitter Forest Service. Okay. Let's look. I am on the Twitter now. Hit like and subscribe, please. It helps me reach more people. There's a donut and coffee fund. I could use a boost. The link is pinned. You don't need a PayPal account. You can just toss me 75 cents. That'd be cool. If you have it, please think of the victims first and then toss me pocket change. I've been live for like 15 hours, I think. This is my second stream. Let me get back to the Twitter. Forest Service, right? Which one am I looking at? U.S. Forest Service? Serene, I thought I made you a mod. Okay, you can now share links. Serene, can you share links? Josh says the fire's out of control. Oh god, yeah, on 3 different fronts. We watched it all night. It grew in size 50,000 acres. That's from their statistics. It's not my estimate. Okay, so the ridge is on fire west of Chester, guys. This is insane. You got to see 2 hours ago how freaking insane it was. Now, if you do go back, you will not believe it just looked like the Hindenburg. The fire was so huge on this ridge that it was going beyond the top of the camera. 600-foot tall flames roared over the top of this ridge, and poor little West Fir is on the other side, Westwood, excuse me, in Pinetown, and they're not even being told to get out. But if I looked out my window and saw this, I think I'd drop my coffee cup, change my shorts, and probably be driving 75 miles an hour towards Susanville. While the getting was good. I do not, first of all, that was a joke. Please drive really safely and carefully. But you understand my point. Doug W. says Westwood is now under mandatory evacuation. New release on Plumas National Forest on Facebook. Why in God's name did the sheriff just say otherwise and release that 4 minutes ago? You should probably take a nap, otherwise when you go out, you'll be out for a long time. Yeah, I expect I'll do a 16-hour sleep marathon or something. Really? Okay, do you guys have a, which forest? The Plumas forest? Okay, I'm trying to figure it out on Twitter. Plumas. About effing time, excuse my language. I don't see any new tweets by Plumas National Forest Service. Which one, guys? Talking about the Beckworth, the Evans. This is ancient news. But it was updated 2 hours ago, ancient news. I'm quite confused. Sugar. The sugar fire, like, that's even relevant. The Frenchman Lake Golf Course is closed by the Beckworth. That's updated 2 hours ago. Are you kidding me? This has got to be the wrong thing, guys. Where? Thank you, Josh. Oh, I know about the Zone Haven map. Mandatory evacuation north to Highway 44. Okay. Yeah, Sean Connor says this is already in the top 10 most destructive and top 5 largest. Yeah, it's going to be... This is a mega fire that we're witnessing history in a really sad, serious way. Patrick O'Connell, Tanker 914 and 102 headed back to KMCC. Tanker 15 headed back to KCIC for reloading. Okay. At least nap before sundown hits so you can keep us posted. You'll understand I can't nap. Really long story. I just had a sleep study. I don't get refreshed by naps. So when I do go down, I'm going down. Jersey Devils says prayers for all affected from Chincoteague Island, Virginia. Wow, I'm reaching a lot of people. They're trying to save Chester. This thing has stopped rotating for some reason. I don't have the current status of Chester, but right now the ridgeline is on fire to the west as of the last view from the camera. And so we do have these hot spots getting quite close. All of this is still on fire. When the wind shifts down by 6 p.m. tonight in a southerly direction, there's going to be one hell of a battle. I'm sorry, that's very tiny. There's going to be one hell of a battle. But right now, embers could be falling right now because of the wind going that direction. I don't have a lot of optimism for Chester. I'm terrified for it. Yeah, Greenville is 90% gone. As far as the current, like, right now, I think it's okay, but this is Greenville, guys. This was gone in 2 hours yesterday at 4 in the afternoon. Yeah. Same scenario. The embers falling on the roofs and having hundreds of roofs on fire at the same time. There's no possible response to that. You know, go to the baseball diamond at the high school field and sit there in your car and ride this out. That's what the sheriff advised. It's what I advised before the sheriff advised it. Another good defensive space will be, you know, big parking lots, big lots. Just make sure a big tree can't fall on you. Look around and see how tall they are and eyeball it. The library, which is next to the river with the 2 bridges over it, and the sheriff's actual parking lot. That's a good place to go to, I would reckon. Do not try to stay in your home in Chester and then call 911 and say it's on fire. Leave your home and go to a safe spot in Chester and ride this out. Sean, isn't this larger than the North Complex? Because I recall it was something like 315k acres. Yeah, I think it is now. Yeah, the flames we've been seeing have been seem to have been exceeding 600 feet. If you rewind my stream about 2 hours ago and hit the live button again to come back to live, it expanded 50,000 acres last night. So There is no stopping this. There's no way to contain it. And the consensus is that it's not humanly possible to get in front of it or contain it. We will not be able to make any progress until the weather cooperates. And God knows when that's going to occur. This is 8% humidity. And these are pretty mild winds. 35-mile-an-hour wind gusts to maybe 50. We could see 65s and we would see an apocalypse. Updated evacuation map. Thank you. I've been doing this for a bit, and I'm almost never wrong. I just tell you what the worst case scenario is, and unfortunately, because nothing is positive to report here, the worst case scenario often does occur. Because the challenges of COVID, the climate, the drought, the reduced manpower, the power companies starting these all over the place, so many different fires at once, everybody spread thin. Wow. This is a giant chunk, and this is not even showing Tehama County. So Tehama County has mandatory evacuations here, and I hate this because they're not showing all counties at once. So now, finally Westford's under mandatory, but how much time do people have now to get out? A lot less than if they had done this last night when the weather forecast was forecasting the wind to do this. I was talking about this last night. It isn't rocket science. I'm not boasting, I'm sad. I'm sorry. Please mod this account. Of course, yeah. Of course. I was wondering why you were a mod and you weren't. Thank you, Sapphire. I appreciate you, all the other mods, everybody here. Thank you so much. The support I've gotten has been incredible. I never thought of this. I hate going viral for this reason. But I never thought I would be able to reach and help so many people. So I'm very humbled and very grateful. But I have done it only with your guys' help. 10 people probably dislike this because they're conspiracy theorists, and I threw them the hell out of here. And they got rude. And sometimes people are innocent. They think dislike is because they dislike the fire. So like if you had an animal abuse video and you're trying to fundraise to save the animal or something, a lot of people would dislike that video because they hate animal abuse. They don't get it that it punishes the person that uploads the video. So Max says you can mod me and I can help keep the trolls out. That's right, Max Smith. You're totally trustworthy. Use your powers for good. I knight thee. Irks Simao, I don't understand how the cities are completely destroyed because of fire. We have a lot of fires in my country every year, and the fires don't destroy whole cities, maybe some houses. Yeah. There's a whole lot of explanations for that. What's your country, by the way? This is the world's, hands down, probably the world's worst terrain to have a fire with and to try to control it. There's very unique things that happen with the wind in California. So, yeah, a lot of these houses are made out of wood, and even if you have a tin roof, the undersides of the roof are wood. So if something is underneath by the windows, like say you have bushes there, or like a trash can on fire rolls underneath the windows, the flames rise up and start lighting the roof on fire from the underside, or the window breaks because of the heat, and then the curtains catch on fire right through the window, and the fire penetrates that way. But in reality, we're having, California has unique geography. So the hot, dry winds from the Nevada desert accelerate. They go up like a roller coaster up the mountains and plunge down the other side because it's a 7,000-foot drop. They pick up speed. They run through the canyons. And so there's a crazy sucking, pulling action where, like, during the summer, the hot air rises from the valley, so it goes up. Hot air goes up into the mountains. And then as the night cools the air, it drops and it sinks back down into the valleys. So you have wind changing direction like every single night and accelerating, and it's unpredictable when and how that's going to happen. And so we have extremely rugged, steep terrain, sheer vertical cliffs that are thousands of feet tall, almost no roads in the areas. And unfortunately, they let fire load build up like dead trees and down stumps and branches and pine needles have been building up for like 75 plus years in this region. So now we've had a historic drought and 9% humidity. Add all this together and you have firefighters ready to respond to an area, but they helplessly watch it because you can't reach the tops of the trees that are on fire. And the embers can carry a very, very, very long distance. So they can go up to 20 miles away if there's, say, 90-mile-an-hour winds, which typically we do get 75 to 90-mile-an-hour winds every winter, because that's just called Diablo winds. So in the past, we didn't have a lot of towns erased and stuff because the infrastructure was good. Most of these horrible fires are caused by down power lines, including this that we're watching right now, or trees leaning up against them because this power company has been negligent and hasn't trimmed back vegetation and hasn't really maintained much in the way of their lines for 75-ish years. Some of the equipment now dates back to World War I when it was created. So even though like powerful winds often would blow out a flame, which like in my grandmother's time usually happened in winter, these are now taking hold because power lines are just frying the vegetation, arcing and sparking, and just eventually though the fire's going to take hold. Okay, you're going to sleep, brewers? Yeah, I've been here all night, and thank you mods that have been with me too. We're all just here trying to save lives, exactly. I'm running on almost 35 hours straight here. Oh my gosh, yes, please get some sleep. Yeah. Oh no, there's no spontaneous combustion. That's not a thing, Bluebell. Spontaneous combustion of materials takes like 400 plus degree temps. We'd all be dead if that was the temperature outside. Spontaneous combustion is a rare phenomenon which actually includes moisture. You find it inside of haystacks and stuff, like hay bales that get baled when they're moist. And you have a certain type of reaction. So no, that's really not a thing. But every single, the air is so 9% humidity is just insane. Let's go back to Indian Ridge camera and do a time lapse. Last 3 hours. Because that is kind of stuck. So basically when power lines just make molten metal, that can spark a fire, and then when we have these 90-mile-an-hour winds and such through the canyons, that's what caused the Paradise Fire and the Cascade Fire and all those things. And when the fire crews try to respond to them, they normally would just arrive and put them out like we did in the past. But they can't because this power company let the fire access roads, they let trees grow up under them. It's illegal pretty much everywhere to allow vegetation to grow under high tension power lines and the like, but they allow it. There's a lot of corruption here. Oh, that's not what you meant? Okay, you're talking about structures close to the fires. The temps reach a temp that causes another structure to erupt. That's true. We saw with Greenville, just the structures on fire are so hot that the street lamps melted and bent over. Yeah, pretty insane. Yeah, I'm sorry. That's what I took you to mean. There's another Twitter status. Okay, Josh. Thank you so much for being here, Brewers. Do come back and see us. Everybody, thank Brewers. He's a real firefighter from Chicago who's been validating what I've been saying and educating me a little bit too on fire behavior. We're so lucky to have everybody here, our mods, everybody in chat helping out. Okay, this is what Josh has shared. Current view of the Dixie fire and stuff. Okay. Wow. And crazy smoke. Absolutely. That's the current satellite view. I don't think anybody's lighting a match on purpose today, Jonathan. And thank you so much, Josh, for being here. Everybody, I can't thank you enough for helping me reach people. No, thank you guys too. I tried to get information out during Paradise, and I had 18 viewers, and YouTube's algorithm thing really, if you're not a big deal already, people were searching for the information. I couldn't reach them, so all the likes and subscribes helped me so much. Oh, you're in Portugal, okay. You're in a special force for the state to prevent fires, but we also fight them. My teammates are going to help Greece right now. From Portugal to Greece, lucky me, I'm on holiday. Yeah, it's a bad month. Thank you for your service as a firefighter. You didn't show the picture with the enhanced thermal. Oh. Please forgive. I didn't realize that's what we were looking at. Okay. All right. Looks like a video game. It's making a march towards Coppervale. Yeah, they should have evacuated Westwood a hell of a long time ago. So I'm not critical of any boots on the ground. These firefighters have been amazing, and they've done everything they possibly could. Oh, you're very welcome for the stream, RGJ58. Welcome back. It looks like the heat map is closing in towards Crescent Mills. New heat detections by Chester. Okay, we got to keep checking the Indian Ridge camp. Really, guys, if I try to lay down and sleep, do you think that'd be possible for me? It appears to be rotation on the FLIR cam. It seems to be like it's stuck. I mean, they have it. I should zoom out a little bit. And why has it gone low resolution? Yeah. See, Genvi, I watched metal buildings cave in. I built a fire-resistant home in Paradise next to me. The windows will melt and they were gone, and so is bunker without windows. Yeah. The incredible heat of these is just insanity. These 600-foot tall flames. Don't have any illusions that you can garden hose your way out of this mess. Have the afternoon wind switch directions yet, Doc? They're going towards Chester. They're going this way. I believe 6 p.m. is when they said they would come back, according to the morning briefing. Welcome back, Doc. Bo says, FYI, shipping containers melted here in Doyle. Yeah, so steel weakens and buckles at a certain temperature, and that's pretty insanely high. If anybody has that statistic, let me know. Yeah, there's a lot of people in here who've actually lost everything, who've come in, like poor FLC. I think he must have finally passed out. Lost his place in Greenville after we were celebrating Greenville's being saved. So that's why I said we can't celebrate Chester being saved yesterday, valiant as the firefighters worked, because the embers just might rain all over the town right now and undo everything. I thought Taylorsville was going to be pretty safe, and now they've just been mandatorily evacuated. Yeah, People have said, I would like to build a fireproof house. I will get a shipping container. And I said, you will die in that oven. You'd have to partially bury the shipping container and like put earth over the top. Because that's what brick buildings do become after a while. Brick buildings, like if they do burn because the fire gets in them or the roof burns off, like we saw in here, in Greenville. Rest in peace, Greenville. Excuse me. Brick, this survived many other wildfires. These are original gold rush buildings. The thing about them is they will collapse and the bricks will just fall off because it's kind of like bombs going off when the propane tanks hit. B, there may be gas to the city for like gas cooking. I don't know. No, maybe it's just propane tanks. And C, when the fire gets in a brick building, it's just an oven for a bit and it kills a lot of firefighters. Because the mortar is the weak point, and that starts to crack, and then eventually the whole wall will give way and just smash firefighters flat against the sidewalk. And we're talking 2-story brick walls. There's no surviving that, and it won't give you a warning. So firefighters like to stand way far back from the sidewalk. And there's some really sad pictures. One of the saddest pictures I've ever seen of early 20th century, somebody took a photo like pre-World War I think, or right around that time, where there was it showed a pile of steaming bricks on a sidewalk, and the building was on fire, like smoldering from within. And all you could see was the hose line going underneath the pile of brick, and their hats. And sometimes something that doesn't show gore is a lot more moving and horrifying than something that does. So it's, brick will resist fire, but you gotta have, fire suppression systems. I think what could have saved Greenville would have been sprinkler roof fire suppression systems, and for the entire dang town. I don't know where the hell you get water pressure to do that. Going back. Yep, everybody should have a bomb shelter. It's really not that difficult to make yourself a shelter. Just dig a hole into the hillside, stick a culvert in there, put a door on it. 30 feet back into the embankment is usually good enough. I mean, people survive just getting in culverts underneath the road. That's what you should do if you're driving and you're finding yourself trapped. Memorize where culverts and bridges are underneath the roads. No matter how small, cram yourself in there. Oftentimes if you have a wool blanket and you can wet that down and wrap yourself in it, and it'll help filter the smoke. Odds of survivability increase a lot. Oh yeah, this is nothing compared to like what we were seeing a couple hours ago. It's because the cameras are zoomed in too much. I don't understand why they are. Maybe it's something wrong with something I clicked. I'm going to refresh to make sure it's not my fault. I'm sorry, guys. It was my fault, and I didn't understand. Oh, jeez. Ketty Ridge. They should have evacuated west for yesterday at night when anybody with half a fire-educated brain could see that the wind was going to blow it this way. And they just issued the evacuation order, 20 minutes ago? So we're watching the heat detections too. There's very limited time now before it might cut off everybody's route to get to Susanville. Ultimately, Susanville is now at risk, and I imagine Susanville will go under watch. Because what way the fire spread is from mountaintop to mountaintop, along with the wind. And long-range spotting is a thing. I don't know a time frame for when Susanville might be impacted, but God, we've seen such incredible fast-moving behavior. I did not expect the fire to grow 50,000 acres last night, but it did. Jumped all lines, even the ones they thought were black. And I don't imagine that Susanville's safe. I'd consider prepping to leave. Especially if you have things that you care about. There's a prison there. I don't know what the hell they do to evacuate the massive prison. But the air quality is already hazardous to human health, like smoking 6 packs of cigarettes a day. Yeah, just to have that prison. So I've been trying to tell people on the Catherine scale of disaster here, you've got bad. Fires are all bad, right? Then you got very bad. You got extremely bad. Then you have nightmare. And you have apocalyptic. So Paradise and the Bear Fire in the same region was apocalyptic. We saw fire exceed even what experts thought was possible. And that you should study very well. I'm sorry, who was from Portugal? Can't scroll up. There's some amazing things that I've shown on previous streams. It's called, on YouTube, The Historic Run of the Bear Fire or the North Complex Fire. And that caught people unawares and killed so many last year. 25 people missing, and later they find like 12 bodies. Oh my God. A fire NATO? Or a whirl? I don't... Okay, technically, a tornado has to exceed a certain wind speed to be an F1, and that would be a true fire NATO, but that, look at it, could be one. If not, we're witnessing live at least an extremely large whirl. Go back to it, you stupid camera. That's rarely caught on film. Darg. So, it's distant. It's there right now, but please, stupid camera, go back. Okay, that's the fire on the ridge above Chester. I don't know the status of Chester. If anybody does, please let me know. Really? Their maximum security high risk? At Susanville? Oh, wow. They use white collar, prisoners to help. There have been some prison labor, although I don't know. Somebody told me they ended the program for reduced sentences in exchange for being a volunteer firefighter. That was once 75% ish of California's firefighters were the prison labor. So if they ended that program, I don't know how ridiculously stupid that would have been. I don't have any confirmation about that. Maximus says that program ended. They were low security, nonviolent criminals. But I do know that there are prison work crews out on the Dixie. The Mountain Girl says we had a fire tornado last year. EF1 is 75 miles per hour wind and damage, and that could have been one. Wow. David Nowak says, I believe Susanville Prison had an inmate firefighter program, though. And some of the inmates are likely out there. I get a lot of conflicting information, so. Buses, Heather Land says buses, prisons get out when 160 air quality level by law. They have to evacuate, so maybe they're already out. The only other prison that's worse is Pelican Bay, says Daisy May. Oh, okay. It's not slavery. It's a choice. Slavery, the definition I have, is the inability to say no. Wow. Look at it running up again. It's running up again and again in different sections of Dixie Ridge. Sorry, not Dixie Ridge. I'm sorry, guys, Kitty. So, really, if you're going to damage society with a crime, the best way you can repay society is like, protect it from fire or repay somehow. I don't want somebody to sit in prison if they've harmed society. I want them to redeem themselves. Gives them a sense of purpose, accomplishment, experience. They could suddenly feel proud about their actions. It sounds like a way better alternative than prison. Wow. Gee, look at that. Inferno. There's no other way to describe that. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you know what? Most societies have never used prisons before. The Roman Empire, for example, didn't have them. They didn't exist in the ancient world. If you harmed society, you were enslaved. That's where most slaves came from. They were the criminals. And you were supposed to give back to the society that you harmed. They didn't keep people in a box and feed them. And to me, that's very inhumane. That should be done for psychopaths and such, or the people who really can't be redeemed. But either that, or other societies forfeit your assets if you committed a crime, and handed it over to the victims. So most societies, though, never had prisons. That's a very new thing, and it appears to not be working because we have more prisoners than anywhere else in the world. And yet crime isn't particularly going down because prisons are a big college where criminals meet other criminals and get to talk to them and make connections in the criminal underworld and hone their skills. It's obviously not working. In other societies, you get corporal punishment, which is like being whacked, or you get a hand chopped off. There's a whole lot of alternatives. Labor doesn't seem so. It doesn't seem so bad when you consider like eye for an eye was a real thing. Pluck some of your eyes out. Okay, please go back to the main fire camera. That was mesmerizing seeing the fire NATO. The possible fire NATO. I'm not saying there isn't problems with. There have been people convicted just because prison slavery thing is a real thing. I'm aware of that. I'm talking about the concept, not the execution. There's a lot of people get convicted because they made corruption where private corporations were contracting, and I do not believe in that. That needs to stop. But giving the prisoners options to feel good about themselves, get experience, help society, and get out earlier, I think is really a good idea. Civilian Conservation Corps things, but prisoner style, where they can go and learn forestry management and real skills, and then get out and get a job because they worked, rather than sat there twiddling their thumbs and reading. I'm down with that, as long as corruption doesn't enter it. You got to fight corruption, not the concept, not a good concept. So, yeah. Of course it's off topic. This is Catherine's world. Have you seen my channel? It's actually not off topic in any way. Shut up. Back on topic. Really? We're talking about how fires are fought, and a lot of it's prison labor. So we have to appreciate all firefighters, criminals or not. I think it's great that they redeem themselves. Seriously. Life is off topic, yeah. Guys, I've been streaming for 14 hours straight, and if I go a little off topic, please handle that. I'm sure you guys can deal with it. You know why I constantly talk? Because that's what people want on YouTube. And sometimes the horror in front of us. There's nothing really to say about it. You just watch the horror unfold. And so, when I stop talking, a lot of people are not actually watching. God, look at that inferno. They're not actually watching, they're listening. And so I see viewers just drop by the hundreds, oh my God. Look at the screen if you're not looking now. There isn't stopping this. There's no way you can get in front of this and stop this. Nobody should criticize all the firefighters from running from this, because that's certain death if you're in front of it. Nobody has the right to criticize them. I didn't start off a fire stream, guys. I started Catherine's World about history and random topics, a variety show. I halted that to cover fires because I'm here for people in a crisis, and people need some sort of guidance from somebody. So myself, Holt Hanley, and a couple other people like Blanco Lirio, Juan Brown, are trying our best to help people because we care about this region. And because we're filling the gap where the government's not telling you what you need to know, and neither is the news media. I don't want to have to be able to do this. And, yeah, it's biblical stuff happening. Yeah. And this is apocalyptic. There's no other word here. This is like the Hindenburg. Look at the screen if you were just listening. So it actually hurts my throat to speak for 14. I think I'm on 16 hours of streaming now. Been awake since yesterday at 3. Wow. If you want me to cover something, go ahead, please. Get my attention with @Catherine. Look at Antelope Mountain Cam. Okay. Sure, in just a second. Oh my God. These are 500-foot tall flames. Those trees are 75 to 120 feet tall. Maybe even taller. This might be 700 feet tall. Oh my God. How big's the fire now? It grew 50,000 acres last night. There's got to be more than 100, maybe 120 miles in circumference, perimeter. It's going to be bigger. I was telling people it was 11th largest fire yesterday, and then as hours go by, it's going down and down. I said it'll be in the top 5, maybe make it to number 2 in size of California's largest wildfires. I don't think it'll be number 1. LNU was hard to beat. But considering that was a complex, and this is only really one fire, and then the second stupid one caused by the same power company in the same region, you can kind of consider this a single fire, and so this will probably take number 1. The environment will take a century to recover. I don't know I'll live long enough to see it back the way it was. I'm sorry, back to chat. Get my attention, and I'm happy to cover anything that you guys request. It's hard to pull away from this quite at the moment, though. And so what I do is I do talk to fill the time. I'm deliriously tired, and I cried when I began this stream because this is my homeland. I have struggled to maintain composure. And you have to get my attention and say @Catherine, and then kind of click the pop-up thingy. Twitter, okay. Yeah, if you're west of Susanville, south of Highway 44. You got to get the hell out of here, guys. I'm sorry. That's what I need to be doing, is get the hell out of here. Your way to Susanville may have been blocked already. Oh my God. Look at the screen if you're not looking at it. Dial phone numbers for anybody who might be anywhere near this thing and tell them to leave if they still have that window of opportunity. If they're in Chester and stuff, I don't know that they can now. Chester people should go to the baseball diamond at the high school. Remain in your car and ride this out. Take a wool blanket with you, gallon, jug of water, your cell phone. Make contact with the people there. Let them know that's what the sheriff wants you to do. But if you are on the north/east side of the lake or in that region, dial people and tell them to get the hell out and go north. I don't know that you can go east to Susanville right now because the way out's going to be blocked fast. In fact, I didn't even anticipate this. This is now becoming a reality. The fire could meet. I thought it was going to meet like this. It now could meet that far away. This is a huge part of California, guys. Gigantic. You don't understand. It's even bigger than the red blip. It's a huge chunk of not only the state, but the West. This is straddling 4 counties and might impact a 5th. Okay, at least the ridge west of Chester is not flaring up right now, but that doesn't mean that later Chester will be erased or something, or severely impacted, because the wind will shift and the stuff north of Chester will be going south. Blanco Lirio, yeah, the link is in my description. Hey, Malcolm, welcome back. Did he update? You guys are welcome. I'm so sorry that if you just tuned in. Look at the Antelope Mountain cantaloupe. Okay. I have fear in my voice because that's what I'm feeling. Last 3 hours of Antelope Mountain Camp. This is Susanville. Oh, we already did this. I don't think you can see anything through the smoke. This is just how the smoke enveloped Susanville. You have emailed me? Okay. No, it's not the sugar fire, the Dixie. How many fires in California right now? Too many. I don't have that information. Oh my God. I think I screwed this up again, guys. I'm gonna go back. I don't know how this happens. Refreshing. I will send you hugs. Thank you. Send me donuts. In fact, I need a comfort donut and a glass of milk, and I need to throw shots of half and half back right now. I need a drink. I forgot to constantly eat. That's why I'm burning out. Jonathan S., if they haven't backburned the fire, wouldn't have made us that far. What? Seriously, though, that's not a good statement. Control in this terrain and this climate and this drought has now proven to be an illusion. It is the consensus now of weather people and experts alike that there will be no way to do anything about this fire until the weather changes to be favorable for us. This is 8% humidity and wind gusts of 35 miles an hour down at the valleys and maybe up to 45 or 50 on the ridges. But now that it's making its own weather, we just saw a fire tornado. Inside of the monster, wind could really be something like 65 plus or 75 plus or whatever's going on. This is unreal. North spot fire to Butte Lake. Possibly just the main fire at this point. Go get a quick nap and comfort food. Okay. I'm just gonna mute myself and go get the donut. Is it in Susanville at the moment? Headed that direction. At this time, I'm not aware of any Susanville even warnings for evacuation. Expect that to change soon. The wind's blowing that way. Serve says, so sad I grew up here, same. Daisy May says, I lived in Susanville till 2011 and Westwood from 2011 till last year. Yeah, a lot of people find this to be a special place. It's one of the hidden gems of the West that I was trying to help promote tourism too. I hope there's something that... I'm rewriting chapters of my book right now, Ghost Town Tourism. See the best sites, in Plumas County, etc. Praying for places like Seneca to survive. Check my Facebook account. Yeah, sure. Okay. No worries. Then I'm going for that donut. Hey, Brewers, good to see you. You really need to get your sleep. Take a sedative. I think we all need a sedative. Hey guys, my request to join California Fire Information has been approved. They said, what is your reason for wanting to join the group? Oh god, the ridge is on fire west of Chester again. I said, so I got this channel. Confirmed, thank you. Guys, I get so many random friend requests and stuff that don't be insulted if I don't respond. Okay, Tanya. Hey, welcome back, Tanya. So I mentioned the thunderstorms in the column a few minutes ago. Wondered if it was related to what we saw 10 minutes ago. Yeah. These things can now generate their own lightning. I wonder if it's a static charge thing. But volcanoes do that too. Catherine, can you clarify your views about potential blocking of Susanville evacuation routes? Sure. So that's old information, guys. Current information. As I've been streaming since 9 p.m. last night, we knew that the wind would be going right to Susanville. It just does that pretty much every day. Until 6 p.m.-ish, if it might reverse course. But who knows if it will reverse course as fires make their own weather. So we saw the explosive growth last night. It jumped over, was on the ridge. They were unable to contain it. There was one solitary line here. The fire's beyond it because this is high elevation. So we knew that the embers would drop down and hop the fire lines as they did everywhere else. It's high elevation, almost 6,000 feet. This is less than 6 miles as the crow flies. We know that that's short-range spotting, 5 miles or less. Fire behavior has been long-range spotting, which can be up to 20 miles in theory. With the wind forecast, 15 is really not out of the question. And so basically the fire is marching north, and the other fire is coming around this way. So if this ridge is on fire, embers can just do this and block out the evacuation route to the north. There's only 2 roads now you can take. And the fire's about to block off this way. If nothing stops it. So all fires progress until stopped. There are very few things that can stop them. One, a wind shift, a radical wind shift. But we're at high elevation. It could still have backing. Backing is when they go downhill because, S rolls downhill, right? Flaming things can roll downhill. So it'll still go downhill even against the wind. That would be a slower action, but we don't have a wind change in the forecast till at least 6 p.m. That's 5 hours at least. So what stops a fire? Random shift of wind, rain, torrential rain, snow, exhaustion of fuel once the fire gets stuck in one spot, such as containment. Do we have any of those? No. Thus, the fire will continue in that direction. Moderator, I boot out the trolls. Thank you. Catherine, alert Chester, Lake Eleanor Peninsula, Hamilton Branch are in imminent danger. Yeah. Yeah, they are. It's all mandatory evacuation, has been so for quite a long time. Anybody who's hanging out there, dial them up and say, leave right now. If you're on the east side, Chester, I don't think has a way out anymore. Anybody in Chester should go to the baseball diamond in a vehicle, as instructed to by the sheriff's office. Don't try to be in your home in Chester, because that will pull firefighters off the line once you dial 911 in a panic. Let them defend the city walls, so to speak, and not worry about you. All the people still in Chester should assemble where the sheriff tells you. The baseball diamond at the high school. The lumber mill might just be one hell of an 8-alarm fire inferno if embers reach it, which is very likely. And they have expressed very grave concern for the lumber mill on the northwest side of the town. So, we're seeing the fire trying to run to the lake again. Like I said, the heroic efforts to save Chester and save Eleanor West and save Prattville may be undone. This is breaking news here. That Eleanor West now is directly in the path of new flare-ups and a new path of the fire running towards the lake. The Evans fire? Nope. Are you sure, Josh? The Evans came back to life? No, the Evans was here. I think you might be mistaken. That was the Evans. We don't have heat detections. Are you saying that something spread out of there? Did the Evans fire flare up? I don't see that. Oh God, Bo says the mill is gone at Chester. Okay, Josh, I'm looking at the link. It's taking a long time to load. But yeah, look at it running fast for the lake. Fire is at Deer Heart Lake headed northeast. The Evans fire is going active. I think this might be somebody mistaken. We'd see that from the satellite, wouldn't we? How long ago did GOES pass over the region? Just this unfolding nightmare. At 2044, 3 minutes ago. Let's refresh to be double sure. Really, the Evans fire is one ridge over. We don't have a heat detection. And I don't understand how the flare camera could reach it deep down in that valley. I think they really may be confused, the people talking about it. Or else there's some other flare camera I'm not understanding. Are you sure, guys, that the mill is gone? Anthony Yorba, I just got back. It doesn't look good out there, no. I hope the planes all have AV gas it needs. Yeah, Plumas County just sent Chester Peninsula and the branch is in imminent danger to get out now. Yeah. Yeah, Chester's been surrounded since yesterday. Josh says they could be confused. All their posts on there have been accurate so far. Yeah, but I mean, they're human. Still no confirmation on total structures. No. I mean, fire could still rip through Indian Valley. They evacuated Taylorsville. All of Indian Valley is... Everybody was told to immediately get the hell out. This is Kitty Ridge Live. The Inferno keeps racing up the side, finding... I think it's finding the pockets that it missed on the left side, on the right side of where the original one went over, but we're seeing 600-foot tall flames. We just saw a fire tornado. Yeah, Sean Connor says I would think 600 plus structures or more. Yeah, we are praying for Chester, but I think anybody there is going to be riding out a nightmare. Yeah, it's headed towards Eleanor West, see? It's headed for the lake again. And that's a new development as of 5 minutes ago. Max Smith says, new watchers, please show respect to others and keep comments to the fire or related. No politics, conspiracy, rants, or bullying. Thank you very much, Max Smith. If there is a misunderstanding, we're all under stress. We got to chill out, apologize, move on. Reminding everybody here, I don't allow the things that would upset others in general. Because this is a lot of traumatized people who have been riding these fires out again and again, who have lost family members, loved ones, and homes, sometimes as recently as the last 24 hours. Yeah, I don't think the Evans is a factor any longer. Sean Connors says, if it gets to the peninsula, it'll affect at least 2,000 buildings. Yeah. Jens Cruz says, in times of crisis, we are all the same, of course. Guys, we're not left, we're not right, we're not Republican or Democrat or any other divisive thing. This is the point where, two people were fighting to the death in a boat, right? In the swamp. And so one guy gets the upper hand, starts choking out the other. And that's when he realizes that crocodiles are surrounding the boat. Then he says, oh crap. And when finally people have a common enemy and realize it, that they're both going to die unless they both fight together, all of a sudden they both pick up paddles and fight back to back. This is the situation we're in. We're in the same boat. Anthony says, I'm afraid the fire will head to Portola. Do you think it could be headed that way? That's one of their only ways out from Quincy. Let me look. Yeah. Humans are mostly good. We were ruled by idiots, though. Holy, Spirit have mercy. We could use all the divine intervention and support and prayers. My dad's house, Cooley, be burning as we speak. I'm so sorry, Cooley. You made contact with him? Oh, you mean could be. Okay. Hopefully not. We are Groot. Yes. If you're west of Susanville and south of Highway 44, get out now. Yeah, dial your people, guys. And if you have mineral, anybody you know has a cabin at Mineral, tell them to go up there and get their stuff out. So, well, it looks very hot. God. I'm just hoping no firefighter or civilian deaths are going to happen. The wind is blowing in different directions. This thing is making its own weather, so that's why we can't have an accurate weather prediction. We just know that it generally during the day goes straight towards Susanville and straight towards Chester. The wind splits, but right now it's mostly going in general that direction. And so I keep looking for satellite heat detections. And this is gone. This could go to Nevada. So you asked about Portola. Let me quickly look. I don't think so. In fact, that'd be a great place to hang out. This is lagging out. I bet 1 million people are trying to use Caltopo right now. Okay, yeah, just like I thought. That's quite far. Come on, load, please. Yeah. I'm not concerned for Quincy or Portola at the moment. But be prepared. If you're up in the mountains right now, Portola could have lightning or a car accident, a careless cigarette, or another stupid power line go down by Portola today because these winds are gustier. It could be a new fire. The greatest danger is the new fires that we have that just erupt and all of a sudden they're on your doorstep. That's why you need to know everywhere around you along your evacuation routes and even near your dwelling. Where's your nearest shelter in place? Safe space. It's not your home. It's like underground, okay? Under bridges, in culverts, or above ground, baseball diamonds, track and fields, anywhere there's short mowed green grass. Golf courses are amazing. Firefighters retreat to golf courses and stage there a lot. Do what they do. Imitate them. Instead of driving through fire, if there's a swimming pool next door, throw that wool blanket over your head and sit chin deep in there and trap a breathable pocket of air. Culverts and stuff are better. And just look around you and make sure vegetation can't fall on you, like in that body of water. Look at the wind just rocking the cameras. Okay, leaf blower guy's gone, but mower is here. Nevada, yes, that's Death Valley, well away from Yellowstone Mountain. Death Valley is really far south. Sorry, I ignored chat. I'm sorry, I'm being mesmerized. Thank you for looking. Sure. Paradise winds getting stronger and gusty, still south winds, yeah. They're not expected to shift back until 6, but then again, anything could freaking happen. Looking back, how close to Hamilton Branch? Real close. Embers could be falling over there and lighting it alight within hours. New fire near Ketty, Long Ridge spot, question mark. Ketty? Ketty? Isn't Ketty right here? I don't see it. Updated 4 minutes ago. I don't see a heat detection from space. This is Ketty Ridge. Not the town. Quincy and Mill Creek. No. Do not try to defend your place with a garden hose. Run for your life. You can't do that. Is that what you're suggesting? I hope not. Were you meaning something else, like getting your blanket wet and then running? Boat? Yeah. Okay, guys, back to the mesmerizing scenes of hell. Looks like a spot fire near Hamilton Branch. Oh, for God's sake. Okay. I don't see it on, but yeah, embers could be right now going towards the peninsula, and holy crap. It doesn't stop. It hasn't reached the lake yet by Eleanor West, but it's trying to. I sent you my links on Facebook, the way you can post them if you like. I just want to make sure we keep folks safe. Thank you for all you do here. Simply amazing. Thank you so much. Doyle's northeast, I believe, guys. Relative to Chester. That's the Beckworth complex. It was just erased by that. What was the origin of the Beckworth? What started it? Jersey Devil, I've ridden out many hurricanes, but I just don't think I can live somewhere like this. I know. Somebody told me in a comment on YouTube, I think I would just stay no matter, and defend my home no matter what happens, and I almost got graphic in the description of what he's going to actually face. I decided not to. I just said, look, your community and your family needs you to be alive. The impact on wildlife. Birds have more common sense than a lot of people. I don't know. Well, think of all the chicks in the nest. I saw a California condor burn to death on the California condor chick cam. This is for real. All the birds in the nests right now. The parents have fled. Now, a lot of the deer will escape, and then we'll have an explosion of the deer population. They will thrive after this because the wild flowers will bloom. And we'll even see a lot of greenery even by next spring. There'll be black sticks in the sky, but a lot of greenery and blooming flowers at the base. So the deer are going to come out ahead. And then you'll see the cougar population explode too as they feed upon the deer. They come out ahead. Not so for... And the burrowing animals can sometimes live, snakes and the like. Not every square inch is going to be burned. There's going to be pockets and islands that are just never affected, and snakes stick out their heads out at the end of it and go, huh, that was nuts. Look at the cams being buffeted by wind. Presumably, I'm going to refresh to make sure that that's doing things. They need a wind talker. New evacuations for Lassen County. Okay. Yeah, you're in the ring with George Foreman throwing the towel. Yeah, just get away from this thing. There's no fighting it. You have more than 1,000 firefighters in Greenville and prepping for more than 2 weeks to save the town. Can't do it. You're not going to be able to with your garden hose. What about the bears? Poor cubs. You know, surprisingly, you find a lot of those that survive. The Zog bear cub was one of them. But animals have an instinct to go to the water and sit in the creeks. A lot of them survive things like the Tillamook burn and whatnot, and they have a truce, or maybe they're in shock. Bears, cougars, deer, raccoons, humans can all be under the same bridge, just sitting next to each other. They're not in hunger mode or anything. I hope the rats die. I hate rats. Okay. Okay, so normal fires help the forest by burning out the brush and refertilizing the land. These are not normal. This is an unnatural disaster caused by a power company in an unprecedented drought condition. Both the Dixie and fires started by the same dang company. They were about to contain this when the fire broke out and left them in a mad scramble, and they divided their forces, rushed to save towns and things and people, and left the city wall unmanned, so to speak. And so it is not normal to have a mega fire, because this will not replenish the forest. It will have to be reseeded by air. They'll have to drop millions of pine cones out of the air. We learned this lesson in the 1933 Tillamook burn, the one that inspired Bambi, the cartoon, because they expected the forest to replenish itself and just didn't. So for more than 30 years, driving from Portland to Seaside was driving like a moonscape of just blackened stumps and flowers and endless deer and stuff. They finally figured out, well, the reason it didn't replenish itself was all the pine cones were burned to ash. So when all the seeds become ash, there's no replenishment. You got to manually do it. Otherwise, it would take centuries. Yes, please hit like and subscribe so I can reach more people. That helps me. Hope you like the stream. Short answer, no. Wet blanket and outrunning a 35-mile-per-hour fire is no good. Yep. Okay. Do we know the structures are already on fire in Chester, guys? Yeah, can you please provide me with that info? I'm sorry. I'm trying to juggle. What was I supposed to do? Betsy's Barn says, isn't there a wildfire update just now? I thought somebody said 1 p.m. Update on what? Twitter has action news now. Okay, let's take a look. Leave now. 4 minutes ago, the Lassen County Sheriff's Office has issued evacuation orders for Clear Creek, Westwood, and Pinetown due to the Dixie fire. Yeah, I already read that out. Okay, good. Thank you. Okay, guys. There's a small funny thing that I do want to share. Speaking of bears, we need to have a little bit of something positive, right? This is the Sierra County Sheriff's Office released footage of a bear entering one of their squad cars. This bear knows what's up. He's like, yeah, I have a good fire shelter in here, maybe. Or maybe there's some donuts. It was right underneath the evacuation order. Crafty. What are we going to do if bears learn how to drive? Okay, sorry. Going back. Looks like the fire's still trying to make it to the lake. It hasn't made it, but I know where that is. Okay. They're saying the building and chests are on fire now. Is that correct? Somebody said that the mill was. I can't verify. I wouldn't, I know it was funny. Do you see this coming to Reno? You know, I want to make sure I have my orientation right. Oh, no. Oh, yeah, I figured Reno was way too far south. It's way too far south. I see a northward march, an eastward march. It may make it to Nevada over here. I really don't know what's in between there. It's not particularly inhabited. Is that Allen or West Shore? Yeah, see, here's the peninsula and the West Shores right here. It's trying to make it to the lake again. Just might do it. Bears and self-driving cars, oh my, yeah. Rain means mudslides after a fire, yeah. That's what, there's an old Latin saying, rains generally fall after great battles that happened after Paradise and stuff, and probably likely will happen, because the rains in November are going to put this out, the snows and rains of November. Looks like they changed where the shelters are. Okay, I gotta go and find out that info. Okay. Let's go to Facebook. Is Plumas County Sheriff's Office finally going to say something? 1 hour ago, mandatory evacuation order for Taylorsville. No, they aren't telling us. Lassen County Sheriff's Office. CAL FIRE Butte County. 46 minutes ago. CAL FIRE Tehama Glen Unit. CAL FIRE Lassen Modoc update. The shelter is moving to the high school since they're setting up fire camp at the fairgrounds. Evacuate to Lassen Union High School on Main Street. Dixie fire evacuation orders and warnings. Clear Creek, Westwood, Pinetown areas south of Highway 36 from Lassen County line east to Moonlight Ranch. New. Get out now. Is that Canyon Dam? The fires reached the water somewhere by Canyon Dam. It easily could go over the hole. Okay. Two hours ago, they said they'd have a 7 p.m. meeting. Why aren't they having a meeting right now and telling us what the hell's going on? Wow, look at that. Look at the screen. Going back. Yeah, heavy rains would be devastating. We'd just lose all the topsoil, rock falls, rock slides, roads being taken out. The fires at Canyon Dam, yeah, it's reached the water there, it appears. I see hot spots on the left, yeah. So this may have cut off the ability for firefighters to reach each other from Indian Valley, cut off from west shore of Elmore Lake, cut off potentially even from reaching the mineral area. Like I said, that one highway is the lifeline. Yeah, there's a lot of hydro dams before Orville, quite a few. Jersey Devil, this is so unsettling. Yeah. Oh my God, look at that. You know, I sometimes direct little horror movies for the student movie projects in class. This is exactly what I would film and have my CGI guys do. But it's real. Josh says as the shortwave moves and conditions will be perfect for a downstream pyrocumulonimbus cloud that produces lightning. Conditions already seen on the Antelope Fire, which I think is growing too. But the highway is down at the water by Canyon Dam, so I think it may have been severed right now. The ability to get to the east side of the lake and get north is probably severed. So whatever fire apparatus and crews are, they're probably having to stay where they are. Yeah, the sick individuals that say let California burn, okay. They are pretty sick. The fates have a way of punishing people for making statements like that. Okay, Twitter, California Fire Scanner, thanks. I forgot to eat again, guys. I gotta go get a donut. I'm collapsing. Retardant operation happening on Highway 32, south of Highway 36, west of Butte Mountain, includes several large air tankers and 2 VLATs. On the northern side, the fire is well past Juniper Lake, possibly as far as Snag Lake, or Snake Lake. Yeah. We knew it was going far to the north. Unless somebody can really tell me, I do not have concrete information on the status of buildings in Chester. Karma is a B word? Well, yeah. In a nutshell. Madeline says, I was going through Susanville on my way home. I live just outside of the town. All the street lamps are on due to the thickness of the smoke. It's like there's falling ash, and it's pretty intense. I bet it's like snowing ash in Susanville. That was what terrorized me when I was in front of the Beachy Creek fire trying to evacuate my mom. The hot ash raining down on my head, and there's a senior citizen community poking their heads out, and nobody had told them to be on evacuation watch or even warning because they were just across the county line, but 5 minutes east was a mandatory evacuation zone. And so they asked me, should I get out? I said, for God's sake, yeah. You guys don't even have cars. Call your relatives, come pick you up. Get to the west side of the Willamette River because there's very few bridges. You don't want to wait for the traffic jam. If they close the bridges going in, you won't get picked up, and that's how seniors in Paradise died. They called for help, and nobody could come pick them up. Yeah, Max Smith says black bears are rarely aggressive. However, when they are attacking you, you do not play dead like a grizzly. If they attack you, it's because they're trying to eat you. Grizzlies are just temperamental jerks when they're angry and leave you alone once they're not a threat. But a black bear attack is a predatory attack. You better fight for your life. That's why people died of black bear attacks. But they're pretty chill. But part of the reason they're chill is they're hunted. So they have the fear of man. So in an area where they're not hunted, or they've been fed, and they see humans as a food source and approach you, and they get angry if you don't feed them, and then they see you as a food source, That's the difference. I don't like, we would have to groom the landscape for years to kind of ready it for wildfire to get to the point where like lightning strikes could be beneficial and stuff. You see the top visible with the satellite. Yeah, black bears are docile until they aren't, right? I'm disabled, Teresa Simpson says, and already getting bug out supplies ready. Yeah, one problem with getting out my pets and Walker both in the car. Reach out for help. There's a phone number, guys. If you need a ride out of this area, God, I should be saying that again and again and again. Let me, stupid ant. Let me get that phone number. I'm so sorry. This is something I've forgotten. I read it out before. If you need help evacuating, there's a phone number. Call it, and somebody will come get you in this situation. So let me go back to Plumas County Sheriff's Office. 530-283-6414. If you need transportation, you call this. If you're in Taylorsville, you go south to Highway 89 via Beckworth Genesee Road to the shelter in Portola. Here, guys, keep passing it around. This is the phone number. Call it. And if you're extra vulnerable, then yeah, just kind of think about leaving ahead of the crowd. Yeah, please call the numbers and get out of harm's way. Betsy's Barn, I just sent you a Twitter link on news covering the winds reaching Utah. Avery, interesting professor explaining wind and fire. Okay, cool. Is that something I should show people a little bit later? Because I am trying to juggle a lot of info coming in. Yeah. I would say leave. Just, nice and calm. You're ahead of the game. And call for help. Ask neighbors or anybody for help. A lot of people will. And yeah. Oh God, look at the ridge, the entire ridgeline on fire west of Chester. I hate being right. Madeline says another consideration, if you're not yet in an evacuation area, there's still a risk of power and communication loss. Make sure you have a contingency plan for that. That's so true. So true. Expect to ride this out in the dark, guys. So charge up the cell phones. Just keep them on the charger. If you have any of those backup battery thingies, that would be a good thing to look at. What you can do is disable as much as you can on the phone to kind of keep the battery, dim the screen, put it in dark mode. Even put it in battery saving mode even though you don't need it. Do not depend on an evacuation order being issued. Yeah, they have been so late and so bad at the evacuation orders. You have to look and decide for yourself if you're in danger. And I think one look at this, you're going to just make the right choice. Ryan Rated says, I saw your work last night. Very impressed. Sorry this is happening to you and the ones you love. Thank you so much for the support. I am... I've got some people near Grass Valley right now, Orville and such. There's a lot of my family's cabins. I don't think anybody's up there right now, but Madeline says I spent $1,000 on a cellular booster for my home because the internet lines are on the same poles as the power line. If one goes out, they both do. Very, very true. And don't expect to have cell phone service, because as these cell phone towers are consumed, just like at Paradise, you look down at your phone and you'll be like, oh, how long have I been without service? You pick up the phone and you don't have a dial tone because it's chewing through the telephone lines. Close apps and such. Where will it be stopped? Well, it's hard to predict where fires go, they're a slave to the wind. So we have to know where the wind goes. We know in general where the wind goes, but then these things change wind patterns. So we can look at that. So I can draw lines, hopefully not genitalia on accident like I did last time. And you know, give us scenarios like any person can, but it's like tracking a hurricane. Could go here, here, here. It'll be slave to the wind, and then freak weather events that'll roll in, such as new storms, will have quite an effect. And you could have lightning strikes from like a next week storm that nobody anticipated, for example. I'm not saying there is one, but it's lightning season. Lightning month is August. So you could have a whole bunch of smaller fires converge and just have it merge with others. And so if another fire got in front of it and burned up the landscape, it's like, say it went to the Nevada area, or like the high sage stuff, which is kind of it's heading towards a little bit north of Chester. That'll be a different type of fuel. And so, like, say the sage was all burned off ahead of it, like it might have a natural barrier. We don't know how effective retardant and dozer lines and those sorts of things would be. A lot of them pre-exist. The Bear Fire stopped like a puzzle piece along some of the newly made lines for the Paradise Fire. I don't know if they manned those lines or if it stopped naturally, just because they were still good. Less than 2 years old. So I don't know where they have pre-existing lines or from previous fires. But like, if you disregarded all of them, you would do it like a hurricane and say this trajectory, this trajectory, this trajectory. But we know that nothing's going to put it out but the rains and snows of November. And hopefully, you know, you guys, the worst case scenario, the worst apocalyptic worst case scenario is it's not out. November 8th, wasn't it? A date that will live in infamy. The Paradise Fire. What if the Santa Ana winds come before the rains? That's apocalyptic. I mean, here I was operating under the impression that probably rains and stuff would come first, but what if they don't? Since it's going north of Chester, and like say the wind blew it to the west again, we could have it race down to Paradise and Magalia. Because I don't think they've salvage logged enough. Last time I was there, it didn't look like it was anywhere near complete. So all those dead trees that died in the Paradise Fire are just standing dead trees ready to be 1,000-hour fuels. Drier than they were when they were alive during the first one. We have such a potential for mega disaster here. Unreal. Yeah, please believe Genevieve, she survived Paradise. Nobody had a warning. That's why so many people were stuck there. You couldn't see beyond Paradise because it's kind of raw. It's hilly. And the fire was at the base of the canyon. A spot ember flew over to it and it raced up the hill. And while it was killing people en masse on the eastern side of town, people saw smoke, but they thought it was just general smoke from the fire that was so far away, right? People didn't have any warning because earlier that morning, a stupid robotic voice called everybody, "This is reverse 911. Oh, look at the tornado. Or the whirlwind. Did you see it? Whoa, we saw another one." The robotic voice says, This is the reverse 911. There is a wildfire in the area. Stay tuned. Be ready to evacuate. You will be called if the mandatory evacuation order comes. Blah, blah, blah. So everybody kind of sat there. And nobody realized that the fire had cut through and burned through all of the telephone lines to the town. They tried reverse 911. It just didn't reach anybody. And a lot of the cell phone towers burned up. And people just looked down at their phones kind of wondering, the smoke's getting thick. What's going on? And then people started driving like a bat out of hell from east to west and honking and screaming and there's a fire. And then all of a sudden the sheriff and people and the fire crews were just doing the horrible Mayday blast. Honk, honk, honk. Some people still couldn't hear it. It's a very big city. Big town, small city. A lot of people never heard anything. And so that call that told everybody, pack your bags and wait, the survivors didn't wait. They said, I don't feel right. Look, another tornado or whirlwind. Oh, it was to the right. It was here. You stupid camera. This is some of the world's rarest phenomenon captured on film, and it's not even focusing on it. And so that's what trapped a lot of people. They were waiting to be told what to do. And guess what? Paradise had quite a robust fire drill evacuation plan that the whole community was a part of. Everyone was panicking. And so when some people got trapped by the fire, they stopped their cars. There's only three ways out south of town. The eastern one closed down first. Those people stopped their cars because the flames overran the road in front of them like this inferno. And you see? The people in the back didn't know that, and the flames were overrunning them in the back. So they took their pickup trucks and they rammed the cars in front of them in desperation, ran out of their cars, and burned to death alive in the woods. There were mass fatality events. Groups of 6, 12 clusters of even more people dying together like that, where they're in their cars and the tires are burning and the windows start shattering from the heat and you jump out finally, and some people never even got out of their cars and skeletons were still in the seats. I can only hope they were overcome by the smoke, but I don't know. Where I toured where many of the victims died, and I looked around. Some of them were completely screwed and they just didn't have time. The people that were on the dead-end roads with only one way out to the north, and the power lines fell across and the fire came from the east. Swept across, there's nowhere to get shelter. Like there was no... Look at 600-foot tall flames. There's nowhere to go and nothing to be done. But for most victims, I found that usually within 200 feet or 200 yards, walking distance, was a culvert or a little bridge under the main roads, where if they knew about them, they could have gotten underneath. And there were some mobile homes, little home parks where people tried to evacuate by car or died in them. And then I looked over and heard rushing water, and I looked down and there was like this sewer thing. And anybody could have just gotten underneath that. But the instinct in what people think is they need to get in their car and that's their only escape. You gotta have a shelter-in-place plan. The Maxis Skyway was like the only way out. Yeah, so one by one as the fire came in from the east to the west. There's 3 ways out. So there's one way out to the north that got blocked really fast. One way out that way, the fire came that way and overwhelmed in mass fatalities. Then there's a couple of side roads like this. Then there's another way out to the south, another way out to the south. This is Skyway. This became the only way out. And thousands of people try to get on the road at the same time. Meanwhile, 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts are throwing power poles down and blocking people's way out. And it fell across cars, and so mass fatalities of the people here rip. And then power poles blocking people coming this way. So they're going in the neighborhoods, driving around, trying to find a way to get to it. And everybody's trying to get on Skyway, and traffic jam. And so people were so desperate as the flames came by their cars, they just tried to ram others out of the way. When the roads are like that, don't join the chaos. Be the calm in the storm and go to your shelter and place a plan. The people that kept their cool, they drove to the Ace parking lot, the Safeway parking lot, the O'Reilly, auto parts parking lot. They were in their cars and they rode it out. Thousands of people in the inferno. And then the fire crews went back and forth, saving the buildings that they could. So my brother, unfortunately, got in his car and drove through flames. His other neighbors didn't make it out. They were 2 minutes behind him. But he made a mistake. House across the street didn't burn because it had a creek in the back, had a groomed property, well-manicured lawn, no overhanging trees. It was green. There's a pool in the back. There's a creek. So there's an endless supply of water. Here comes the fire crews. They gathered up other people up and down the street that didn't leave yet. They put them in that house, wetted it down, and the fire passed them by. Was when fire crews have endless supply of water, like the creek and pool, and like they did behind the Ace Hardware, they'll just sit there and ride it out. The fire crews never fled. They might have fled one neighborhood for another because they knew the other one's better defended. Yeah, tires blew up because it was so hot. So please, if you think you might be driving on hot pavement, let 5 to 10 pounds of pressure out if they're at full already. You need to allow the tires to expand. Yeah, Paradise, the amount of plastic that polluted the area with dioxins, so bad it's like Love Canal. So like if they weren't going to do the cleanup, they're digging up 3 feet of the soil and just carting it away as toxic waste. All the trees are being carted away as toxic waste because of the plastic through the chemicals on them. It can't be used as lumber. More than 500 trucks every single day for many years now have been leaving every day full of soil and the trees, taking them somewhere near Beale Air Force Base for hazardous waste disposal. It's $1 billion disaster. And they have to replace 3 feet of topsoil everywhere, otherwise playing in your yard would be a death sentence for your kids. They'd get cancer. I wouldn't eat anything or have a garden. I wouldn't eat anything out of a garden up there for the next 40 years in case some of the dioxins are still in the soil. You can't be too careful. But a lot of those dioxins were dumped over the landscape to the west, the fertile farmland, and it's just, I hope they soil tested. Really strong winds are at Greenville. God. Yeah. And my brother's a missing person, and pg&e started that fire just like this one, guys. This company has to be stopped. The line that failed was a high-tension power pole. And they saw the surge and didn't shut it down. And it dripped molten metal into the vegetation in wind speeds of 75 to 95 miles an hour. That's what happens in October, November, December, January. Santa Ana winds, nothing to do with climate change, just geography. And fires typically don't start in that time because it'll blow out a fire. Like it'll blow out a campfire, not spread it. Or hold a match in front of a fan, you know. But when you have molten metal dripping on vegetation for like more than an hour, the fire crews couldn't get down to it because the company let the fire access roads grow up with vegetation. There was trees in the middle of them. Yeah. And the elderly people dialing 911, and I heard live, not the 911 calls, but the dispatch talking desperately. We have multiple calls from the mobile home park west of the auto parts store. Please go get them. Elderly people trapped in the senior community there. They looked out the window hoping help would come. And they just saw what we're looking at. They just saw flames. And the firefighters were choked up in agony, and they said, "We can't get there. Please Can you tell us a different route? And dispatch would say, try this road. They said, we can't get there. Can you tell us another route? And they said, okay. And they said, we can't get there. It's mostly the disabled and the elderly that perished. There's some bright spots. And I teach fire survival because some people survive that. There was a couple elderly guys that walked out and they got and sat in the reservoir. It was icy cold water, but they did the right thing. They left their home. They didn't want to defend it or wait there. And they went and sat in the reservoir. And the next morning, I heard, we found a survivor. We found a survivor. Victim is a 94-year-old man, hypothermic. Found him in the reservoir. All around Paradise were places to shelter. But you have to find out where they are and make your shelter-in-place plan by, like, looking at CalTopo and things. Sorry, looking back at chat, I've been flagged. What happened to DX624? Okay, so if you are anywhere near these wildfires right now, please, and you need a ride, there's a way to get a ride. Please call this number. I'm putting it in the chat. 530-283-6414. We haven't switched over to solar yet because it's a new different fire hazard. There's no way to store what solar energy gives. Right now, solar in California is not what you think. When you have solar power, you're still on the electrical grid and you're selling the energy that you produce to pg&e. And they're cutting your bill. But you're still on the electrical grid. What they're doing is sending the power to other states and other counties to sell it. Because on your own property, if you run solar, you have to store it all in battery banks. Look at that inferno. I can't believe this is still going in the same spot. Holy God. Because storing many battery banks is a fire hazard in and of itself. It's complicated. And when we increase battery technology like salt, graphene, that kind of deal, we can have safe storage of it. Then we can just unplug from the grid and say, screw you. Whatever the hell corruption, I'm not a part of it. Maybe we can start dismantling long distance line in general. Yeah, graphene batteries will allow us to get more people off the grid, absolutely. And so it's not what you think. Like my dad has the solar, and you just get a discount on your power bill because you allow the company to sell it to other states. And since PG&E is it doesn't have their crap together. Sometimes they're desperate. There's too much solar power going on, and there's an abundance of it, but there's not enough people using energy in the state, so it's overwhelming the power grid, and they beg other states to take it for free, and the other states say, "What's it worth to you?" And PG&E has to pay the other states to take it off their hands to protect the grid. It's madness. That's what solar actually is in California. It's kind of like a big scam. And guess who's behind it? That Newsom guy, the same guy who... Ashes are not even cold. The victims and the previous governor and Newsom both signed legislation immediately to bail out PG&E and limit their liability and authorize rate hikes on the victims to pay the victims. Madness. Yeah, and all the old growth and all these forests murdered by PG&E and all the people, negligent homicide. Their Butte County District Attorney was enraged that they couldn't charge them with the crime that would actually lead to prison. There's actually no laws on the books for it. You only charge individuals, but it was a clear case of many different people at the top in this decision-making process involved in the negligent homicide. And that wasn't the first time. They killed my friend the year before in another power line fire in the Cascade Fire. And many other elderly people, too. They keep getting their wrists slapped. What about the people dead in Santa Rosa that same night? They erased 3 towns off the map pretty much in one night. Bangor, Loma Rica, Santa Rosa. Then, even after Paradise, they keep doing it. There's this one, Dixie, and the Fly Fire, the Zog Fire. They were just found guilty of criminal. And God, was that manslaughter at the Zog Fire? I don't know. So, we can't afford this to happen. And this climate thing, this is causing climate change. All these emissions and deforestation. You bet this is going to change the weather of America for a great period of time. And the emissions are insane. The pollution's insane. They just linked air pollution to dementia. More people have heart attack and strokes when they're inhaling fine particulate matter like these wildfires produce. People across the country are going to die. Their true death toll is going to be an unknown. How many people pg&e killed? They were caught poisoning well water and giving communities cancer and covering it up Flint, Michigan style in the 70s. And a brave lawyer, Aaron Brockovich, convinced the community to sue instead of take payouts and hush. And they did, and they blew the lid off of it, and for some reason that company's still allowed to exist. They've been killing people quite a long time. They started more than 1,500 fires, almost all of California's biggest, deadliest fires. The Paradise Fire was the deadliest wildfire California ever had. Until they one up themselves. We could have something worse, easily. They gotta be stopped. Why isn't it all over the news? New York Times has been covering it. ABC 10's been covering it. In fact, ABC 10 has a cool playlist on their YouTube channel, which I would love to do. But they've got money. They're multi-millionaires, if not billionaires, the people at the top. You try and say stuff bad about them, they'll just sue the living crap out of you. And I have to be even careful what I say, but they can get blood from a stone, right? That's why I'm sticking to the facts. They basically took all but responsibility for these two. The investigation isn't concluded. So that's what I'm saying. That's the truth. They got on the podium and said, guys, it was us. They did that right after the Paradise Fire started too. Guys, it was us. And they tried to look heroic and stoic and, we're taking responsibility. And it's not true. In my opinion, that was a front. And what they were doing was just shrugging because they knew they weren't really going to face much of a consequence. Isaac says, I was out on the Whiskey Town Lake when the Zog Fire started up and the plume was scary. It looked like it was on the ridge over. Yeah, a child came into my stream and he showed us his backyard and how he was evacuating, remember? God, he's awesome. I was hoping he'd come back. It just broke my heart. He says, guys, look out for the Zog Fire. It's coming. It's over there. We're getting ready to go. This is scary like the car fire. And then a lot of people didn't make it. They found burned people stumbling by the side of the road as well as animals burned up. The little bobcat kitten. And the victims didn't make it. I'm sorry. I'm stopped. This is too hard for some people to hear. I'm stopping it, but I needed to let people know, like the back Easters, the people tuning in from around the world. Don't at all think this is some sort of a new normal. This is the most abnormal, unnatural thing that there could be. We cannot accept this. Look. We can't have extra fires. The lightning ones are being unattended because there's 6,000 people on this one. And so literally, as I was covering the other lightning fires, the McFarland, the Monument, and the Salmon River Complex fire up in Trinity County, they went unstaffed for days and they were told, we can't even protect your residences or run because we don't have staff. In fact, there's not enough staff on this one. They need to call not only other states, but other countries for help right now. We can't afford to have extra fires when the lightning ones give us enough trouble. So, going back. Yeah, Chloe says, this inferno should be the top story. And there's multiple reasons for this. It is true. The left and the right really is not in an argument state. The left makes the point that, yeah, climate change has made things worse, of course. But the point is that this is more causing climate change than it is a product of it. Because the Paradise Fire and the others started in winter when everything was pretty moist. And that's what power line fires do. So, a moot point about droughts and climate change and stuff, of course it's occurring. Of course it's making things more dry. But climate change is not an ignition source. And we can all agree that this is going to change the climate. You don't have mass deforestation without some effect to the interior. So the Midwest and the East Coast and stuff, this is going to affect them in ways unknown. And we're all in agreement here that we can't afford these extra emissions and the deforestation. We're on the same side. Go ahead and have minor disagreements about what's this, what's that, but unite, because they love us to believe BS. They love us. Look at whoa, we almost saw another tornado thing. They love us to fight each other, be asleep, and people like Newsom who blame, other parties and blame carbon emissions and stuff. He's doing that. Barking loudly and pointing fingers and not taking responsibility. This keeps happening on his watch. He keeps slapping the rest of the company and letting him get away with it. They'd love you to think, oh, well, all we got to do is increase a gas tax or something and stop our emissions and this will end. Hell no, it's not going to end. They'd love you to think that, and they'd love you to talk about space lasers, because there's no solution for that either, except getting angry and depressed and drinking. There is a solution here. Shut down the corruption and the murder corporation. Liquidate assets. Rebuild the crumbling infrastructure. Bury lines. Go true solar. There's plenty of things to do. If a region is too dang dry and too inaccessible, and for power lines, if there's no way to stop a power line fire, well, then don't authorize power lines to be built in that region and pull them out. And just tell the people there, you're on your own, and if there's a new demand for things like that, off-the-grid stuff, then that's when there's new demand, there'll be new capital poured into development to meet the new demand. We do have to rethink a lot about the basics of what kind of risk versus reward we have. This region is really one of the worst places in the world to fight a fire. Nightmarish terrain, nightmarish floods and droughts, and routine Santa Ana winds or Diablo winds. Same thing, really. That whip down the mountain at exceeding 100 miles an hour. Maybe we shouldn't have anything standing up that could cause an inferno. There's a lot of little power generating dams and stuff, but, well, maybe they should just really be retired to flood control. And we could think of something else. Looking back. How's Chester doing? We have a family home out there. Many of the friends and family that live there. I'm sorry I haven't gotten any word. Yeah, Newsom is fair game, though, Max Smith, because he's basically spouting misinformation to try to get voted and elected. A lot of people are clapping him on the back, and a lot of ignorant news media are saying, and he's pointing at new helicopters and stuff, but he's actually slashed the budget by $150 million for wildland firefighting this year, according to NPR and a couple other nonpartisan sources. Average to best. Did you know that PG&E wants to put power lines underground? No, they don't. They've been resisting that for years. They are now They are now finally being pressured by the community that wants to tar and feather them, or worse, because they're enraged. In general, this region is enraged at them. It was too expensive to maintain the lines. It was too expensive to bury them. Above ground power lines are 1800s tech. It's not their idea. They're touting it as their idea. It's actually they're trying to save their own skin. And yes, it is a good idea. People are like, "Oh, it's expensive. Look at these fires. You understand how this is expensive?" So no, it's more their propaganda. See right through it. Taker 912 is making drops in East Tehama County. Oh. Okay, guys, let's look. Hopefully, we get a ray of hope here. Interrupts the inferno to bring you maybe a ray of hope. Yay! Woo! It's gonna go to Butte Mountain. So the way this works is the lead plane will hook up with it. It'll say, "Follow me." So when we see it following another plane, well, the transponder is not talking right now. It's gonna teleport in a second. It's not actually stationary. So it's an elevation of 6,500 feet. So the lead plane will say, "Follow me." They'll circle around, descend in altitude, and then the lead plane, since they can't look down, there's no window in the floor. The lead plane is gonna say, "Okay," and it's gonna jettison some smoke. And so as soon as, see, it teleported. Where did it go? Tanker 911. There it is. It's way over there. Okay, 912. Wow, it's a DC-10. So then it follows, and as soon as the smoke hits, it puts the smoke over the fire, and all the tanker has to do is once the nose hits the smoke, they hit the button, and they are right on target. It's a pretty ingenious system. Hopefully they'll do something helpful by Butte Mountain. They're not over by Greenville, unfortunately. We got to keep going back, and guys, I don't know the status of Chester. If anybody's a local there and can, excuse me, Zero Fox, lady just attacked a political figure, and you've done what? I said Newsom's fair game because, specifically him, because he's done such disgraceful double-crossing, speaking out of the side of his mouth, forked tongue, two-faced, misrepresentation / bald-faced lying actions. He's part of the problem. But we don't get political by like saying, "Oh, it's all liberals' faults. Oh, it's Republicans' faults." We don't do that. So Zero Fox, chill out. In fact, I'm just sick of you already. Bye. Okay. So, back to things. Sorry, I skipped chat for a long time. Yeah, it's true. PG&E raised their rates on the victims when they should have been paying everybody who lost their homes. I still know people who are homeless on the river bottoms who just... There's no housing anymore in the region. Yeah, I'm sorry. I've blown people's minds with the scale of the severity. Yeah, it's just... I'm blown away too. It spread 50,000 acres overnight. This is what it did in a night. It was just here like 30 hours ago. It spread 50,000 acres overnight. I didn't have any idea that it might merge here and surround the entire region. That didn't even occur to me. I thought that this could possibly happen. That's a large chunk of 4 or 5 counties. Wouldn't that be bleeding into Shasta County? Butte, Plumas, Lassen, Tehama, and Shasta? Butte, Plumas, Lassen, Tehama, Shasta. 5 counties? These aren't small counties, they're huge. Yeah. How did it happen? Drought conditions and a little bit of wind. It wasn't even ferocious. Look, there's 2 tornadoes. Wow. 3? Look at the different swirl. I mean, they could just be swirls. They have to reach 75 miles an hour to be considered F1. This camera might burn up if the fire goes along Kitty Ridge. Look, the fire made it all the way to Canyon. Oh, Jesus, it's at the lake in multiple places. It's at the lake shore. Oh. North Mountain Meadows Reservoir is still under evacuation warning? What do you mean warning? Get the hell out. Look at the wall, solid wall of fire. That's Chester in the foreground, and just as a solid wall of fire. That's, I'm sorry, little tanker is gonna maybe help them keep the road open. But humankind doesn't have the power to withstand this. It is true. We have to just wait for the weather to be favorable to even make any progress anymore. Oh. I'm sorry, guys. Yeah, Firenadoes. Holy God, look at the way it just ballooned. Okay, I'm gonna go get a donut. Haven't eaten for hours, I think. And then I'm gonna go get my good headset, and I'm putting that on. Look up snap maps for the area on fire. We'll give videos of the locals evacuating. Okay, Betsy. Okay. I'm sorry, people who have sent me things, I'm in a state of shock. The moment I have a thought, I look at that, and everything goes straight out of my head. I don't know what to say. I don't see the peninsula of flame yet. It's the only positive at the moment, the status report I have. Somebody said, what is there, 2,000 structures over there? Okay, guys. KWIC 1 says Highway 70 shut down, Highway 147 impassable. Go to Susanville now if you still can. Yeah. Catherine, the Modus satellite passed over 15 minutes ago. No hot spots seen in Chester, but the lumber mill looks toasty. Okay. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Where is the lumber mill? Okay. Oh yeah, it's a 8-alarm fire ready to happen unless they have some super sprinkler system, and then I don't know. That would be one hell of a crying shame. That's one of the few economic pillars here that give people jobs and keep the town alive. So that goes Modus. Yeah. All right, guys, I'm going to go throw back shots of half and half. I need a drink. I'll leave you with that. And any report's better, no report. Yeah. Thank you so much, Daniel Lambert, for And Betsy's barn, yeah, I'll try to look up snap maps for the fire. Betsy, you're a moderator now. Go ahead and post links, please. Concentrative ability is severely impaired. I've been live streaming for 16 hours or something. So let me refresh my caloric intake, hydration, and rest my ears a second. I'll come back and yeah, I could use a little break. I'll come back. Guys, conspiracy talk is not allowed. You better be super sarcastic about the lasers or be talking about LiDAR. What a screaming nightmare. So that's the wall of flames on the ridges west of Chester we're looking at. Okay, so yeah, I'll be back, taking a 5. I'll reset up my more comfortable headset. Get my sugar, my comfort donut, and please like, share, subscribe to help me reach others. How could I sleep? But you don't quite understand. When I'm going to go down, I'm going to be sleeping for 10 hours plus. I will get my Z's and I'll rest. Passive income is it's aliens, lol, just kidding. You can joke about it. That's totally fine. Humor is funny. But make sure you like to slash sarcasm or let people know, otherwise the mods will like pounce on you like a jungle cat. GIS fire progression. Thank you, Serene. Let's look. Thank you everyone for being here and helping me with the stream. I can't do it alone. Oh my god, look at the lakeshore. Please, everyone get out of the way of this fire if you have the ability now and just go pick up the car keys and go and don't even reach for your hat. How do I make it big? Click, click, click. How do I make it big? Is that an animation? It's already outdated. Even if they made this 10 seconds ago, this is outdated. Okay, I'm going to leave you with the, thank you for the link. You can follow me on the Twitter. Link is in the chat. I'm going to go for that donut. Be right back. Do at Catherine Davidson, and I will answer any questions you have that I have ability to. Stop talking to rest. Okay, fine. Okay. How far is this from the state of Washington? Oh, 600 miles. 300, 600? I think it's 600. Yeah, naps don't work for me. They make me feel like crap when I wake up. Oh, okay, yeah. Okay, guys. River friend, I'm in Magalia and just received emergency alert on my phone advising evacuation of East Concow. What? Thank you. Concow? Red alert. This is not a joke, right? Concow. Yeah, I'm gonna check on Auburn for you real quick. Just lickety split. Looks good as far as the satellite is concerned. I'm sorry. Concow. Okay, so the Paradise Fire skipped over Concow and slammed into Paradise / Magalia. I don't see heat anywhere. What's going on? River Friends looking for more info. Thank you. I don't see a heat detection by Auburn. Is it because of that? It's a 1 to 6 hour ago heat detection. But that is Concow, isn't it? It's got to be a new fire. Bucks Lake Wilderness. Sterling City. Concow gets no love on maps. Oh, right, yeah, the wrong spot. Okay. Concow. So, guys, the Paradise fires are like this, almost the exact same spot. So this mega fire started almost the exact same spot. And so what it did is it went up here, and there was some, it reached the ridge, and kind of went around, and Concow's down here in the bowl, and what it did is it skipped it, hit here, and ran up and started causing chaos. Ran up here, cut the way off to the north, cut off that evacuation route, cut off that one, trapped everyone. Concow. Okay, guys, I'm going to go for the donut. Please, I hope they have some info for me on the back of this. Be right back. It came through at 3 p.m. August, so 6 minutes ago. BCSO is issuing evacuation warning for the Bald Mountain area, which is northeastern Concow Bald Mountain, east to the Butte Plumas County line. Wesley Washoe, prayer sent. Concow. All right. Yeah, donut time. Thank you, Amber. Oh my God. I need a sedative. Okay, I'm going to go back to the Facebook and look at Butte, CAL FIRE Butte County. Surely they would have said something. 1 hour ago, 24 minutes ago. I just see the Taylorsville thing. I'll come back and refresh. Yeah, but do keep me, I got a new sub from Scotland. Yay, thank you. I'm Scottish. Davidson clan. I'll be right back, guys. Yes, donut mission. I'm now embarking. Okay, be right back. For real. I'm back. Can y'all hear me? Yay, I got the other headset. It's better. Where are we looking at on the right? Oh, God. Good question. I don't think that's accurate. I'm going to update in a second. Oh, dear Lord. Somewhere by Alvin West, I think. Come on, update, you stupid. This is making me seasick. We got a new issue? Oh, God. All right, what's going on? What's up with Concal? Loud and clear and coming in 5x5. Great. Thank you. All right. Latest Westwood information on the Twitter. What's my favorite donut? Oh, chocolate. I rather like what Safeway makes. Go figure. And to me, the glaze is not the cake donut. To me, those are two different things. But I unfortunately ordered a glazed donut and got a cake one, and I felt wronged. The ants are in all the donuts. Rip. Okay. Well, I just poured a glass of half and half for no reason. God, what's up with Concal? What's going on? Broadcastify Lassen County Fire EMS. Oh, thank you. All right, we're going to switch to that in a minute. What else is going on? Am I feeling a little bit better now that I've had a bite? No. The ants got to the donuts. Dumb question for a dumb Easterner. The fire mitigation procedures in this area, are we watching or not? Oh, are we watching fire mitigation? I don't quite understand the question. They're just running from it right now, I imagine. Bald Mountain is above Bucks Lake, which is already evacuated. It's confusing. Okay, let's try to figure this out. Latest Twitter from Speed Sapphire. Okay, refreshing. Let's try and get to the bottom of this. New evacuation orders for Westwood, Clear Creek, and Pinetown areas. That was an hour ago. 6 hours ago, people were saying Chester was intact. But that was 6 hours ago. Okay. What else are we looking at? Are you feeling a little better now? No. Hey, you should be asleep, sir. I order you to sleep. Okay, Josh. Looking at his link. Okay, 21 minutes ago, Butte County Sheriff's BCSO is issuing an evacuation warning for the Bald Mountain area, which is northeast of Concal due to Dixie fire. This includes Bald Mountain east to Butte Plumas County line. Refer to the map. For further information, call a number. What? Are they trying to say it's broken out of the Feather River Canyon where it began? Concal, Bald. Hang on a second, folks. Down there? Huh. Okay. And Concal. There's something terribly wrong with this information. Alright, let's look back at the map. And there's a stupid official map that only includes some counties. Refreshing, guys, bear with me. I would feel better if I had a donut. The ants are enjoying my donuts. I think I have Hershey Kisses somewhere. It's just not a meal. So nightmare day. Okay. Why isn't it on the map then? Here's our map. So Bald Mountain is like down here. Concal's down here. Unreal. I mean, I thought they tied that up. So, okay, let me back a chat. Bald Mountain area being evacuated because of the Dixie fire. Oh, yeah. How can we get some donuts to you? Oh, thanks. Pinned is a link for my PayPal. You could donate to the donut fund. Thank you, Rubnik and everybody here. Thank you for supporting me. I'm running on a how long have I been live? I get 17 hours or something. I can't quite look away from this unfolding disaster. So I'll be with you as long as I can remain awake. Yeah, River Friend, good point. We thought that they had a lot of other areas tied up too, but now look at the lakeshore burning. That seems to be Canyon Dam. It burned right up to the lake. I was hoping this would pivot. I'll look at the other cams in a second too. Twitter status thinks Serene Sapphire. So that would be one hell of a 25 miles of terrain is not much if wind is moving a fire over it. Yeah, that's what I was explaining. The screaming nightmare apocalyptic scenario would be like if this fire is still burning by the time October comes, and what if we had October early Diablo winds? You know, this could run all the way down to the valley, erasing towns and people on the way. They had to evacuate Division J earlier. Juliet? Okay, guys, I'll turn on the radio in a second too, because we could probably hear them talking. Bald Mountain's east of Sterling City, everyone. It is. I was quite concerned for Sterling City, so we know that the wind is going to reverse. It's forecast to reverse. Over there by Alma Norwest, there seems to be some sort of a great tornado flare-up thing in the sky. It's trying to reach the water it might have. North of the Horn by Alma Norwest. Does anybody know what's happening over there? Mike Smith says if the fire reaches the mountain at night, those residents are in deep trouble. Yeah, everybody around Concal, Magalia, Paradise, Sterling City, Lovelock, and others. Jesus. Okay, I wish I could go back and make it stop. That was one hell of a telling thing where it showed much of the southwest lake shore on fire. It could just spread along the shore up to Alma Norwest from Canyon Dam. Alright. And we see a wind map, yeah. Hang on a second, I'm trying to get my bearing. There's a huge flare up over there, see that? To the right, that looks tornadic, if that's a word. And up on the hill, high altitude up there. There's a pullback. Peninsula so far seems unaffected. Yeah, I know that it could. That's what I was outlining earlier. The way, so earlier, well, maybe that was 6 hours ago. So I was talking about how the winds here, going like this until around 6 o'clock or whatever, according to their briefing, they return. And so when I saw last night that, you know, the fire had marched up and past Chester, I was looking and saw that this peak right here is our danger peak. So we have high elevation, and this is a wind tunnel right here. High winds funnel through this. And embers can just be lighting stuff all the way. And so I was worried for Sterling City. And God bless her, Genvi, you're the one who did call, right? You called Sterling City to see if everything would be cool, and they weren't worried, apparently. It's awesome of you to do. So if we go to street map, Sterling City's here. I mean, there are some things north of it, not that much. But I would expect Sterling City to be impacted. But here's where the fire started way back in the day. Do they really have this buttoned up? Is there anything hot that could go over to affect Concow? Because that's a repeat of how the Paradise Fire started. Is it went here, and then here, and it leaped either from this point or this point. I'm not sure. But that's Concow. So which direction are they seeing the threat? You would think that Sterling City would be the one getting the warning. Unless there's something wrong with the Feather River Canyon, so I'm really flabbergasted. It says for more information, call a number. God's sake. Okay. Brandon Domino, my friends evacuated Westwood to Susanville. Great, good. They showed a video of that smoke in Susanville. It was so red and dark there from dense smoke and ash. God, yeah. So the fire could have reached the lake. It has it at Canyon Dam and at multiple points, but up north of the Horn, I'm afraid that might be Eleanor West. I hope it isn't. It might be right here. You see that the Horn? I mean, that's not what it's called. That's what I'm calling it. But it's right on the doorstep of Eleanor West, and it was barely spared because it ran straight to the beach before. We do know, this is outdated already, that all of this is on fire. This is what we're seeing when I say Canyon Dam. This is Canyon Dam. And as you can see, there's the intersection here, vital link of these three roads. So if that's completely ablaze, which it appears to be, ant in my pants, they could be cut off from assisting each other. I have no idea what the hell's going on. Share it out to folks, and Quincy shelter's full. Josh, you should call them and see if they can give you any additional owner, because I'm the media. Am I? Oh my god. What an insult. You're banned, Josh. Sorry, just kidding. Yeah, maybe I should give them a call. Usually there's a media phone number. They're probably going to be like, who the hell are you? Yeah. See, Jenny, Catherine, I'm calling the chief now. Something's wrong if I didn't get an alert, or my wife. Yeah, okay, Genvi, you're on it. Thank you. You're awesome. And you need to be a mod. So, okay, the phone call is being made. There's homes in Canyon Dam. Oh, God, is there? I don't have hope for them. That looks like one hell of an inferno. We were seeing 300-foot flames, maybe even 400 to 500. And it burned all the way to the water line. Okay, Brewers, hey, I will return in about 30 minutes. Have to go out and water the garden, be back in chat. Hey, you, sir, are ordered to get some sleep. But thank you all for being here. If you just tuned in, we're just watching a disaster unfold. This fire overnight expanded to more than 50,000 acres, 50000. And nothing is looking good. Nothing about the weather looks good, and it has exploded into mega fire status of, and this isn't even high winds. This is like medium strength winds. And it's gone charging towards Nevada. It charged way ahead of Chester. It's reaching for beyond anybody's wildest dream up towards, well, heck, the Volcanic National Park. It jumped the line here and it's threatening. See, that's not accurate. It's gone all the way here. It's threatening to cut off the one evacuation route to Susanville. Well, there's a tiny one here. But the fire could be reaching around and touching and encompassing this whole area. I'm just going to use the measure tool. Measure an area. Draw a polygon. Okay. It's a rough outline. 826.76 square miles. 2,141.29 kilometers approximately. I mean, the center here, if you think of this as an upside down horseshoe, hasn't burned yet, but well, it's on track to. They say 35% containment. That was before it expanded last night, 50,000 acres. You know what that sounds like to me? 0% containment. It's already jumped the line in several places where they said it was containment. This dragon has 3 heads. And there's 3 fronts. There could be a possible 4th coming, going back. Ms. Music, any idea of what is happening in India Valley for Marcy? It's all evacuated because even Taylorsville could be affected. So I don't see a hot spot over Taylorsville. Crescent Mills is getting toasty. We need to look at the... Yeah, this situation in Susanville, like Antelope Cam. To refresh it, we're going to look at the Indian Ridge Cam. If you're just tuning in, ask me about specific places. The sky is blood red by Susanville. That is true. Indian Ridge. We have the full-blown several pyrocumulus clouds that have erupted, and I can't tell you what kind of a crazy inferno it was, like at the beginning of my stream. If anybody's in Chester, please refer them to the start of the stream, or I give survival instructions for Chester. If anybody is on the east side of the lake, they need to get Susan. They need to get their asses there now. You need to go back to earlier in the stream, or maybe just a little bit, and just show them what the hell's going on. We have 600-foot tall flames cresting the hill over by Westwood. We have some massive flames coming over by Chester, and they could really be encircled. Mark Kubrick, is the fire moving away from Chester on its own or making its way back? Yes. Both. Tonight the wind's forecast to come kind of like from the north towards the southwest, and that will blow it back towards Chester. This is a time lapse of Indian Ridge camera. This is one hell of a gigantic volcanic-like disaster. Multiple pyrocumulus clouds. This is current. And we're seeing the most insane footage. Those flames are a couple hundred feet tall, and this is nothing. We've seen worse. Where the monster is crossing over. This camera is just not fixated on it yet. If it goes back over, where the monster has been crossing over here, and this is extremely rapid expansion. So in the time that I started looking at this, what we started seeing that crossover, what time was that? 2 in the morning? That is... That's like 18,000 acres easily. 20. So this is a gigantic monster, and it'll come back. You won't believe it. It's like the Hindenburg. Right here, the camera keeps looking at it like this. We were seeing 600-foot tall flames. Now it's not moving. Okay, it's going back now. So that's Canyon Dam now, and it's looking quiet, but the flames were this bloody tall. The flames were this tall. Like this. It's just being quiet at the moment. And so, again and again, we're seeing the fire make these runs up Teddy Ridge. This is the Dyer Mountain 1 and 2 cams. So the poor erased town of Greenville It jumped the lines and killed that town and erased it in 2 hours. Burned it to the ground. 90% structure loss. The town isn't there anymore. They saved it last night with aircraft and everything, and it just jumped all the containment lines. And then it went towards Chester, and nobody could believe it because Chester was a base of operations with an airport that has the firefighting aircraft. I've never heard of it being threatened before in my entire lifetime. You know, so this is nothing. We're seeing, okay, every one of these tiny trees. Mind you, in the distance, these tiny looking trees are 75 to 100 feet tall, and the flames are routinely getting that high, like the Hindenburg disaster. You will not believe some of my earlier footage. Going back to chat. Chester evacuation information. Okay. Looking. Thank you, Serene. Just now, 11 minutes ago, Plumas County Sheriff's Office posted a local alert for Plumas County, Chester, Lake Almanor Peninsula, Hamilton Branch. If you are still in the area, you are in danger. You must leave now. Evacuate to east to Susanville. If you remain, emergency responders may not be able to assist you. The shelter is at Lassen Community College in Susanville. So if you guys have problems getting out, there's a phone number to call. Get a ride, call it, dial it. Consider stealing a car. I've lived or have lived in Almanor since the 70s. I've never seen anything like this. I know this is apocalyptic. We've gone from nightmare to apocalyptic. Where are the evacuation routes currents to get to Susanville? Okay, yep, that's a very good, important thing to mention. So, looking back here, oh gosh, where's the link I just opened? Hey, bear with me. God, I just closed it. Arg. Wait, did you see the link that was posted in chat? That was the one I opened and what I read. So Serene Sapphire posted it. Let me refresh. It's cut off. Let me go to Plumas County Sheriff's Office. But I do believe this road is still open, the main road. 36. Otherwise, 821. You know, north out of Westwood on 821. Because this satellite is showing this being so close to 36. That could become sketchy fast. But look how close the fire is on the other side. So, use your own best judgment. How long does it take you to use 821? Are there any other side roads and such? That McCoy Road, Lasco. I'm not someone who's ever really driven over there before. Use your best judgment, and the window of opportunity to escape by car is closing extremely rapidly. This is the sort of thing, grab your keys, get in the car, and don't actually stop to get anything else at this point. If you do see flames in front of you, it's already too late. Go back to somewhere that's going to be a good, safe shelter. So let me look back at Plumas County Sheriff's Office to see, and I'm refreshing their Facebook page to see if they actually have a good map. God knows what's going on. Do we get an answer on Concout yet? Also, if you have not signed up already to receive email alerts for the Dixie fire, you can. I'm going to copy that link in a second. Guys, I'm following what I'm reading and looking up is CAL FIRE Butte County, for example. So there's a lot of good information here. But let me go to the Sheriff's Office. Can't believe a screaming nightmare is happening. Okay, so that is the full message. They're not telling you where to go. Really? All right, so locals, what would you do in this situation? Would you take the A21? Would you take 36? My instinct says the A36. Yeah, Westwood has. I've been saying it's in danger since 9 p.m. Yeah. Pan. Yeah, Pan. Yes, this is Northern California near the Nevada border. Farm and ranch animals being released near Greenville as there's no trailers to get them moved. Oh, God. Wildcat, I don't think they can if the fire goes too fast. Okay. Shelter in place might become a good option if you're slow to go. Let's analyze. Okay. So what would I do in this situation? But remember, I'm just giving advice based on an imagery that could be completely outdated, okay? I do see plenty of places to shelter. Okay, this is looking better. Bodies of water. It's a bit of a last resort thing. Wide open spaces with green. There's a lot of trees here. I don't particularly like it. Ah! Okay. Guys, is this still open? Can you drive here? Do you have access? Whatever this is, that looks good. If this is real, like if it's accessible. What is that? A cement plant or something? A quarry? New evacuations in Lassen. Listening to the call now. Okay. I have a house in Prattville, Richard Leon. Lived there my whole life. We may have met as strangers. All right. Wide open spaces, shortcut, green grass. My number one choice is this, but I don't know how accessible this is. I don't know what this actually is. I don't know how old this is. As per Chief Ordnance, Paradise PD, only a precautionary because of possible winds down the canyon of Highway 70. Really? Pan, you're welcome. I'm trying to do my best. So, this is why scouting out these places ahead of time is so important, because we don't know if these are still open, wide, and bare, but this would be ideal. Just go in here, take your wool blanket with you, and if something on fire rolls against your car, wrap that around your leg and punt it into the distance. So you want a wide open space, like a big lot that's got no tall trees to fall on you. Short green grass, like a golf course. Wide open lot, hopefully without any sort of flammable. Big parking lots of big box stores. Oh, this is such a tiny community. Baseball diamonds and the like, only if they're really large. But other than that, I don't see places with pools. Okay, there's a lot of trees around this. However, it could do. So even if buildings are burning nearby, you got options. I don't know if I would be in the middle of here. That's an option. This is better. Right here in Westwood. Baseball diamond. Right about here. Parking lot seems legit. Right there. Mind you, I don't know if any of this is accurate, and I've never been here. Maybe as a child. So, say this is still under construction. Is that a power station? Okay, you may not want to be quite next to that, because if that goes up in flames, that will just choke you out. Real toxic fumes. I would avoid this one. Let's see here. Little bodies of water and such. Oh, okay, down here. Say this was open. This might have once been a mill or a dump. I can't tell. You got options. If this is indeed still bare and open. Although, watch these trees. Everybody who's a local understands this best. Looking back. Where do you think is going to happen near Bucks Lake? Haven't analyzed it. Westwood is almost as big as Chester. I don't think anybody should be by Bucks Lake. They should be by Quincy, East Quincy. Bless you for the info. No, thank you everybody for helping me with this. The water didn't look too good though. Where I'm struggling to go up here. Farm and Ranch. Okay. Thank you so much, C. Genvy. It says precautionary, of course. All right. I'm still disturbed, but they think that embers might fly all the way down the canyon. This looks real marshy, and what you need is very quick access via road. Is this a railroad? It's a railroad. So, what is this? Treatment ponds? I don't know if that's any sort of option. They're usually ringed by high fences. That might be disgusting anyway. So what I can't see is the barriers that might keep you from getting to these safe spots. And of course, I don't know. Looks like there used to be things here and they were demolished. These are concrete slabs, the footprints of old buildings. Ideal. But can you get to them? Because it looks like it's past railroad tracks. Probably old mill or something. Wow, it looks cavernous. Okay, so, you get the point, you have options, but the locals here will know what is available, what isn't. This looks pretty good. I don't know if that's a tennis court or something. Watch the trees. You don't want to be anywhere where they can fall over on you or drop widowmaker branches. Isn't there an airport? Airports generally survive. Where's the airport? Is it more like an airstrip? If people are trapped, though, why don't they send the National Guard? Like, this would be helicopter evacuation time. There are helicopters hovering around. Okay, there's a scout plane going by Indian Falls. Okay, I'll check on Indian Valley in a second, guys, but you've got options there at Westwood. And as the window of opportunity starts to close for escaping by car, if you don't think you can get there real quick, then proceed to that location. Plus, there's things under here that I don't know about, like where are there culverts, where are there bridges. So what we could switch over is, instead of doing global imagery, Roberts Creek is not running through town. I don't see a creek in the town. Unfortunate. Alright, this bridge, Mooney Road Bridge over Roberts Creek by the... It's a candidate. That would be a candidate if it's not dry. Park there. In fact, this is good. If this is true, if this is still a wide open space, you've got the ability to, even if you have to flee your car, get underneath the bridge. That's a good spot. So, I don't see anybody with a pool. Why doesn't anybody have a pool? But pools are kind of a last resort anyway. There are things. Okay, going back. Let's go back. There are some culverts near the railroad track. There is actually a creek there. Sweet. Yeah, Daniel Lambert. Perfect. So, see, again, this was only a precaution due to expected down canyon winds. Okay, so that puts my mind at ease a little bit about Concal, sort of. There's a creek on the train trestle. Cool. Sweet. Cool. Hopefully that's trestle isn't good. It's dry. Crap. Okay, it's a no-go. Let's see here. Then these other options. Hopefully that isn't developed. Baseball diamond. School parking lot. Chill. Ride it out. Relax. Red Cross safety tips. Cool. Thank you. Serene Sapphire has that in the... Okay, Josh has a wildfire intel. Welcome back. Fire is really starting to pick up in Lake Elmore West. Please, God, no. The only bright spot here is I don't see peninsula action yet. Well, that could change. So I'll continue to monitor the hotspots. I got to keep switching back. Goes satellite. We also don't know whether they prepped lines. Have they even backfired the area? Like, you know, we don't. There's so many unknowns. What's wind? Somebody asked about wind. That's very relevant. Still that same direction and sustained winds of 10-ish to 15-ish miles an hour, just like they said. But of course, on the ridges and inside of the inferno, it's going to be a lot fiercer because it takes very strong winds to start those mini tornadoes or whirls. Okay. I'm slamming down my shots a half and half. This is what Josh just shared. Monumental. It almost looks like two volcanoes erupting. Mount Lassen is like, damn, I've been outclassed. It's a very active volcano. This is speculatory. Okay. Yeah, thanks for that link. Going back to this, I'll come back to chat. To get my attention, say @Catherine. Any updates on Warner Valley for Spencer? I haven't come across any, but isn't that right up here in the middle of the chaos? There were some people being evacuated last night with 911 calls, according to California Fire Scanner, and it's about time we turned on the Lassen feed. See if we can hear what the hell's going on. This is the stuff that saves your life if you can hear. If you can hear them talking, and if they start excitedly saying, "It's jumped a line" or something, evacuate that neighborhood. This is how I was able to give people 2 hours advance notice of actual evacuations, because I just listen to the radio. That's my number one advice to people. Just don't go to sleep on a fire. Listen to the radio all night. Get yourself a radio or a Baofeng. So, and browse the feeds. See if Lassen County's on. I tried it last night. I really just didn't hear anything, but somebody said do it now. Lassen County, let's see. Dixie Fire, Lassen County Fire and EMS is even labeled. Alright guys, there may be an advertisement. Turning it on. It's connecting. Connected. Alright, I didn't hear an ad, but well, it's quiet right now. Let's see if it works. Whoa. Alright, we got it going. Sorry that I'm adjusting. Hang on. Okay, we hopefully can hear them better now. Going back. There's a meadow about 1 mile east of Westwood. Okay, good. Okay. Betsy's Barn, Indian Valley, if you're still there, they are letting people out 8970 to Quincy. Keeps you off of Antelope. Keeps you off of Antelope Lake Road. That's completely garbled, so I just muted it. How many homes were destroyed in Warner Valley? I don't have any information. I'm sorry. There's look at my last one, please. Where? Okay. Check the alert wildfire cameras. Okay. Aircraft. I don't see aircraft particularly helping except the tankers coming. But it's staying on the west side of Chester, probably just to try to keep the roads open. The alert cams. I have been able to confirm the fire burned all the way down to Canyon Dam. I don't have any hopes for those homes in that area. I'm sorry. So this is Indian Ridge. We need to check the others. Ah! Alright, Hamilton Mountain has full view of the monster coming at it. Let's do the last 12 hours. We were watching this live. We had a quiet 2 hours. And all hell broke loose. So we should see what we're looking at is the fire is going to come straight towards this camera, I believe, because that's how it crested and went over. We're looking from the north to the southwest. All the ash is coating the lens. And the fire's coming. The behemoth fire is the one headed towards Westwood. Holy crap. Yeah.
This is about repeating all VLAN suppression detection and prevention resource extended. I think about 2000. 1601.
Wait, last 1 hour, because that kind of glitched. This is what's happening as it's headed, the monster fire's headed towards Westwood. And in general towards Susanville. If ash can reach the camera, so can the embers. I don't have any words. The camera can't adjust for the brightness of the fire. When you see pure white, it's because the camera can't make everything dark enough. It's coming in garbled. Okay, I'm going to mute that, and as soon as they say something important about the fire, then there's a possible spot at Holland Road and Valley Road side of north of Indy. Okay. So, Holland Road and Valley Road, north side of Indian Canyon? Or Valley? I expect this camera to burn. I think the fire's going to devour it, and it'll be lucky to survive. Let's do the last hour of the second Hamilton Mountain cam. Yeah, California needs help. It isn't the sun. Boise boy, it's not the sun. I know that it looks like it. It looks like an atomic weapon. That's a mega fire. We know that's not the sun. It's not facing the correct way. Well, that one is actually. Okay, Dire Mountain, facing the wrong way as usual. Let's do the last 15 minutes, Dire Mountain. See, the camera was pointing southeast, and it's the sun right now would be to the southwest. Okay, that's irrelevant. Which cam do we want, guys? Hey, someone else that's in Boise? Yeah, hey, California needs rain. We need snow right now. Looks like spotting's starting to happen in Lake Eleanor West.
I don't think we have a use for you. You'd probably be better suited with him. You only get there if you want to bounce back. That'll work, and thanks for the assistance.
He just talked about a strike team. I don't know where.
Affirmative.
So, Eleanor West is now threatened by the north side. Because, oh, there's a spot on the beach, Lake Eleanor West.
County 32, Modoc Chief 1 and myself are going to work up to your location. Where are you at on Highway 44? Yep, we're doing a little asset gathering still off of 821, and then we're headed to Bogart, so we'll rendezvous there. Check out your rendezvous, Bogart.
821, isn't that over by Westwood? Now, if the camera pans left, we'll see the monster. Underdog rising, it might feel reassuring if you aren't there, but all of California will burn eventually. God. Don't think that it's impossible in the area you live currently. Yeah. No one but fire, first responders, or sheriffs should be on the peninsula or Chester. Please leave. Absolutely. You can get trapped. Okay, thanks, Richard. Indian Ridge and Butte Lake. Okay. I was hoping it would pivot and show the monster. You guys don't understand that there are 600-foot tall flames that crossed Kitty Ridge. Alright, Butte Lake next. Last hour. Whoa. This is looking southeast, more towards Greenville. Now this is looking northwest towards Lake Eleanor West. The lake's on the right. That's a lot of static in my ear. You guys may not be able to hear all of it, but I gotta turn that down. So far, nothing useful on the radio. If you rewind my stream, you can see several hours ago the 600-foot tall behemoth Hindenburg-esque looking monster that crested the ridge, but hit the live button again to come back to real time. Don't forget to do that. You won't believe. It's really back towards almost the start. So we also have other cams. Sorry, this needs to be bigger. Now, Shingletown is a long way away. And it's so smoky, it's like it's dark. Let's look at the last 1 hour there. Can't really see anything, okay. Going back. Anybody in chat have a question looking back? Meteorologist says major wind shift. Okay. Looking back at that. Let's get another cam up for a second. Hey, you stupid. Okay. Yeah. Bald Mountain Butte. This is going to be crazy. Let's do last 6 hours. Oh, look at that tweet.
8,000 at your 30.
Okay. Daniel Swain, Weather West is his Twitter handle.
004.
Major wind shift from southwesterly to northwesterly winds about to occur on the Dixie fire. That means it's going to reverse. Putting towns on the west, north, and east side of Lake Eleanor extreme risk in the coming hours, including Chester, Westwood, and the environs. Could potentially be another ugly day from a WI fire perspective. Relatively good news on the river fire, which so far as today is not looking very active. Unfortunately, the exact opposite. I replay this. Is true for the Dixie fire, where conditions are looking quite dire. Evacuation orders have been expanded rapidly amid extreme fire weather conditions. He also said 7 minutes ago, looks like things are about to get really ugly in Westwood, in particular within the hour. That is unreal. And bear in mind, this camera is really far away. And this same camera captured the horrific killer fire, the bear fire. This camera is infamous. One day I'll show that to you guys. So he's showing kind of like the wind shift pattern as it's swirling around, and it does look like it is beginning. If this is, accurate, I'm gonna just retweet it. You can follow me on the Twitter. It's in the link in the description. And you can donate to my donut fund. I could use a donut. But please think of the victims first. I'll accept pocket change because I don't work on these days. I don't cook. I don't make any money. And I'm trying to raise money for a camera so I can document this like a real journalist. Going back. Currently, air tankers with their lead aircraft are working the air west of Butte Mountain. Yep. Nothing working around Chester. Not able to track helicopters. So the aircraft, they're keeping an eye on everything in Indian Valley. Swirling around Ketty. And tankers are, working at Butte Mountain. What I used to do is superimpose the images so you could see where the fire is underneath. But I'm going to be switching tabs way too frequently to do that. Because it's such a rapidly evolving situation. So as the winds shift and kind of roll back around, they'll come back around to Westwood. I expect the peninsula would be impacted from fire, maybe even on 3 sides. So we could have the worst case scenario here. Maybe 4. Now that Lake Eleanor West is affected again. That's why I shouldn't be there right now. If you're on the peninsula, get the hell out or be prepared to get in a boat. Even then, that's not going to be fun. Going back, look how many people are watching this. Oh gosh, 635. Steve just donated 20 about 1 hour ago. Please, people, help me out. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you. I've been so overwhelmed by generous supports and the emotional too, because this is just tearing me up watching this. Wait, Bozo's taking photos, but we need you here. Plenty of bozos out taking photos. This is actually helpful. You're acting like I would stop. What I want to do is, this isn't fire streaming. Isn't my dang bag. I'm a writer. I'm trying to make history documentaries. I became personally affected by this, so I'm here covering them because history's disappearing before my eyes. I've been trying to get. I went to take video production classes. Okay, that's pilot chatter talking about retardant, but it's so broken. All this history is burning up before my eyes, but the idea was to make a channel called Catherine's World, mostly about ghost towns and making documentary films about them. And I have to get out there and document these dang things before they disappear and interview old timers. And yeah, this is history. Not what I wanted to do at all. But, you know, after my brother nearly dies in paradise, and the year before we did lose a family friend to the same stupid murder company, pg&e's Cascade Fire, I realized, hell, people have to know how to survive and what the hell's going on here. So, police were going door to door at Westwood last night and today. Tons of first responders were heading there. Good. So sad, please be safe, yeah. I mean, I was about ready to make a Dogtown Nugget documentation, and the Dogtown Nugget Museum burned down in paradise. Like, everywhere that I planned to go film is disappearing before my eyes. So I need to get my rear end in gear and get... You see, I was supposed to be here filming this all in Memorial Day weekend. I just delayed my trip, and we lost Rich Bar, Greenville, and maybe Chester now, and like everything around here in a radius. And we already lost so much in Paradise and all the ghost towns up around there. And then the Bear Fire erased things like Brush and Berry Creek and almost Oroville. I can't wait any longer. But the old timers, their knowledge and wisdom is what is more important. It's gone, and then COVID happened, and all the elderly are affected. It's just one hell of a nightmare. So time is of the essence. Regular media doesn't report to this detail, not even close. Thank you. Let's listen to the pilots a second. They're talking about doing a drop. So we have an MD-87 McDonnell Douglas here by Butte Mountain. Yes, it's Butte Mountain. You can call it Butts Mountain too, because Horace Butt. He is the pioneer and got to name lakes and valleys and mountains after himself. It's not Seymour Butts, contrary to popular belief. Catman T, listening to you, no doubt you'll be able to write about this in a great documentary. Historians are the most important writers. The world depends on them. Gosh, thank you for the support.
Did all this ash fall out?
It's just hard to take. I've been live streaming for 16 hours. 18. So, I need a coffee fund. Thank you, everybody who has not only emotionally been supportive, but helped me run the things with the moderators, the links, the information. Thank you so much. Going back, if you guys are locals, you want to keep in touch. If you want me to come talk to you, my email is somewhere in the description. Catherine.davidson.wildfires@gmail. And you can even just say hi. The passive income journey. We need to share your channel until it hits 50,000 subscribers. Woo! What did that be the thing? I thought I was hot. I thought it was hot stuff with 55. So yeah, I'm completely I'm blown away and humbled by the response. If you have any questions, God, the pilot chatter is really raking my ears. I just muted it for you guys. Hang on. You see what I mean? Ah, this would be fun.
TTA to Renown, Medic 1, transfer High Desert TTA to Renown 1620.
Some of that's just nonsense, you know. Transferring around equipment and people. But boy, is that a lot of static in my ear. I'm going to turn that down. I'll turn it back on, guys, if they say something important. Yeah, I got to take care of myself. What I did was 29 days straight when the Labor Day fires occurred. 17-hour back-to-back streams. And I was so touched. My viewers started to feed me and give me Uber Eats coupons. I was like, yay, because I ran out of food, and it was so awesome.
That's something you have.
Not sure when something will be available because of something wrong that's mechanical. That's the only thing I made out of that mess. So unfortunately, that's not as clear as I was hoping it would be. So I'll just keep an ear out for that and turn it on if it seems appropriate.
So probably going right across you.
Oh, it's blowing to the south, going right across you. But who's you? I think they're about ready to do the drop. He's dropping in altitude. Swooping down. Mind you, that's not high off the ground. He's at 7,800 feet.
They put a dozer line through here. The dozer is going to come to the low bed and just push it away. So we'll put a
Oh, he's still descending. Want to see what the pilots see?
That they would like you to try to reach Cedarville on a man who comes to a radio check. If you need the frequencies for the command to let me know.
Yeah, sometimes they swoop down and get real low to the terrain. Don't worry if they smash into terrain because the transponders aren't that accurate. God, this is making me a little sick, actually. And this really... Hey, there's Mount Lassen. The trails are the other planes. Yeah, I'm sorry, it's making me ill. Alright, and I'm gonna... Okay.
Go ahead. I want to let you know, here in Quincy, the fire established a bolt.
Damn it.
Gusts up to 35. Thunderstorms, isolated to scattered thunderstorms with strong damaging outflow possible. Humidity of 5 to 15%. Additional information, low humidities will steadily improve over the coming hours, but strong gusty winds will continue through this evening. And the concern transitions to thunderstorms with strong gusty and erratic winds.
Great. So that was garbled because people were stepping on each other.
Red flag warning issued by the National Weather Service in Sacramento.
When that pilot,
Coastal Range, Associated Foothill, Murray Basin, Northeast Foothill, the Lassen National Park, mountains of western Plumas County and eastern.
okay, that's it. I had enough. They're stepping on each other, and somebody just said something important, which was, we are reporting fire hits down at Canyon Dam, and then they got stepped on by somebody else reporting the dang weather. We've been able to establish that there's fire everywhere. This is Canyon Dam right there. It burned all the way down to the lake. We were watching 300 to 400 foot flames earlier. It's freaking unreal. The biggest danger, of course, is how it marched up over and to the left and went over the top of Ketty Ridge. It's not to be confused with Ketty, the town. And that's barreling towards, well, it was at Susanville, but we were going to get the wind shift. So it may not block the road to Susanville, but it's dang close. Sketchy close. Fire, when the wind shifts, will blow back and threaten Chester, and we have red just north of Chester and orange. So within the last hour, where it's red, the last 15 minutes, somewhere, it's a margin of error thing within the cubes of this size. We have a heat detection. It doesn't mean the whole area is on fire, but we have a heat detection visible from space. And the more red we see, the more active and angry the fire is getting. The wind is going to reverse direction, or it should, and kind of be aimed that way. So you see that the angry flames are going to be affecting Chester like any moment now, if not already in progress. And the flames here will reverse and be kind of affecting Westwood, perhaps get up here on this area. And once it might destroy the camera if that happens. It might kind of be snaking its way towards the camera, the FLIR one. And then from here, the embers can kind of go anywhere. And even if the wind doesn't reverse, they could still be ready to go across the peninsula at this point. And this might be the unfolding nightmare that happens because everything, fire obeys the wind. So we just have to see when is this shift going to occur. Check the camera, looking at Crescent Mills that's creeping to the town. I don't want to hear that. That's Middle Valley. I thought Crescent Mills and Taylorsville were going to skirt this. Crescent Mill. So when we were looking at the FLIR camera, it's pointed this way. We're looking at the opposite direction. So the FLIR, we've seen it march over there to get towards Susanville, and that's where the monster went, and to threaten Westford. And unfortunately, it looks like something might come over and threaten Crescent Mills. Taylorsville's way over there, but they evacuated it. Mandatory many hours ago. They evacuated the whole valley. And I can see why planes aren't going to drop over here. You can't fly into this, you'll just smack right into a mountain. So that's current conditions. So, looking god-awful. I hope that's the sun and not the fire, but it's aimed at the fire. And wouldn't the sun be more to more of a due west this time of day? Let's do a 1 hour. You see, I think it's the fire because the sun becomes a tiny red, blood red dot. It doesn't look yellow in these smoky conditions. It's difficult to see the sun in these kind of smoky conditions. If you'd seen what we had seen earlier, It's not the sun. Look at it moving around. And I know about light refractivity and blah, 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 lens flare and blah, blah, blah. You just don't know what we saw earlier. This is looking a lot more calm than what we saw earlier. With raging inferno marching around it. I think it's because the winds are switching. They're dying down. You see how most of the smoke columns are going straight up. Or the heat. You know, it's kind of a straight up. We don't see any more fire tornadoes. We saw so many of those. That was incredible. I never thought I'd see that. And then the wild card is it going to be making its own weather and decide where it wants to pull winds and where it wants to go. So looking back, Boise Boy, not necessarily direct sun, just a brightly lit shaft of sky from the sun's general direction messes with the cam's discrimination. I would like to think that. But the sun is northwest of there. Yeah. Satellite radar looks terrible at Chester. Yeah. So it did something we thought was pretty damn impossible. So just the people who haven't been following this, on the 3rd, this was their morning briefing, and they had the fire breakout happen on the night of the 2nd. It breached the lines here, ran towards Greenville in between these two peaky areas. But they saved Greenville. Aircraft after aircraft did really, really amazing low passes. Did like 15 retardant splashes, and we saw it live in front of the cameras. It was amazing. And this was black line. Look, it's black. The fire's not supposed to be able to reach it, but it did. Not only did it breach the contingency containment line, breached the contingency containment line to go over, breached this contingency containment line, breached 89 as a contingency containment line, and charged all the way and burned to the lake. Right in between the housing, like it got the campground. And that is put me on pins and needles. So we thought, you know, as it got up in here, Butte Mountain and stuff, we thought that this would like burn. To everybody's horror and amazement, it goes way off. Okay, that's Chester right there. It goes way off. And what we saw in the last 24 hours is it roared past Chester. They barely were able to save it. And look how far it's gone up the landscape. It's just absolutely insane. And so this is not updated yet. We can tell that the other satellite shows us a huge behemoth. That in the last 24 hours, it grew in 50,000 acres in size. So the current size is like 400,000 acres-ish. Within the last 6 hours of watching the stream, I think it probably grew more than 10,000, maybe 18. I don't know how many acres that is over here. So not only did it march past Chester, it's on a mission to go wherever the hell that is, and maybe march to Nevada or Shasta County. I mean, what the hell? All is being really quiet at this exact moment, and too quiet. If you want to ask Catherine a question, please highlight my name. Yeah, because are the structures in the west shore burning? I don't have any confirmation of that. It seems like it's on the north side of Almanor West, right up against where the northern street is, whatever that is. See how the horn is right there? But it could do a lot of crazy things. There is this bright spot right there. You can barely see it, but it did get bright a few times, which might be the boat ramp area of like Lake Almanor West. So I hope to God Prattville and such won't burn, but we had such a fright because it went in between Lake Almanor West and Prattville, right into it assassinated the campground, essentially. And they were able to run up and down and save the buildings. But that was one hell of a confidence shaking. It just took over and it erased the town of Greenville. They saved it, like I said. They saved it. And we celebrated it, and I went to bed, and I woke up around 3-ish in the afternoon with a fitful kind of a nap and stuff. I think I was going to sleep at like 7 in the morning. And had appointments, couldn't delay those. And just followed on my cell phone best I could, and everything was just bad news, bad news, bad news, critical fire danger, red flag, and all this. And they still didn't tell the community how bad. And they evacuated Greenville. The day that happened and the breach ran to Greenville and Lake Almanor West, they had just let people back in after more than a week of a mandatory evacuation. So the poor people were unpacking, and they said, "Oh, everybody out." And so myself and others who were fire educated and like Daniel Kearns, we were like, what in the name of God? Who said that they should go back in? They didn't even have black line above Greenville. And so here these people were told to get out, and some of them are being blamed for like staying, but they have never answered from day one, like which communities are at risk. They'll say, oh, these should be evacuated and they're, at risk. But like at risk for what? Like erasure? Impact? What they keep explaining we're fire surgeons and this is how we do fire surgery. This is what we're going to do at this line. This is what we're going to do at that line. But what's that going to do? Does that mean the town's safe now that you've been working on it for like 3 weeks? Or does it mean the containment line is what you're working on? Or like, they just flat out didn't answer these questions. And so when they told people get out, a lot of them were just like kind of confused, angry. And so when they finally did let people go back in, any activity by Martin Ranch, let's see, where is that? How many miles is the run past Chester? Yeah, I tried to measure it earlier. They've never said this fire is so dangerous we doubt the ability to control it at all, period. They never said any straight talk like that. That's the Chester Airport. Oh, sorry, we need to turn on the other thing. We need to get the true extent. Okay. Measure. Distance. Okay. 31 kilometers or 19.42 miles as the crow flies. It blew past all containment lines 19.42 miles north of Chester. And then encircled the town. And they fought valiantly to save it. It lost some things around like this area kind of around the airport. Not that there was much there. The old ski hill. Oh, I remember that. Rip. And it's just I couldn't imagine that kind of encirclement. They almost had it contained. They really were making progress on it when the stupid fly fire started, and that was started by PG&E as well. Both of these things are the power lines. C. Giovanni says, hello, viewers. Are you seeing the wrap on a loop shortwave? I do see wrapping and meeting the east head due to the south direction and running south down the canyon. Yeah, now they're seeing Concow should be an alert. Where's the next town in the wake of the fire? Chester? Chester, there's probably a battle going on right now to save it. Look at the red. And the orange means hot spots detectable from space within the last 15 minutes and the last hour. I do believe it's probably impossible to leave Chester now unless you're on a boat. And so that's okay. Just go to the baseball diamond by the high school. Or by the library and the sheriff's office, because that's where you've got your bridges and water. It seems like a decent enough spare, open space. But I do believe it's long past the time when somebody could have gotten out safely. Daniel Swain says, watch for Westwood within the hour. God. That's he's the forecaster. So Westwood would be impacted once these winds switch, which is supposed to be happening soon. And so, let's see, that's old. Yeah, it went all the way to Mount Harkness, Black Cinder Rock. 911 calls came out of that area because I don't even know if they were really put on alert. That's Indian Valley. This devastating raw video. Is anybody in Chester that we could look at? Yeah, Greenville, rest in peace. So they lost the city of Greenville yesterday around 4 p.m. Even though they did so much work. That's Missouri. So looking back at chat, I believe it's going to encircle the entire lake. It looks like it. And laid out again. Well, it'll do what it wants. It is the consensus of meteorologists and others now that there won't be a way to do anything to it or affect it in any way until the weather is back in our favor. But it's like starting over with the whole containment process. Everything being done since July 13th when it started isn't really particularly relevant anymore, except for down here by the canyon and stuff. But you guys, Concal just got a notice down here by Paradise. This is all supposed to be black line, as in the fire will never affect us again, in a way, like they were really mopping up and tying stuff in. So thank you so much for looking into this. If it reverses, they seem to be worried it might come down the canyon. But so the way the Paradise fire started is it started the same exact spot, the rock throw away, and I'm using that very literally, a rock throw distance. And so the fire got in here, and what it did is it skipped over Concal, and it just went here and ran up into Paradise. So this is one hell of a PTSD, nail-biting, horrible flashback. So it's way bigger than Paradise, and the Bear Fire, just that this footprint is freaking immense. And I did predict that it would become at least one of the top 5 largest fires of California ever. We're looking here at the actual largest one. But this was like 25 different lightning strikes that just eventually burned together because during COVID they didn't have enough manpower to man them all. So they went unstaffed. Okay, that is the gigantic Paradise Fire, the even more gigantic Bear / North Complex Fire. This thing is really outdoing itself now. Damn. That is one giant chunk of the United States West, not just the state. So it's got a little bit of ways to go, but I think it'll probably end up being the number 2 largest. When you consider the fact that the lightning complex was like 24 different starts that merged together, this is probably going to hold a record for the largest fire that was just like one start. Dang it, I'm drawing genitalia again. Whoops. Everybody take 3 shots because that's my drinking game. Ms. Music says, a friend that lives in Chester up north the Causeway. Does anyone know if that area has burned? For Brian, we don't know. I don't have like a phone number to call if anybody's there. But just looking at, it's looking bad, just as expected. Somebody said that the lumber mill might have been on fire already, but unconfirmed. That'd be one hell of an 8-alarm fire with the amount of lumber that's stored there. So I'm hearing nothing from the airline chatter anymore. It's been dead silent for a bit. All we do is wait for the ghost satellite to come back around to tell us what the hell's going on and look back at the flare and keep checking our cams. That is a lot more quiet than we've seen. If you have to hit the live button to come back, of course, to live. But if you rewind my stream, we were seeing this raging inferno, 600-foot tall walls of flames, climbing over that ridge on the left, Kitty Ridge. I'm feeling extreme nausea, guys. I just may have to lay down. How about Martin Ranch? Where is that, guys? I kept asking. As if I type in Martin Ranch, like, what is it, Indian Valley? Or is it like an actual town? Is it Plumas or Butte County? Okay, get the wind off of there. Oh, by Quincy. Yeah, if that's correct, I don't see anything. Time for some ice cream. Yeah, we all need some comfort food. My donuts. It was halfway into my mouth, and I just stopped because I saw the ant emerge on the top of it, and I looked down. The ants are all over. All over. Rip. So, this is quiet, too damn quiet. Martin Ranch is the northeast end of Chester. Oh, well, why'd you say so? Very well could be a blaze. I mean, if it's in there, remember margin of error here. It doesn't mean the whole area is ablaze. It means somewhere within there is a spot. It could be tiny. It could be 1 acre in size. Or it could be the whole thing is ablaze, is a big solid. So let's go look at cams. But the smoke is just really obscuring our view. It's Hamilton Mountain too. Now, whoa, Dyer Mountain is clear for once. Looks like there is a wind change then. See, the FLIR camera is the same pole here on Dyer Mountain. It's the one that's magically seeing through all this smoke. The one that looks like pit viper vision. Oh god, that made me ill. Which direction are we looking though? We gotta be looking southwest towards the Greenville, and so Canyon Dam. Okay, I'm oriented. Canyon Dam. Way back there, like Greenville. Right? Crazy. So, smoke ain't blowing this direction. The wind's shifting around. I've been streaming for almost 18 hours straight. Yeah. Feed the ants first. Catherine, hi, Morris. Missed you. I had an ant farm. I was that kind of a nerd. I love ants, but you know, these are hostile. Things have been crawling up my cord, getting on my head, and biting me on the scalp because they're so irritated. I took away their morsel of a piece of my chocolate donut. So they did a counter strike and went after the entire donut box, and I have to hand it to them. Should be able to get vouchers for hotels and shelters, especially they're full. Immediate evacuation for Lassen what? Yeah, I can lay down. Josh says county. Oh wow, okay. County A Road A21 north of West Fur is now closed due to fire. We anticipate 36 between Westwood and Susanville will close soon. Yeah. So A21, that means that this has been affected. This is the A21. It's closed. And in fact, sorry, it goes like this. So it might be good to leave for Susanville. This is a gamble. It'll be closed soon. But did you see the wind? It blew away from the Dire Mountain camera. Let's try to confirm. That could just be a wind shift. It could go right back. So that's the horrible choice people make when they wait this long. Is you don't know what to do, really. You don't know what's the correct choice. Emergency alert just said Lassen, California. Josh, I'm seeing the same in shortwave infrared. The Feather River Drive, Wagon Road, Meadow Road, or Martin Ranch. Okay. Like I said, I don't have any particular way to check that. I can just tell you we're not the satellites can see anything like this. I mean, this is same data that you're able to see. But if other people are monitoring Twitter and if locals are talking, then please pipe up. Do you realize the infrared flight data? Do I utilize infrared flight data and import it to Google Earth? I don't. That would be cool if you could train me. I did screw around with Google Earth a little bit, but I've been having issues making it work because it's been such a long time. No, I haven't slept yet. I've been live for 18 or 19 hours. I've been awake since yesterday at noon, after getting 5 hours of sleep and doing a 14-hour sleep the prior day. Yeah, I am feeling a little bit of a state of collapse here, so I do believe this should be kept going. And if you mods can just hold down the fort. Veers shows Martin Ranch on the east side of a flame front. Goes shows the entire area red. Or that might be just a general swath. Well, look, Veers has a margin of error too. Everywhere that nipple is, that circle. Is there something around it? Hey, PLC. Chester's not too much damage. I think, yeah, but it hasn't begun. The wind shift is the big threat to it because it's blowing back. And we just saw this all light up angry red. The wind shift will blow it back on Chester. It's supposed to be attacked from the north. The battle is from the north. And this is getting real close to Westwood. Pinetown. So, closing soon. A21 North is already closed out of Westwood. This may be the last opportunity to drive to Susanville. Or that opportunity may have already closed. Hard to say. So, whoever's there has to make a choice fast and commit to that choice. And then, once committed, stay calm and stay committed. I've outlined the safer places of Westwood that I could identify. I've outlined that at the very beginning of the stream, my advice for people in Chester about where to go. So, just refer to that. You don't hear any chatter about Chester? Okay, will I be restarting the stream before it hits the 12 mark? Oh. Yeah, we're at the 10-hour mark. Thank you for the reminder. Okay. What YouTube does is delete everything if your stream goes beyond the 12-hour mark. Thank you for the reminder. I think I should do that now, guys. I might lose hundreds of viewers and stuff, like people that just don't come back. But I need this to be saved by YouTube. CAL FIRE has been in a staffing pattern for 3 weeks, meaning 5,500 firefighters have all their days off canceled. The one exception to the vacation days are protected per the union. Oh my God. So they haven't had a break since the 13th of July. Every single day, 16-hour days. Do any incoming wind shift changes look to affect the peninsula at all? Yeah. Yeah, I've been drawing that. So the wind will swoop back around like that. So we've got peaks here affected who are very tall. In fact, you know what? The camera might be eating up the Dire Mountain camera itself. Look, we got red up there. And so as the wind swoops, you can have the peninsula attacked from these different areas. It may just ring the lake and completely connect. In fact, what the fire might do eventually is just connect here and trap everything. I don't know. It's going to make its own weather. I mean, the forecast things are present. So we just have to wait and see. I'm not ending the stream. I'm going to restart it. I have to just click a button and come back. So guys, I'm about to do that. All I have to do is click the button, rename it something which is going to be part 2 or part 3 or whatever the hell it is. And then, yeah, most people will come back. So hit the subscribe button with the ringing bell and you'll be notified when I go live. Thank you everybody for the support. So I'm going to restart the stream. The antelope fire destroyed a small town. Oh God, great. Yeah, that thing's been raging too. And yeah, it's going to be part 3. Jeez, and you brewers, you're ordered to go to sleep at the same time. He's been awake doing 18 hours of moderation. He's a firefighter. We're lucky to have him. So yeah, everything's cool. I'm just gonna hit the restart button, and then you can also just click on my name to go to the channel, and just refresh the page, and you'll see live again. So sorry guys, I got to do this. So yeah, I'm just restarting this stream. I'm not ending. So see you guys on the flip side. Be right back.